The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 30th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mary E. Miller to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered.
Go ahead.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, as we grieve the loss of one of our own, we meditate on your unfailing name. As we mourn the death of Congressman Donald Payne, Jr., we give thanks that forever and ever you are our God, our guide even to the end. Lead us in these days to give proper accounting to the faithfulness of your servant. Following in his father's footsteps, the younger Representative Payne forged his own path, breaking ground on which you established his path of faithful service. Thank you for raising up this devoted servant from Newark, New Jersey, to serve in the nation's capital, for equipping the Garden State Parkway fare collector to ultimately serve as a tenured congressman, for adorning him not just with a bow tie, but with a large and generous spirit. Grant Congressman Payne, Jr. rest from his labors and eternal respite from his earthly journey. May his wife Beatrice, his children Donald, Jack, and Yvonne find healing in the solace of your presence and certainty in your provision in the outpouring of the love and support of his friends and colleagues. In you, O Lord, do we each live and move and have our being. And in your holy name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Mrs. Fishbaugh.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
To revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Battle Creek Air National Guard's efforts to better support military families and their children in Southwest Michigan. One of the unique challenges military families face is where to get childcare, especially during weekend drills. With this in mind, the 110th Wing's efforts to support families led to the establishment of the 2nd Air National Guard Child Care Facility Program. Partnering with the Augusta Child Development Center, the program provides child care for over 20 children of military members during regular and rescheduled drills. Since the start of the program, the base has seen an increase in productivity and positivity that has allowed them to strengthen their mission readiness, retention, and talent management. It's wonderful to see the 110th Wing develop and lead this innovative approach to improve the lives of military families, not only in Southwest Michigan, but across the nation. And as the month of the military child comes to a close, I want to thank all of our service members and applaud the Michigan Air National Guard's leadership and commitment to supporting their military families. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I rise to recognize Anthony J. Scala, Jr. Anthony's unwavering commitment to excellence was evident in every facet of his life. From his distinguished career in electrical construction as president of Lowy and Daneth, to his dedicated service on so many advisory boards, including as a longtime member of the Board of Trustees at Manhattan College, my alma mater. Anthony's expertise and leadership left an indelible mark. He was a proud Jasper. Beyond his professional endeavors, Anthony's true joy emanated from his cherished moments with family, his passion for boating, restoring his Jeep, and his craftsmanship as a builder. His love knew no bounds, evident in his role as a devoted husband to Mary Ellen, father to Anthony, Christopher, and Victoria, grandfather to Jackson, Allie Mae, Anna Lee, Anthony, and Evelyn, and as a good friend. As we honor Anthony's memory, let us remember his kindness, generosity, and steadfast dedication to his loved ones and community. Though he may have left us, his spirit lives on in the hearts of all those who were fortunate enough to know him. May we carry forward his legacy of compassion and service as we bid farewell to a beloved friend. I will miss Anthony, as I know so many others will too. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia will be recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the service of former Amherst County Sheriff Eve W. Vire, Jr. Sheriff Vire completed almost 40 years of service in law enforcement, including 8 years as the sheriff of Amherst County. He led many successful public safety initiatives, including expanding the K-9 program, using drone technology, and ensuring that there were school resource officers in every school to protect our students. Through his diligence and dedication to public service, Sheriff Vire worked tirelessly to create a safe county for all Amherst residents. I thank Sheriff Vire for his extensive career of law service and law enforcement, and I wish him the very best in his retirement. He's an example of the courage and bravery demonstrated by each member of law enforcement who selflessly works every day to keep our community safe. I'm honored to represent those like Sheriff Vire serving in law enforcement in Virginia's 5th District, and I thank them for their continued commitment and sacrifice. And I yield back.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1173 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 73, House Resolution 1173. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House any bills specified in Section 2 of this resolution. All points of order against consideration of each such bill are waived. The respective amendments in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, now printed in each such bill, shall be considered as adopted. Each such bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in each such bill, as amended, are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on each such bill, as amended, and on any further amendment thereto, to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, the bills referred to in the first section of this resolution are as follows. A, the bill, H.R. 615, to prohibit the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture from prohibiting the use of lead ammunition or tackle on certain federal land or water under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture for other purposes. B, the bill, H.R. 2925, to amend the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1993 to provide for the security of tenure for use of mining claims for ancillary activities and for other purposes. C, the bill, H.R. 3195, to rescind Public Land Order 7917 to reinstate mineral leases and permits in the Superior National Forest to ensure timely review of mine plans of operations and for other purposes. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 764, to require the Secretary of the Interior to reissue regulations removing the gray wolf from the list of endangered and threatened wildlife under the Endangered Species Act of 1973. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 3397, to require the Director of the Bureau of Land Management to withdraw a rule of the Bureau of Land Management relating to conservation and landscape health. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-32 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6285, to ratify and approve all authorizations, permits, verifications, extensions, biological opinions, incidental take statements, and any other approvals or orders issued pursuant to federal law necessary for the establishment and administration of the Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. 2, the further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, 1 motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6090, to provide for the consideration of a definition of anti-Semitism set forth by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance for the enforcement of federal anti-discrimination laws concerning education programs or activities and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're here to debate the rule providing for consideration of 6 bills to support our natural resources, public lands, and outdoor recreation. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the Committee on Natural Resources, and provides each bill 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of the Anti-Semitic Awareness Act under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the Committee on Judiciary, and 1 motion to recommit. First and foremost, House Republicans stand with Israel and are horrified by the increase in harassment on college campuses towards Israel and its allies. For years, Jewish college students have faced increasing anti-Semitism, and since October 7th, there has been an over 300% increase in incidents on campuses. Students are supposed to be protected from harassment, but it has been made abundantly clear that the leaders of these institutions are not going to do anything to stop it. Instead, they are allowing large-scale harassment to reign, forcing Jewish students to stay home. Since these institutions refuse to protect their students, it is time for Congress to take action. H.R. 690 clearly defines anti-Semitism according to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition. This will empower universities to take clear steps to keep Jewish students safe and respond to hostile, hateful speech not protected under the First Amendment. Additionally, the bills under this rule protect domestic energy production, reverses the Biden administration's stop to push mineral production in my home state of Minnesota, and finally delists the gray wolf from the endangered species list. I am proud to stand in support of these today. The gray wolf is an ESA success story. Its numbers in most of the country are thriving, to the point where they have become a menace across much of northern Minnesota. The only reason it has not been delisted is yet because there are a handful of activist groups and judges that would like to keep it listed forever. Rather than pushing for the radical environmental activism, we should be celebrating the fact that the ESA achieved its goal and gratefully turned management and conservation efforts back to the states. Madam Speaker, America is home to a wealth of natural resources, but this administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to wage war on domestic production. From energy in Alaska to minerals in Minnesota, the bills under this rule empower our domestic producers. H.R. 6285 reverses Biden's decision to ban oil and gas development in the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, supporting energy independence and good-paying jobs, lower fuel prices, and economic security that comes with it. H.R. 3397 will ensure rural economies across the West maintain access to public lands for grazing, energy, and mineral development, recreation, and timber production. H.R. 615 upholds state wildlife management authority to protect against baseless claims that traditional lead fishing tackle and ammunition should be restricted. H.R. 2925 would ensure responsible mineral development can continue on federal lands. It unlocks mining projects across western states, returning to the past 100 years of precedents and removing uncertainty created by the Rosemont decision from the Ninth Circuit. And H.R. 3195 helps the United States meet the rise in demand for critical minerals across the world by unlocking access to critical minerals in Minnesota. The Biden administration is leaving America at a disadvantage while adversaries like China work to expand their global influence. We cannot let this happen. We can be both good stewards of our public lands and take advantage of the many resources they provide. Thank you, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishback, for the customary 30 minutes. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
America was blessed by our Creator with natural beauty and an abundance of natural resources, from grazing to farmlands to minerals, fossil fuels, solar, and wind, so we could feed our families and fuel our progress. But we owe the American people, and most importantly, our children and grandchildren, a duty to protect those resources so they are available for future generations and Americans are not left with public lands that have been degraded, mines that have been depleted, and profits shipped off to foreign corporations. We owe a duty to those who love the forests and rivers in Minnesota, or the rangeland in the Southwest, to protect it and allow its use for recreation, grazing, and extraction. The natural resources bills that Republicans have made in order with this rule fail to protect America's blessed creation for future generations. The bills would eliminate environmental protections and increase mining corporations' ability to take public lands from the American public for free. Let me repeat that, because Americans may not know that right now, mining corporations, those big profit of mining corporations, guess what? They do not pay a dime in royalties when they take Americans' gold, silver, copper, or the precious minerals. That takes me to H.R. 2924, the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act. The 1872 mining law that we operate under now is old. It needs updating. It gives away our public resources for free. In the arid West, it allows mining companies to use as much precious water as they want and doesn't require those big corporations to fully clean up after themselves. Last week, I visited the Pecos watershed, a vital resource for northern New Mexico communities and a river that flows to Texas. In that watershed, a foreign company had mined, polluted, and abandoned the people and the river that I visited. We need to protect this type of land and these kinds of water resources. But H.R. 2925 would actually make it harder to protect this and other watersheds. It favors the biggest mining corporations and, even worse, favors foreign corporations. We all know there is a long history of bad actors exploiting, misusing, and abusing their mining claims. H.R. 2925 would give away our federal lands to these bad actors. Under the Republicans' proposal, corporations with the money could put 4 sticks in the ground, pay a fee, and then claim that land for mining without even proving the existence of minerals. The Republican proposal would also loosen restrictions so these corporations, even those based in countries like China or Russia, could more easily exploit American natural resources for free. Why would Republicans work on a bipartisan basis to ban China from mining American data with TikTok, but then be okay with China mining American natural resources for free? In the Rules Committee, I introduced an amendment to prohibit our adversaries like China from taking our public lands and minerals. Sadly, every Republican on the Rules Committee voted against making and order these amendments to prevent foreign adversaries from accessing these valuable American resources. I also introduced an amendment that would require mining corporations to make sure our waterways are not contaminated. Republicans blocked that too. Our current 150-year-old mining laws are not equipped for today's environmental challenges, but Republicans' response is to make it easier, not harder, for these greedy mining corporations to take what they want and leave their messes behind. As if that wasn't enough, this rule also makes in order what we should call the No Public Use on Public Lands Act. This bill would overturn a new Bureau of Land Management rule that finally recognizes conservation and public land management as a value on par with other uses. The BLM rule does not change their existing land management processes. BLM will continue to allow grazing, drilling, and other extraction on managed lands. What it does do is allow BLM to also include the important goal of conservation of the public lands as they consider new applications for Americans' public lands. I might remind my Republican colleagues that they are turning their back on a great legacy, a great Republican legacy, from the Clean Water Act, the EPA, and the words of that great Republican president, Teddy Roosevelt, who said, I quote, "Conservation is a great moral issue, for it involves the patriotic duty of ensuring the safety and continuance of the nation," close quote. This patriotic goal of conservation and preservation is vital so our grandchildren can one day see the beauty that the West holds, and farmers and ranchers agree. They and other stewards of our land actively engage with the Biden administration in the development of this rule. Congress should listen to the science and the stewards of this land on this issue instead of trying to dictate what is best for the West from D.C. We should also continue President Biden's policy of ensuring our energy independence and security, all while growing American industry. I must also point out that the Biden BLM rule explicitly prevents foreign entities from holding conservation or mitigation leases, something that I might remember and remind our Republicans they were unwilling to do with regards to mining. The rule also allows a bill that ignores science and would prevent regulation of lead-based tackle and ammunition. Didn't we learn our lesson with leaded gasoline and its harmful effect on people and their environment? Apparently not. Lead is poison. We all have heard and sometimes seen the death of bald eagles and other magnificent birds who've consumed even the smallest amount of lead buckshot or fragmented lead ammo. Lead finds its way onto hunters' and anglers' tables too. One study found that there were lead fragments in 34% of ground venison burgers. Do you want your children to consume lead? Every year, I make tamales for Christmas, and as my family has done for generations, we use wild game, deer, elk, and antelope that's been hunted in New Mexico. We are grateful for lead-free ammunition because we don't want to poison ourselves or our environment. This rule also makes in order a bill to undo the Biden administration's work to protect one of the world's most fragile and significant ecosystems, the Alaska National Wildlife Refuge. In recent years, we've seen record amounts of oil and gas production in the United States. We are the top producer of oil in the world right now. We can do that while also preserving the beautiful lands that make our America the beautiful, the right song to sing. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to address the issue of anti-Semitism in college campuses and across the country, not just, but also since October 7th. Let me be clear, anti-Semitism and hate in any form is simply unacceptable anywhere in our country. This rise in hatred across the United States should be a wake-up call for our democracy. However, last fall, House Republicans proposed a 25% budget cut to the office that is actively investigating incidents of anti-Semitism on campuses. If you care about anti-Semitism, why do you take away the resources from the office that is prosecuting those kinds of claims? Well, yesterday, we got an answer why. My Republican Rules Committee colleague, Representative Massey, was very honest describing what this bill really is about when he said, and I quote, "Everybody's introduced, at this point, a bill to deal with something along these lines since October 7th. None of them actually get to anything real." Continuing the quote, "I think it's a political ping-pong game, of course. We, meaning Republicans, get to serve every time. And a lot of them, meaning resolutions like this, are just political traps. I call them sticky traps, designed to split the Democrat Party and get them stuck in the sticky trap." I want to thank Mr. Massey for his refreshing honesty and candor. But if we wanted to actually do something real, we could. Rather than doing a sticky trap, we could take up my colleague Congresswoman Manning's bipartisan bill, H.R. 7921, the Countering Anti-Semitism Act, which would designate a senior official at the Department of Education to counter anti-Semitism on college campuses, among many other solutions that are also based on Biden's policy regarding attacking anti-Semitism. If we want to deal with anti-Semitism on college campuses, I suggest a bill with real solutions is a good place to start. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
It's good to know that my Democratic colleague would rather children in the Congo mine for cobalt than to create American jobs here and put in place environmental safeguards. But thank you for putting that on the record. Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of the rule to bring my Anti-Semitism Awareness Act to the floor. I want to thank Chairman Burgess, Chairman Jordan, Leader Scalise, and Speaker Johnson for their support for consideration of this bill and their leadership in combating anti-Semitism on college campuses. What's happening on college campuses right now is horrifying. We've seen folks at these encampments telling Jews to go back to Poland. as if they weren't kicked out of their homes, murdered in cold blood, and sent to death camps less than a century ago. The leader of the protest at Columbia called for death to Zionists. There was a sign at George Washington calling for a final solution, which was the name of Hitler's plan to exterminate Jews. People shouting that they are Hamas and calling for the burning of Tel Aviv to the ground. They chant for Intifada and from the river to the sea. These are not peaceful protests expressing their constitutional right to free speech. These are illegal encampments where demonstrators engage in harassment and where they urge violence against Jewish students, Jewish Americans, the U.S. government, the Israeli government, and more. I unequivocally condemn the college administrators that haven't acted to quell these encampments and who have enabled their campuses to become unsafe environments for Jewish students. At the federal level, we must give the Department of Education the tools to identify and prosecute any anti-Semitic hate crimes committed and hold college administrators accountable for refusing to address anti-Semitism on their campuses. This legislation defines anti-Semitism using the IRA working definition and its contemporary examples so that there can be no confusion or interpretation when it comes to the heinous act of discrimination and violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. It has broad bipartisan support in the House and the Senate, 59 co-sponsors in the House, including over a dozen Democrats. So this is not about dividing Democrats. This has broad bipartisan support. If there are people in your conference that embrace anti-Semitism, that's not our fault. That's something you should be rooting out. When people engage in harassment or bullying of Jewish individuals where they justify the killing of Jews or use blood libel or hold Jews collectively responsible for the actions of Israel, of the Israeli government, that is anti-Semitic. There's no question about it. It's unfortunate that we need to clarify that these actions are anti-Semitic, but it makes this bill that much more necessary. What is happening at Columbia, at Yale, at UCLA, and so many other schools is reprehensible and alarming. But it cannot be discouraging. We must act so that the anti-Semitism on college campuses stops immediately. Our country's anti-discrimination laws must work for all of us, including Jewish students. Now, my Dem colleagues are tripping all over themselves because of electoral politics. They're worried about votes in Michigan and Minnesota and trying to placate a pro-Hamas element of their party. People who are parroting Hamas talking points. Literally, when I was at Columbia University last Wednesday with Speaker Johnson, Hamas endorsed the protesters on the campus grounds, saying that they are the future leaders of America. If those are the future leaders of America, God help us.
I would yield an additional 30 seconds.
We should be very clear. Charlottesville was wrong. January 6th was wrong. Taking over a courthouse in Portland was wrong. Burning down a police station in Minneapolis was wrong. Breaking in and seizing control of the library at Columbia University is wrong. Let's call it all out and stop being a bunch of cowards. Anti-Semitism needs to be rooted out, and any member who votes against this bill should hang their head in shame.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate my colleagues' words, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
How dare the party of Donald Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene come down here and lecture Democrats about anti-Semitism? Remember, the leader of the Republican Party, Donald Trump, dines with Holocaust deniers and said there were fine people on both sides at a rally where white supremacists chanted, "Jews will not replace us." Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene appeared on stage at a white nationalist rally alongside a Holocaust denier. She tweeted out anti-Semitic videos and talks about Jewish space lasers. Madam Speaker, I'd like to enter into the record with unanimous consent the article from Politico titled, Donald Trump Dined with White Nationalist Holocaust Denier Nick Fuentes.
Without objection.
I'd like unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from The Atlantic titled, Trump Defends White Nationalist Protesters, some very fine people on both sides of the aisle.
Without objection.
I'd like to unanimous consent to enter into the record House GOP overlooks internal anti-Semitism, points at Democrats.
Without objection.
I'd like to enter into the record actually my objection to this absurd attack on Democrats for pointing out that in this bill it has the title of anti-Semitism, but there are problems with it. We need to address anti-Semitism and look at the root causes. Instead, what are we doing? We're debating, codifying a definition that numerous Jewish organizations, including Jewish Action, the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, and the New Israel Fund, among others, oppose. The reason these organizations oppose it is because we cannot equate criticism of Israeli policies with anti-Semitism. They are two very different things. And we need to remember that we are constitutionally bound to protect free speech, even and more importantly, when it is speech with which we do not agree. Yesterday, for example, in the Rules Hearing Committee for this bill, Representative Frey called Prime Minister Netanyahu's work in Gaza remarkable. He praised it. I personally don't think it's remarkable that over 35,000 people, and most of them children and women, are dead. I don't think it's remarkable that over 130 hostages are still not home. Netanyahu is being protested in his own country for these and many other things. I don't think it's remarkable that 27 kids have already died of malnutrition and that famine is imminent for 1.1 million Gazas. Saying none of this is anti-Semitic. I'm Catholic with Sephardi heritage, and I think that my love that comes from the teaching and my spirituality calls upon me to talk about these things, and that is not anti-Semitic. And that's the worry that these Jewish organizations, the ACLU and others, talk about today. If we really want to move forward on combating anti-Semitism, let's fund the office that investigates and takes actions against those colleges who fail to protect their students. Let's move forward with Congresswoman Manny's bipartisan bill, H.R. 7921, the Countering Anti-Semitism Act. Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 17, a bill to help end pay disparities for women in the workforce and strengthen our economy. Madam Speaker, rising costs are affecting American families and the American worker. But instead of helping families put more money in their pockets to save for retirement, to send their kids to college, or to simply put food on the table, House Republicans are focused on helping big oil and big mining corporations. My colleagues constantly talk about the economic hardship Americans face, but instead of bringing legislation to actually address that, nearly every bill in this rule would create a corporate giveaway at the expense of our public lands. We see where their real priorities are with the biggest corporations, foreign corporations, even Chinese corporations. But House Democrats are focused on the American people. That's why we must bring up H.R. 17, the Paycheck Fairness Act, to address the wage gap for women in this country and make sure families aren't cheated out of dollars in the paycheck that they deserve. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding time. Today, Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. They struggle with the high cost of living and wages that are not rising fast enough to keep up. But instead of addressing the real challenges that face American families, our Republican colleagues are wasting time with messaging bills. The gentleman on the other side of the aisle may recall that in a recent continuing resolution, he voted against $1 billion in aid to Israel. The gentleman from New York voted against $1 billion increase in aid to Israel. If we defeat the previous question, I will bring up H.R. 17, the Paycheck Fairness Act, to ensure women are paid fairly for their work. On average, a woman still earns only 84 cents for every dollar that a man makes, according to the American Association of University Women, and the disparity is even worse for women of color. The pay gap exists in every state, regardless of geography, occupation, education, or work patterns. This is not just a problem for a few years out of a woman's career. It is a systemic disadvantage that compounds over a lifetime. This gap can put women hundreds of thousands of dollars behind in earnings over their career, and in turn, severely reduce the amount they receive from Social Security, pensions, or investments after their working years are over. That puts more strain on working families and our safety net as a whole to support them in their older years. Unequal pay is not just an issue of fairness, it is a major economic burden on families across the country. America is in a cost of living crisis for many reasons. Families are living paycheck to paycheck. They can't pay their bills, they can't put food on the table, they can't get the health care they need for themselves and their families. So, this cost of living issue, if you continue to deal with unequal payment for women in our workforce, it only adds to economic insecurity. The pay gap persists because of loopholes in the Equal Pay Act. The Paycheck Fairness Act fixes those loopholes by mandating better data collection, protecting employees against retaliation for discussing wages or salaries, removes obstacles to lawsuits that challenge systemic discrimination. In short, it gives the Equal Pay Act the teeth that it needs to get the job done. At the end of the day, it is really this simple. Men and women in the same job deserve the same pay. It's true in the House of Representatives, not true pretty much everywhere else in this country. If we truly believe that, we should act on it, take the cost of living crisis head on today. Urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and the rule. I yield back.
A reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am disturbed by my colleagues that are shameless enough to argue in favor of anti-Semitism. It is not covered by the First Amendment. It is hateful. Universities have been rewarding bad behavior and punishing the ones being attacked who now don't feel safe enough to go to class. This cannot be the norm. I am disappointed in the universities who are standing by and allowing this, and equally disappointed in my colleagues who don't see it as a problem. Stopping anti-Semitism is not a messaging tactic like the other side implies. Stopping anti-Semitism is something we must do. And I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you very much. What's really sad for me is that on both sides of the aisle we have issues. I think some of my colleagues on my side of the aisle have Russian disinformation, and for the other side of the aisle, it seems that there's a lot of Hamas disinformation. And I truly don't understand why it's so hard that you just can't call it out. I digress. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. requiring the Department of Education to use International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism when enforcing federal anti-discrimination laws will help to protect Jewish students across the country from violence and hate, as we see it exploding every single day within our country. Anti-Semitism has spread like wildfire on college campuses, and it is rearing its ugly head in the wake of Hamas's ruthless attack on Israel. College students celebrate terrorists who brutally murder innocent civilians as martyrs, and faculty members call Hamas's assault exhilarating. When I saw a sign at the Columbia protest, if you want to call it a protest, a sign said "Free Palestine," and then right next to it, it said "Final Solution." What does the final solution mean? I asked my colleagues across the aisle. I understand it's rhetorical, but you all know what final solution means. And me being just one of 2 Jewish Republicans in the House and in the Senate, that means the end of Israel and the Jewish people, and that's why that's in this definition of the IHRA, for it to be abundantly clear. The abhorrent behavior underscores the clear need for federal policy to protect Jewish students on these unfriendly campuses. Usage of the IHRA definition is in a context a key step in calling out anti-Semitism where it is and ensuring anti-Semitic hate crimes on college campuses are properly investigated and prosecuted. College campuses should be safe havens for learning, not nests of hatred. I urge my colleagues to say enough is enough and to support the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. And I'll ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle just one more time. When you see a sign and you're Jewish in this country on a college campus, and you say that being an anti-Zionist is not being an anti-Semite, which being an anti-Zionist is being an anti-Semite, to be very clear, but you see final solution, I think you have a hard time accepting especially when my family, almost 2/3 of them, were annihilated at Auschwitz, and we come to this country and my daughter is going to grow up in this world and look at a sign that says final solution. I speak for myself, I speak for no one else. It's abhorrent, and you all need to condemn this type of behavior and rhetoric that has consumed our country. Enough is enough. Please, just be a human and put your political and politics affiliation aside for a second. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
I would like to remind members on both sides not to address the speaker and not to address each other.
I reserve.
Oh, the gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just want to make the record clear. Democrats and President Biden have repeatedly and constantly, and not just since October 7th, condemned anti-Semitism and taken actual actions to actually address it. And that is the problem with what we are hearing. As their own Rules Committee member has said it, these are about sticky bills. They are not about getting solutions. But we must remember that most of the bills on the rule today are actually talking about our natural resources and how Republicans want to turn the clock back on the progress that Americans have been demanding for decades to protect our natural beauty, but also to protect our natural resources for Americans. I want to talk a little bit about mining reform. 1872 mining law, that says it all. That law is way too old and needs fixing. But how do we make sure we go about fixing it? The Republicans' proposal is just give more of it away. Make it easier for foreign corporations, for big greedy corporations to take that land, to take those natural resources. What do Democrats propose? We propose responsible mining reform that allows for critical minerals to be extracted without destroying our environment. My good friend and ranking member, former chair of the House Natural Resources, introduced the Clean Energy Minerals Reform Act, the Clean Energy Minerals Reform Act, of which I'm a co-sponsor. That kind of bill would require annual rental payments for claimed public land, treating mine operators the same way we treat oil and gas or any other ones. Let's make them pay for our resources. They belong to us. Imagine if that like $300 billion of profits that's going to those foreign corporations went to Americans instead. We'd set a royalty rate of not less than 5%, not greater than 8% based on gross income. we would make sure that there would be a reclamation fund. So when the mining companies go in there and do their mess, that there would be a way for us to clean it up. I can tell you New Mexico is littered, Colorado, all the Intermountain West, with these abandoned mines that leach acid into our rivers and streams and make it so that we cannot hike and camp on those lands. I have picked up those rocks that when they are exposed to air and water create sulfuric acid, and they leave piles of them. Those are the things that we must be doing. We must be giving the Secretary of the Interior the right to protect our public lands, to protect the waters of Minnesota, right? To protect the waters of this great country. So with that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from New Jersey.
I thank Mrs. Fishbeck from the Rules Committee for yielding me time. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the rule and in support of H.R. 6090, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, introduced by Mr. Lawler from New York. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas launched a brutal surprise attack on the state of Israel, in which 1,200 Israeli citizens lost their lives. This represented the most significant attack on Israel since the Yom Kippur War. After those attacks, there was a massive increase in an outpouring of hatred towards the state of Israel and an increase in anti-Semitism. Let's look at the facts. According to data from the Anti-Defamation League, from October 7th, 2023, until the end of last year, there were more than 5,204 anti-Semitic incidents tracked by the ADL, more than the whole of 2022 in more than 2 months. Unfortunately, there has been no greater breeding ground for anti-Semitism than on campuses of our nation's colleges and universities. Jewish parents across my district and across this country are concerned for their children away at college. Jewish students should feel safe on college campuses. The anti-Semitic actions on college campuses across this country and the muted response from university administrators is absolutely unacceptable. While I respect the right to free speech as guaranteed by the First Amendment, the situation on campuses across the country has simply gotten out of control. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has not taken the steps needed to adequately protect Jewish students, and I'm glad that we, as Congress, are taking this important step. If colleges and universities are not willing to take the steps necessary to combat anti-Semitism and to protect their own students, we must ensure that there are consequences. I urge adoption of the rule and passage of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the natural resources bills that we are dealing with here today, as I pointed out, are a great gift to big mining corporations, or overturn decades of work by local organizations, by the public in these areas who want to see their lands protected. And what's interesting is Republicans are putting forward these bills even though the American public and their own constituents are not interested in seeing what they're doing. So while Republicans are helping out the big mining corporation friends, their constituents want the opposite. I'd like to submit into the record the article, I ask unanimous consent to submit into the record the article analysis. Public comments overwhelmingly support BLM public lands rule.
Without objection.
That analysis found that the Biden administration's public lands rule received 92% support of public comments. 92% of the 150,000 Americans who commented on this rule agreed that the BLM is moving in the right direction by protecting our public lands. Many of them were farmers, ranchers, and stewards of the land. In fact, one farmer said to me, said to me, I recognize how important it is to allow our land to recover so that we can use it in the future for grazing. I'd also ask unanimous consent to submit into the record the following article, the 2023 Conservation and the Rest Poll from Colorado College.
Without objection.
This survey found that 82% of voters across 8 western states support the conservation of our public lands and waters. Let's listen to the people on the ground. While Republicans want to mine the beautiful forests of Minnesota, constituents actually want to protect the area from sulfide or copper mining. I request unanimous consent to submit into the record the article, The Campaign to Save the Boundary Waters 2022 Post-Election Poll.
Without objection.
The poll found over 70% of Minnesotans support proposed legislation to permanently protect the boundary waters from risks associated with the sulfide or copper mining. The boundary waters are one of the most visited national recreational areas in the United States. I look forward to going and looking at those lakes and those rivers and those forests and how they're intertwined and how those canoes glide along their surfaces. Minnesotans know what that beauty looks like, and they want to make sure that the mining that is proposed by the Trump administration, and I might remind people that the Trump administration overturned actions by Obama so they could give 2 leases to a Chilean billionaire. A Chilean billionaire who it so happens was a landlord of the president's daughter. These kinds of dealings with foreign corporations we must say no to. Why would Minnesotans want to take their precious natural resources and have them leased so a Chilean billionaire can make even more money? We are urging our Republican colleagues to listen to their constituents, to listen to the people who are speaking on these issues, and to vote against these rules and to vote against these bills. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve. I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. Madam Speaker, the bills my Republican colleagues have proposed today threaten to overturn regulations put in place to make sure that we are responsible in our use of natural resources. The Biden administration has worked to reverse so many of the Trump-era policies that just helped the rich get richer. For too long, what we have seen in America is the rich keep getting richer, and it appears that Republicans, certain Republicans, but most definitely former President Trump, favored the richest corporations. In turn, I ask my colleagues to think about what is our role here in Congress. I want to remind my colleagues of these powerful words from the Conference of Bishops. I quote, "We show our respect for the Creator by our stewardship of creation. Care for the earth is not just an Earth Day slogan, it is a requirement of our faith. We are called to protect people and the planet, living our faith in relationship with all of God's creation. It is possible to protect the planet and still be a leader in energy. In the last 3 years, the Biden administration has invested over $18 billion towards federal, state, local, and tribal land conservation efforts in all 50 states. Contrary to what my colleagues claim, the U.S. has had a record number of oil and gas production under the Biden administration. We produced an average of 12.9 million barrels of crude oil, millions more than coming out of Russia and Saudi Arabia. But regulations are important. They prevent catastrophic environmental disasters like the 137 oil spills that occurred during the second year of the Trump administration. And remember, there will be no more elk to hunt, no more breathtaking lakes reflecting the sunlight to hike on, and no more oil or minerals to drill if we do not listen to the experts about protecting our lands and waters. Wildlife protections and mining regulations are in place to make sure future generations of Americans can enjoy the same beautiful landscapes and profit off of Americans' resources. And finally, I need to remind everybody, we all condemned the October 7th. We all have condemned Hamas. It is a terrorist organization. But we have taken up these resolutions over and over again. And once again, our Republican colleague has spoken the truth when he has said that these are sticky resolutions simply intended to divide the Democrats. Let's not work on division. Let's come together in love and a belief in each of our individual strength to push back against the hatred that we see, and to do it in a manner that is not partisan, but that uplifts our morality, that uplifts our empathy for all, that addresses all the forms of hatred that we see. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico yields. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, House Republicans trust the American people to be good stewards of the land. The amount of regulations in place under this administration is insulting, and it is economically unsound. While China and our adversaries are bolstering their capabilities, the Biden administration is tying our hands behind our backs. The bills counter federal government overreach, empower producers, and protect our lands. I am proud to stand in support of these bills today. The gray wolf should be taken off the endangered species list. The American people should be permitted to access the wealth of resources this land provides. And they should be trusted to manage their lands at the state level without the federal government breathing down their neck at every turn. And finally, universities are failing to keep their Jewish students safe. So Congress is taking action. To all those in the Jewish community, know that the House Republicans support you and condemn the failed actions of universities to intervene. I am hopeful that H.R. 6090 clarifies the definition of anti-Semitism so these universities finally run out of excuses for their inaction. Stopping anti-Semitism is something we must do. I support the rule and the underlying legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request a recorded vote. I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Passage of H.R. 529. Motions to suspend the rules and pass. H.R. 4824, H.R. 4877, H.R. 6093, H.R. 3738, H.R. 4016, H.R. 1767. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1173. Adoption of House Resolution 1173 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as either 5-minute votes or 2-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 529, on which the yeas and the nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 361, H.R. 529, a bill to extend the customs waters of the United States from 12 nautical miles to 24 nautical miles from the baselines of the United States, consistent with Presidential Proclamation 7219.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 402 and the nays are 6. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, to suspend the rules and to pass H.R. 4824 as amended, as which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4824, a bill to amend the Energy Policy Act of 2005 to require the Secretary of Energy to carry out terrestrial carbon sequestration research and development activities and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 364, the nays are 44. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4877 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4877, a bill to amend the Energy Policy Act of 2005 to direct the Secretary of Energy to carry out a research, development, and demonstration program with respect to abandoned whales and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 333, the nays are 75, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6093 as amendment, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6093, a bill to improve the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's weather research, support improvements in weather forecasting and prediction, expand commercial opportunities for the provision of weather data and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 394, the nays are 19. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3738 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3738, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code, to establish in the Department of Veterans Affairs the Veterans Economic Opportunity and Transition Administration, and for the purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Let's vote. The yeas are 403. The nays are 10. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4016, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 379, H.R. 4016, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code, to improve the repayment by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs of benefits misused by a fiduciary.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 413, the nays are 0, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1767 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1767, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to provide that educational assistance paid under Department of Veterans Affairs educational assistance programs to an individual who pursued a program of course of education that was suspended or terminated for certain reasons shall not be charged against the entitlement of the individual and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 406. The nays are 6. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1173, in which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 73, House Resolution 1173, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 615 to prohibit the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture from prohibiting the use of lead, ammunition, or tackle on certain federal land or water under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2925 to amend the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1993 to provide for security for tenure for use of mining claims for ancillary activities and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 3195 to rescind Public Land Order 7917 to reinstate mineral leases and permits in the Superior National Forest to ensure a timely review of mine plans of operations and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 764 to require the Secretary of the Interior to reissue regulations removing the gray wolf from the list of endangered and threatened wildlife under the Endangered Species Act of 1973, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 3397 to require the Director of the Bureau of Land Management to withdraw a rule of the Bureau of Land Management relating to conservation and landscape health, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6285 to ratify and approve all authorizations, permits, verifications, extensions, biological opinions, incidental take statements, and any other approvals or orders issued pursuant to federal law necessary for the establishment and administration of the Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6090 to provide for the consideration of a definition of anti-Semitism set forth by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance for the enforcement of federal anti-discrimination laws concerning education programs or activities and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 205. On this vote, the yeas. The previous question is now ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what reason does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The nays are 205. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1173, I call up House Resolution 3195 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Does the gentleman wish to call up H.R. 3195?
3195, correct.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 308, H.R. 3195, a bill to rescind Public Land Order 7917 to reinstate mineral leases and permits in the Superior National Forest to ensure timely review of the mine plans of operations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the amendment in nature of the substitute recommended by the Committee of Natural Resources printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 3195.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3195, the Superior National Forest Restoration Act of 2024. The district I am proud to represent, Minnesota's 8th Congressional District, is blessed with an abundance of mineral wealth that would allow America to lead in the 21st century. We are home to the Duluth Complex, one of the largest undeveloped mineral deposits in the world, which includes an estimated 8 billion tons of copper, nickel, cobalt, and other platinum group metals. In fact, this deposit is the world's second largest copper deposit, with 34% of the United States total reserves, and the world's third largest nickel deposit with 95% of United States total reserves. These minerals are experiencing large upswings in demand due to their use in battery storage, electric vehicles, and other rapidly expanding sectors. Domestic production of these minerals is critical to our national security and our supply chain security. The deposits in northern Minnesota could provide enough copper for over 70 million electric vehicles and nickel for 3.5 million battery packs. The Duluth Complex and its abundant resources lies under the Superior National Forest and throughout the Iron Range. The Superior National Forest is a working industrial forest where timber harvesting and mining are desirable activities. Regrettably, in January 2022, the Biden administration caved to radical anti-jobs, anti-mining activists by canceling 2 decades-old mineral leases held by Twin Metals Minnesota in the Superior National Forest. At the same time, the Biden administration began the withdrawal process on nearly 250,000 acres of land in the region. The finalized withdrawal of 225,504 acres went into effect in January of 2023 and prohibits the extraction of any mineral, including copper, nickel, cobalt, platinum, and iron ore for the next 20 years. Northern Minnesota, home to the historic Iron Range, has been mining iron ore, a critical component in steelmaking, for over 140 years. This is the iron ore that provided the military might to the United States and our allies to fight and win World War II. The iron ore mined in the region accounts for over 80% of America's domestically produced steel. Now the Biden administration even wants to restrict iron ore mining in northern Minnesota. They have gone too far, Mr. Chair. These two actions taken by the Biden administration are in immediate opposition to its stated campaign goals to increase domestic mining to meet rising global mineral demand. They are disregarding years of environmental review, a pending mine plan of operation, and an abundance of support from union workers, local residents, schools, builders, and miners. In doing this, President Biden has made his real position on mining known. He would rather rely on foreign adversaries like Communist China instead of union workers who stand ready to deliver Minnesota's mineral wealth under the strongest environmental and labor standards in the world. This is morally irresponsible, as China is the world's top polluter and relies on child slave labor in their mines in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and that's a fact. They use child slave labor. And imagine the national security crisis we would face should China suddenly decide to withhold these resources. If the Biden administration's actions are allowed to stand, their direct opposition to the domestic mining industry will not only make our nation less safe, but it will also cripple a sector that provides incredible economic benefit to northern Minnesota. The national importance of the Duluth Complex is only matched by its significance to our local community. Twin Metals signed a project labor agreement with the local Iron Range Building and Construction Trades Association, guaranteeing local union jobs during the mine's construction. The economic benefits would be felt throughout our state as mineral development provides funding to every single school district in Minnesota through the Permanent School Trust Fund. The Superior National Forest Restoration Act would revitalize an essential pillar of northern Minnesota's economy, provide for the production of critical minerals, secure our supply chain, strengthen our national security, and bolster the entire domestic mining industry. I urge all my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 3195, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, welcome back to the show. unlimited drilling and extinction of wildlife, brought to you by the GOP, a subsidiary of Big Oil. This week's target, the Boundary Waters in northeastern Minnesota, a pristine wilderness that is in fact the most visited designated wilderness area in our country. And it's the most visited for a good reason. Its beautiful landscapes, crystal clear waters, and abundant wildlife make it a haven for outdoor recreation. The Boundary Waters support a thriving outdoor recreation economy with hundreds of thousands of annual visitors and tens of thousands of jobs across northeastern Minnesota. In fact, the Boundary Waters is so popular that an overwhelming majority of Minnesota voters oppose building new mines near this federally protected wilderness. But this region and its resources, our resources, have been under threat for years and are being threatened again today. In 1966, the Bureau of Land Management issued 2 mineral leases covering 5,000 acres of the Superior National Forest just outside of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. There was never mining on either lease. Never mining. Yet they were renewed in 1989 and again in 2004. In 2012, Twin Metals Minnesota, a wholly owned subsidiary of a Chilean mining company, requested another extension of those 2 expired leases on Forest Service land in the Boundary Waters watershed to build a sulfide ore copper mine. In 2016, after an extensive environmental review process, which included public input and scientific analysis, the Forest Service concluded that sulfide ore copper mining, which is significantly different from the taconite mining that the region is used to, could result in, and I quote, extreme and serious and irreparable harm in the watershed of this wilderness area. The watershed there flows north, meaning it would flow past the mine and into our protected wilderness. The Forest Service found that any spills, leaks, or pollution would be all but impossible to contain, putting the entire ecosystem and watershed at risk. This should have been the answer: no to this sulfide ore copper mine. Because that's what the scientists say, that's what the community wants, and that is what the law means, that a wilderness area is protected from severe harm. But foreign companies wanting to mine and the politicians who answer to them were too enticed. As soon as President Trump came into office, his administration ignored the science and community input and reinstated Twin Metals leases. The Department of Interior solicitor under the current administration found that President Trump improperly renewed those leases. Thankfully, after another thorough review and rounds of community input and tribal consultation, the Biden administration finalized 20-year protections for 225,000 acres around the wilderness area, making that area ineligible for mining. But this bill seeks to undo all of that. This bill would mandate the withdrawal be overturned and the leases be reinstated and no judicial review allowed. This means that it will not matter if the water and air become poisoned and the surrounding tribes and communities become severely ill. No one will be able to take those concerns to a judge and ask that they revisit the decision to mine in the Boundary Waters. You'll hear today that Americans have to choose between mining for minerals to secure our clean energy future or protecting the health of our families and vulnerable ecosystems. That is simply not the case. We all understand the need for mining as part of our clean energy future. But America is already a top producer of copper and is already invested in a circular economy with our trusted trading partners for cobalt and for nickel. So if we're going to build a sustainable, enduring, modern mining industry, we have to do that while respecting sound science and community input, including tribal consultation. Look, I deeply respect the workers and their families who mine, and the way that that tradition has contributed to the backbone of industrial America. But they live and work in locations where mining is appropriate, where there is minimal to no harm to the environment or human health. Unfortunately, this bill disregards all of that and seeks to destroy now and deal with the ramifications, not later, not at all. I oppose this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman reserves. I'm sorry. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll just share with you. Congressman James Oberstar, a Democrat for 36 years in the Minnesota 8th Congressional District, supports mining and timber harvesting. In fact, in 1978, when the wilderness legislation was enacted, he didn't originally support it, but he said, if you're going to do it, do not take away our opportunity to mine outside the Boundary Waters canoe area and outside the buffer zone. He was right then because he knew that we would be here today. Mr. Chair, I want to afford 2 minutes to my good friend from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my friend Representative Stauber's bill, H.R. 3195, the Superior National Forest Restoration Act. Throughout this Congress, the work of the Select Committee on China has shown that what many of us already believe, that the threat of communist China looms larger than ever before, casting a shadow over our nation's security and our prosperity. As an exile who was forced to leave my native Cuba after the communist takeover, I understand this threat firsthand. That is why I'm urging my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 3195, which would reverse the Biden administration's plan to cut off Minnesota's mineral deposits containing 88% of America's cobalt and 95% of America's nickel. Right now, the Congo accounts for 75% of the world's cobalt supply. These mines are CCP-owned, Communist China Party owned, and massive perpetrators of illegal child labor. These minerals are then shipped to Communist China for refining. President Biden is putting America at risk by failing to combat Communist China's subversive tactics, including undermining America's defense industrial base. We must obliterate the CCP's monopoly over rare earth minerals critical to the development of batteries and 21st century technology. H.R. 3195 is an amazing step in reassuring and reasserting America's industrial might. We work more efficiently, guarantee fairer wages, and extract these minerals cleaner than any other nation in the world. What the Biden administration is doing makes absolutely no sense. We cannot afford to turn a blind eye to the CCP's cynical vision and their relentless pursuit of dominance in the global arena. H.R. 3195 is the epitome of Made in America, and I urge its passage on the House floor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Minnesota.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you probably don't know this, but Minnesota stands and represents the land of sky blue waters. And so I rise to oppose this unnecessary, harmful piece of legislation. But before I talk about the legislation directly, I want to just take a minute to loop back to the discussion that's taking place on the floor about national security. Mr. Speaker, I am the ranking member, former chair of the Defense Appropriations Committee, and I take a backseat to no one in making sure that our industrial base and that this nation has the minerals and the capability to reshore and to make things happen here at home so that we have an efficient supply chain. But this piece of legislation doesn't do that. One of the things that I want to clear up is this misnomer somehow about how mining this copper through Antofagasta, which is a foreign-owned Chilean company, is somehow this copper magically all stays right here in the United States. It doesn't, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when this ore is mined, Antofagasta has most of its contracts shipping their mined copper to China for smelting. And then it's sold on the open market. So this is not circular where these particular minerals are going to be mined in Minnesota and let alone smelted in Minnesota, or here in the United States. They will be sold on the open market. So the other thing this bill does is it talks about restoring the national forest, Superior National Forest. Now, I served with Congressman Oberstar. I knew him well. And I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, that Congressman Oberstar, at the time he was talking about mining and forestry, we were talking about iron ore mining. I support iron ore mining in Minnesota. In fact, when I've introduced pieces of legislation to protect the boundary waters, I've, in my legislation, made sure that we do nothing to harm iron ore mining, because that is the backbone. That is something that's mined and the steel's produced here in the United States and does go, if we want to talk about defense, back to our industrial base here. But Mr. Oberstar is not here to discuss copper sulfite ore mining or these particular leases and what we know now about Antofagasta's mining record. This piece of legislation would revoke key protections for a watershed that contains some of the purest, freshest water in the nation, in the world. This is water that when you're in a canoe, you can dip your hand into it and you can drink from it and worry about nothing happening to you. It's that pure. In fact, the Superior National Forest contains 20% of all the fresh water in the entire region in the U.S. National Forest System. You know, being from Minnesota and having served on the committee that has the bill before us today, the Natural Resources Committee, I often hear and colleagues joke about, we want your water. Why? Wars will be fought over water. Water's a precious resource. So what this bill does, it reinstates 2 mineral leases for which the Forest Service denied their consent because these mines pose an unacceptable risk to this precious preserve of clean water, which not only we enjoy as a wilderness for today, but will be there for future generations. This bill would rescind a mineral release that the Biden administration finalized last year to withdraw these minerals by prohibiting mining for 20 years in the watershed of the Boundary Waters Canoe Wilderness Area. 20 years, it's not permanent, it's 20 years. Maybe technology does change, but right now, these mines fail, and they will fail to protect the water. The federal action that was supported by the robust environmental assessment had 19 accompanying resource reports. When the Trump administration withdrew, undid what the Obama administration had in protecting this water, I was chair of the Interior Resources Committee. And you know what? I asked, they said they were going to do, they promised they would do a study. I asked for the study repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly. And when I finally did get the study, which was never completed, Mr. Speaker, every single page was redacted. Every single page was blank. Now, I have enough of a security clearance being on the Defense Committee that they could have shown me and I could have gone in a skipped and read it. It was blank because it was a bogus study. This bill ignores this documented scientific consensus that is proven now. This bill that's to support a mineral withdrawal. This would overturn all the public input, the overwhelming public input in protecting this unique watershed. And to make matters worse, it also strips away the judicial review, as Representative Porter mentioned, in favor of pro-mining policies, further silencing the voices of those who want this watershed protected by stripping away their rights to challenge these actions in court. For these reasons alone, these reasons alone, we should not support this bill. So I want to make sure that instead of undermining a 20-year mineral withdrawal, this amendment that I will offer later in the form of an MTR would protect the boundary shed of the the Boundary Waters Canoe Wilderness area. It would ensure that public lands and waters, not only the BWCA, but of Voyageurs National Park, will never be polluted by toxic drainage from sulfide ore mining. I will ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of the amendment that I will be offering. I hope my colleagues will support and join me in my amendment that was not allowed in committee, but as an MTR I will offer it to substitute the language with the Boundary Waters Wilderness Protection and Pollution Prevention Act. I thank the representative for yielding me the time, and Mr. Speaker, with that I yield back.
The request is granted without objection.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will just underscore this. When the undersecretaries of Defense and Energy were asked if China stopped selling us their critical minerals today, what would it do to the United States? They said it would be devastating and dangerous. We cannot allow China to continue to dominate the critical mineral space when we have the opportunity right here. And by the way, Mr. Chair, I live, work, and play in northern Minnesota. As I said, this is the district that I'm privileged to represent. I know clean water. You know why? Because the cleanest water is in the heart of mining country in the great state of Minnesota. Mr. Chair, I want to offer 2 minutes to my good friend, Representative Fischbach from our state of Minnesota.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us be very clear about what this bill actually does. This bill does not reduce any environmental protections. It simply tells the Secretary of the Interior to do her job and complete the necessary environmental and regulatory reviews. Apparently, President Biden and congressional Democrats are so opposed to mining here in America that they won't even allow a company to prove that they can mine in an environmentally safe way. By opposing this bill, Democrats are allowing mines with unregulated labor practices and environmental standards to control the critical minerals market. Republicans are for American jobs, economic security, supply chain security, and protecting the environment by mining here in the United States, where we have more environmental protections than anywhere else in the world. Thank you to my friend, Mr. Stauber, for his enduring work on this important issue, and I look forward to voting to reestablish mining for vital minerals in Minnesota's Superior National Forest. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
We are hearing a lot about America and America's mineral supplies. But what we're not hearing about is the truth about Antofagasta, the Chilean mining company who is pursuing these leases. At Antofagasta's mines in South America, the minerals are shipped to China for refining and smelting and then sold on the global market. I have seen no evidence, because there is no evidence, that Antofagasta won't do the exact same thing here, extracting our publicly owned minerals from pristine wilderness, paying no royalty for them, and then selling them abroad, leaving Americans with all of the mess and no benefit. So much for America first. I also want to talk about the environmental effects of this mining. Sulfide ore copper mining, that's what we're talking about. Not iron mining, not taconite iron mining, sulfide ore copper mining. That's what's being proposed outside of the Boundary Waters Wilderness area. And that sulfide ore copper mining poses a unique threat. It is different than taconite iron ore mining. What happens in sulfide ore copper mining is the ore that contains the ore that's extracted contains metals that are bound together with sulfur. When exposed to air and water, this sulfide-bearing ore discharges acid mine drainage into the ground and surface water. The waste rocks, the tailings from this mine would generate acid mine drainage for hundreds of years, at least. And just so everyone knows, these facts aren't hyperbole. This is available information studied and reported by scientists, with some who have published their findings on the dangers of sulfide ore copper mining at universities, including the University of Minnesota. Proponents of this mine say that their tailing facilities would be safe from leakage. We hear that every time about every environmental extraction proposal. But the facts are clear here. The Forest Service found that 100% of sulfide ore copper mines in the United States experienced pipeline spills or accidental releases. All of them. So it is a near certainty that that is what will happen, that we will have a pipeline spill, we will have an accidental release, we will have irreparable, severe environmental damage if this sulfide ore copper mine is allowed to occur on this Forest Service land. It would infect and pollute the boundary waters, and we would be unable to reclaim our beautiful, pristine wilderness. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, just so my colleagues understand, in the United States, we have the strongest environmental and labor standards. Any mine that mines in Minnesota or other states must follow those standards. And I will say for Twin Metals in particular, the mine's unique underground construction, as well as the mine's planned use of, quote, dry stack tailings, means there is no potential for acid rock drainage. And dry stack tailings was recommended for this mine plan of operation. Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation today because we have a very simple question that lies before us. Is the 21st century going to be an American century or a Chinese century? We all know the history of the 20th century. As we left the 20th century, America stood ascendant, that shining city on the hill. And now as we go into the 21st century, the question needs to be asked again. Whose century will this be? Because the Chinese seek hegemony. And one of the ways in which they do it is to control the minerals that are traded around the world. So we stand here today, and this is one of the small decision points that we're going to make. It's no different than right across from northern Minnesota, there's a natural gas plant that's being held up by the Biden administration and a few small select group of local people to prevent a natural gas-fired plant from being built. Making one of those small decisions, are we going to be dependent on other countries? Because if we are dependent, then we will not be that shining city on a hill. So I think about the goals that this administration has stated. They've talked about American manufacturing, and I hear it from both sides. We must have American manufacturing. How are you going to have American manufacturing if you don't produce some of the minerals and the metals that come out of the ground? How are you going to have American manufacturing if we don't produce some of that in America? I hear that this administration wants to make sure that there's union labor. There's a project labor agreement that is in place to be able to build this mine. This is going to create union jobs, one of the goals of this administration. And certainly they've talked about electrification. We want to electrify our vehicle fleet, as well as getting rid of natural gas-fired stoves. How are you going to get there if you don't have the minerals that produce those devices that are going to be able to provide that? Because remember, in every Toyota Prius, there's 60 pounds of copper. 60 pounds of copper. How are you going to electrify the vehicle fleet without producing minerals right here in America? And I think back to January 20th of 2021 and the very first action that this administration took in saying they're going to shut down Keystone XL, making it very clear we're going to be energy dependent once again. What immediately happened to the price of oil? It went from $60 a barrel. Within a couple months, it was up to $100 a barrel, enriching the despot, Vladimir Putin, who has used it to wage war in Eastern Europe. That's what happens when we do not utilize our natural resources, whether it's our forest resources, our mineral resources, or our oil and natural gas resources. We end up being dependent on other countries. I hear consistently from the other side that I'm all for mining, but then I pose the question to them, where? Where do you support new mines? It's easy to say, well, a mine's been there for 100 years and to be able to support it and the union jobs that oftentimes come with it. But where do you support new mining in America? The opposing side's witness could not answer that question in our hearing. And I still don't hear an answer from them yet. Where do you support mining in America if you support mining? Twin Metals has went through an exhaustive process, and they've been proving that they can do this. Let them finish the process here of the rigorous environmental permitting that we have, not just at the federal level, but at the state level. Because living in Minnesota's neighboring state, Wisconsin, I know how rigorous the state of Minnesota's mining regulations are. So we have a choice before us today. Are we going to allow dirty mining around the world to be able to provide our natural resources in America? Or are we going to respect the health of people, which we have the best health standards of anyone in the world? We have the best safety standards. Go to the Congo and see the safety standards that are there with 8-year-olds mining in the Congo. And we have the highest and best environmental standards. If you want workers to be safe, if you want them to be healthy, if you want to have the highest environmental standards, then you will support American mining. I would just close with this. In 1960, John F. Kennedy went to my district in Hurley, Wisconsin, to the Montreal mine, thousands of feet down in that mine. He said to those miners, "You did as much to win World War II as I did on PT 109. Are we going to have a 21st century that's an American century or a Chinese century?" I yield back.
Gentleman reserves, the gentlelady is recognized.
I just heard that Republicans now support a clean energy transition. I hope people clip that, because that is wonderful, wonderful news. So I want to be the first to welcome you to the Clean Energy Transition Club, where we are going to support investments for states, municipalities, and tribal governments to purchase clean energy technology like solar panels, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, wind turbines, all of which, until today apparently, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle opposed. So as the newest members of the Clean Energy Transition Club, I want to give my colleagues on the other side of the aisle a brief lesson on where the U.S. stands with mineral production and trade, which is needed for the construction of clean energy technology, as my colleagues have correctly pointed out. First, the United States is among the top 5 producers of copper in the world, and according to the U.S. Geological Survey, has a low disruption potential. Second, while we do not in the United States have a significant amount of nickel or cobalt, we do have close trading relationships with our allies who do. Those allies are Canada, which is a leading supply of nickel, Norway, Japan, and Finland. But let's talk about what Twin Metals would produce. If this project by this Chilean-owned mining company was allowed to go forward, mine and pollute our wilderness, ship the ore and the jobs to China, and sell it anywhere around the world, what would it complete? Even if they were to sell all of it to us, and there is no guarantee they would choose to sell any of it here in the United States, it would produce about 1.5% of cobalt, about 2.3% of copper, about 3.6% of nickel, according to 2019 annual consumptions, the most recent figures I could find. So I want to emphasize, there is no guarantee that the minerals produced at this proposed twin metal mine would wind up back here in the United States. But do you know what we absolutely are guaranteed to end up with? Pollution, contamination, the destruction of beloved wilderness lands. That's what's at stake here. I also want to emphasize that the bill, H.R. 3195, would undo the withdrawal of 225,000 acres in the Superior National Forest. And what that would do is, in removing these lands from the protection from mining, what it would do is violate the will of indigenous communities. In this case, the Boundary Waters and Superior National Forest are traditionally known as the Anishinaabe land. The Ojibwe or Chippewa people have occupied this area since 1000 CE. The region's interconnected waterways have been used as critical trade routes for thousands of years. By the 1830s, the United States government began forcibly removing indigenous people from their lands in the upper Midwest. In exchange for millions of acres of land, the government promised to pay the Ojibwe people $35,000 each year for 20 years. And the tribes were also granted the right to hunt, fish, and gather on those ceded lands. In 1848, copper was discovered along the north shore of Lake Superior. Mining companies pressured the government to open the land to mining, which required another land cession, including what would become the Boundary Waters Wilderness Area. So the tribes had to sue. In 1985 and 1989, they won confirmation of the tribe's right to hunt, fish, and gather on those ceded lands, something that had been previously denied. To further protect these treaty rights, the Minnesota Chippewa tribe supported the administration's withdrawal, and they support my colleague Representative McCollum's bill to permanently protect this region from mining. Because of their support for permanent protections, the tribe has faced boycotts from mining-aligned interest groups who have boycotted their casinos, event venues, and restaurants. That is a ridiculous and cruel response to a tribe that is simply trying to protect its ancestral lands and waters from toxic pollution. To add insult to injury, this bill restricts judicial review of the reinstatement of leases, a blatant attack on treaty rights. The U.S. government deciding on permits without allowing the tribes to address their concerns in court is an egregious overreach of legislation in general, but also of particular concern to tribal governments who would be directly affected but unable to address their concerns in the only legal means that they currently have. Mr. Speaker, I would like unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Minnesota Chippewa tribe in support of permanent protection for the Boundary Waters. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that the United States imports 46% of the copper we consume every year from foreign nations ourselves. So the first step to reshoring and securing our mineral supply chain must be to allow and support domestic mining. H.R. 3195 does just that. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, my good friend, Ms. Hageman.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Superior National Forest Restoration Act presented by my good friend and colleague, Mr. Stauber. Northern Minnesota has a long, proud legacy of responsible mining that was pivotal in our nation's victory in World War II. As we enter into greater strategic competition with China, we are presented with a similar challenge. We can either source American critical minerals, such as those contained in the Superior National Forest ourselves, or become even more dependent on our chief adversary for our mineral and energy needs.
America has the most stringent environmental standards in the world, and we are being forced to source minerals from dictators and despots who use child labor and who are without concern for the ecological impact. We have abundant resources here at home, including the abundant Duluth Complex. Despite the environmental and economic benefits of these minerals, the Obama and Biden administrations have consistently worked to block exploration and development of these lands. This bill will reinstate the mining leases for the world's largest untapped copper-nickel deposit and help our nation dominate the critical mineral sector while providing hundreds of reliable, well-paying jobs. This is an economic issue and a national security issue. We can either be beholden or reliant on a foreign nation that seeks to supplant us, or we can be a global leader in the critical mineral industry. I support the Twin Metals project, I support this bill, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
I want to talk about what's good for our economy. There have been studies showing that what is best for the economy, including of this area, is to continue to protect these public lands. I'd like to enter into the record, Mr. Speaker, a study by James Stock and Jacob Brandt, Harvard economists, outlining the regional economic impacts of two scenarios. The first being the now finalized withdrawal, and the second being if this mine is allowed to proceed.
Without objection.
If mining were permitted, these economists find that there would be an initial but temporary net growth in employment. But over time, any economic benefits of mining would be outweighed by the negative impacts of mining on the existing recreational industry and on folks moving to this area. Under any scenario where sulfide ore copper mining is allowed, it leads to a boom and bust cycle where the local economy is left worse off than before. Look, these leases sat for decades and decades with no mining used. Now, when it's economically convenient, they want to mine. That illustrates that this is a boom-bust economy. And what will be destroyed, though, is of enduring, lasting economic value. By protecting the region, by protecting this land, that will help preserve and grow the 22,000 jobs and $1.4 billion in annual visitor spending, including at small businesses, which is essential for a strong and robust, diversified economy. The other choice, the alternative, is to allow a Chilean mining company to pollute our land, take our minerals without paying royalty, ship them overseas to China, smelt them, and sell them on the global market, including to our competitors. What is best for our American economy is to protect the strong recreational economy we have now in this area and continue to protect these public lands. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentlewoman from California is right. The United States does produce a lot of copper, but it uses even more. In 2016, the United States was only 29% import reliant on copper. 8 years later, that number has risen to 46%. This trend cannot continue. We must support our new domestic mines to meet our own demand. And Mr. Speaker, my colleague just referenced a study that was not peer-reviewed. It was the Harvard study she brought forward that was not peer-reviewed. And I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman for yielding. And I also want to thank Mr. Stauber for your commitment, not just for your district, not just for the communities in your district and the industry, but the communities and industry across this whole country. You know, we had the opportunity last year to visit your district, hold a field hearing. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, there was not a single colleague from the other side of the aisle that attended that field hearing. If they did, they would have learned a few things. Number one, that's one of the largest deposits of critical minerals in the world. That federal land sits beside state land that does have permits for mining. The same thing. The federal land is being held up. As a matter of fact, 80% of all critical minerals that are mined in this country are sent over to China to process and be processed because we have shut down smelters in this country. We're down to 3. She'd also, or my colleagues would have also seen the look on the community's face up there. The face of people in a community is being devastated, and they're worried, not just about them, but for the generations that are to come. These are people that set the standard for mining around the world. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is one more step in overturning this and untangling this web that these out-of-control federal agencies have placed on a good industry, a great industry in our country. And I encourage all my colleagues, please vote for this bill. With that, I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like unanimous consent to enter into the record the following: a letter from the Wilderness Society in opposition to this legislation.
Without objection.
A 2022 poll citing a 2-to-1 margin of Minnesotans opposing sulfide ore copper mining on the edge of the Boundary Waters. And testimony in opposition to the legislation from Becky Rahm, National Chair of the Campaign to Save the Boundary Waters, a coalition of businesses, conservation groups, and outdoor recreation organizations. I reserve.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to say that my colleague from California just mentioned temporary jobs. When we first started mining iron ore, the Merritt and Rockefeller family, 145 years ago, they thought they were going to be just temporary jobs as well. I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague from northern Minnesota. We share a lot of commonalities. One is our love of the outdoors and of our national treasures. I rise in favor today of H.R. 3195, the Superior National Forest Restoration Act. For those of us in the Northwoods of Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, mining is a core part of our history, economies, and way of life. From the long heritage of copper country in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan to the millions of tons of iron ore that come from Minnesota each year, it's a treasure. The abundant resources in our region are now more important than ever, with sources of nickel, cobalt, titanium, and now even helium being discovered and poised to play a huge role in the growth in renewable energy technologies and mineral independence. At the same time, those of us in the Great Lakes region are fiercely protective of our forests, waters, and wilderness, which is why I am a proud supporter of programs like the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative and the North American Wetlands Conservation Act. It's the job of the Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service to properly balance responsible resource extraction with the protection of our natural treasures. Instead of balance, the Biden administration pushed a 20-year ban on mining on more than 200,000 acres of land entirely outside the Boundary Waters Canoe Wilderness area. This decision ignored a very simple truth. Environmental conservation and utilization of our natural resources are not mutually exclusive. Projects should be approved or disapproved based on their individual merits and risks after proper environmental reviews are completed, not just banned wholesale. This abrupt cancellation also goes directly against the Biden administration's efforts to secure domestic supply lines for critical minerals that go into solar panels, batteries, and other renewable energy infrastructure. The United States cannot lead the world in clean energy while at the same time being reliant on the minerals produced by countries with absolutely no regard for environmental standards like China and Russia. This reliance on foreign adversaries for our domestic mineral manufacturing and energy supply lines also poses significant risks to our national security. We are blessed to have abundant natural resources within our borders, and we have the responsibility to protect the environment while we secure America's mineral and energy independence into the future. I strongly urge all of my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
How much time remains, Mr. Speaker?
Gentlewoman has 6.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I want to start by noting that the Harvard study was, in fact, peer-reviewed. And as a former professor, I am very familiar with the peer review process. It is a reliable study, and what it shows is that what is best for the economy of this region is to protect these public lands and waters. Let me ask, what is the value of clean water? Water is also a valuable resource. It is also a resource in scarce supply around the country. If this bill moves forward, it would allow for the irreversible pollution of this pristine and incredibly valuable landscape. Remember, the Forest Service concluded after scientific study that there is a virtual certainty of severe and irreparable economic harm. All 100% of the sulfide ore copper mines in this country have had leakages and environmental contamination. That is what will happen here. This will mean the decimation of local economies that depend on visitation. This is the most visited wilderness area in our country. It belongs to the people of the United States. It does not belong and should not belong to a Chilean mining company which under our outdated mining laws will pay no royalty at all to the American people. If the U.S. wants to reduce our demand for copper, which is increasing, then we should invest in recycling, in reuse, in manufacturing improvements. That would create jobs domestically and not risk special places like the Boundary Waters. When this water, if this mine proceeds, and if this water is contaminated and destroyed, there is no known remediation strategy. It cannot be undone. The U.S. Forest Service has conducted an environmental review. They have consulted with communities, they have consulted with tribal members, and they have relied on cutting-edge science, and they have concluded that these mines should not go forward. The science is done here. It just doesn't line up with the answer of my colleagues' donors. I reserve the balance of my time.
Is recognized.
Mr. Chair, first off, they've never completed an environmental review. I want to be very clear. There will never be mining in the Boundary Waters or the buffer zone around it. That was decided in 1978. This bill will not circumvent or shortchange environmental review in any way. We are not requiring any permits or mine plans be approved. We are simply requiring that they go through the review process the way any other project would move forward. Mr. Chair, I now yield 2 minutes to the Majority Whip from Minnesota, Representative Emmer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the Superior National Forest Restoration Act. For the last 3 years, the domestic mining industry in Minnesota and around the country has been under assault. Mining supports good-paying jobs, and it's critical to our economy and national security. But rather than putting Minnesota miners to work, those opposing this legislation would rather rely on China and Russia to supply our critical materials, making us less secure and causing greater environmental harm. This bill strengthens Minnesota's economy while promoting a safe and clean energy supply. Thank you to Congressman Stauber for his relentless work on this issue, and I urge all of my colleagues to support his bill. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, how much time remaining for us?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes remaining.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Gentlelady, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I want to reiterate the fact to the American people. There will be no mining in the Boundary Waters, and there will be no mining in the buffer zone around the Boundary Waters. That was settled in 1978. Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, the chair of the Full Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Westerman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3195, the Superior National Forest Restoration Act of 2024. First of all, I want to thank the chairman of the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources, my good friend from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, for his leadership in this area. Since his first day in Congress, Mr. Stauber has fought tirelessly for his district and has done an excellent job representing the people and the interest of the Iron Range through his work here in Washington. This bill is a culmination of years of meetings, hearings, and hard work to ensure that the voices of those living in northern Minnesota are heard in Congress and the White House. I've been to northern Minnesota many times, even with Mr. Stauber's predecessor, Democrat Congressman Rick Nolan, and I've seen how important the mining industry is to the region, as it has been for over a century. I've also seen American mining companies' dedication to producing essential minerals with exemplary regard for their employees, the environment, and the communities in which they operate. In doing so, U.S. domestic mines set the global gold standard for responsible resource procurement. The Duluth Complex in northern Minnesota contains one of the largest deposits of minerals in the world, including the world's second largest deposit of copper. And according to S&P Global Market Intelligence, global copper demand is expected to double by current production in the next decade, driven primarily by the push to electrification. In fact, annual copper output from the Twin Metals project alone would support the production of 13,000 megawatts of wind turbine power or 10,000 megawatts of solar power per year. Yet from 2022 to 2023, U.S. copper production dropped by 11%, even as our net import reliance, meaning the amount of copper we have to buy from foreign sources, rose 46%. The Duluth Complex also contains world-class reserves of critical minerals such as cobalt and nickel. The Biden administration's recent actions to restrict access to the treasure trove of vital and increasingly scarce minerals simply does not make sense for our national security, for the people of northern Minnesota.
30 seconds, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman is recognized for additional 30 seconds.
The Biden administration's recent actions to restrict access to this treasure trove of vital and increasingly scarce minerals simply does not make sense for our national security, for the people of northern Minnesota, or even for President Biden's own mineral-intensive goals to build out renewable energy production and achieve net zero emissions. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3195 and reinstate Minnesotans' rights to access their abundant resources. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves and is prepared to close. The gentlelady from California.
No, I would like to respond.
Gentlelady is recognized.
The boundary waters are not a bathtub. The water flows from one place into the other. And in this case, the watershed flows north, meaning it would flow past the mine and into the protected wilderness. My colleague on the other side of the aisle says there would be no mining in the boundary waters, but there would be waste, there would be pollution in those waters because of the watershed. This is exactly why we should rely on the scientific process and the conclusion of the Forest Service that this mining would cause severe and irreparable harm. I have heard no rebuttal from the other side of the aisle to the fact that every sulfide ore copper mine in our country has, 100% of them, had leakages and environmental harm. I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time. Excuse me. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have been having hearings, markups, and floor votes on this issue for years. Administrations have canceled and reinstated these leases and then canceled them again. The Biden administration, unlike the previous administration, took the time and effort to do the process right. And they came to the considered decision, based on science, to cancel the wrongly reinstated leases and to protect the Boundary Waters region for the next 20 years. That decision is not just based on sound science. It also is based on community input, robust tribal consultation, and at the end of the day, on the best interests of the American people, because that is who these public lands belong to. That is who should benefit from these public lands. But a foreign company and politicians who bend to their interests don't like it. And as they've made clear in this Congress, their priority is not putting science first or protecting communities. Their priority is putting corporate polluters' profits above all else by any means necessary. My Republican colleagues say that the toxic mining industry needs certainty. Well, this is certainty. The Boundary Waters watershed is off limits. I welcome the opportunity to work across the aisle to reform the mining law. For example, to require royalty payments. That way we can build a sustainable future for the industry. But that part of the conversation, support of mining, needs to recognize that some places are too special and too risky, and some types of mining are too risky to do. Because at the end of the day, who would you choose? Your child's health? Our lands? Wilderness? Endangered species? Tourism jobs? Our local economy? Or would you choose a foreign company who wants to mine in a location that would hurt the environment, our economy, and our health? I know what I would choose. I urge opposition to this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Biden administration's mining policy is anywhere but America, any worker but the American worker. The Republicans refuse to allow child slave labor to happen. We refuse to allow the country, this great country, to purchase minerals mined by child slave labor in the Congo. We will not turn a blind eye to the atrocities and the slave labor happening in the Congo, where this administration wants to purchase its minerals. In closing, I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3195. The bottom line is that you can't be a proponent of national security, a proponent of reducing global emissions, and a proponent of fair labor, and yet be against domestic mining at the same time. Congress voted to spend billions of dollars on building out transmission and increasing renewable energy development, all of which require enormous amounts of copper, nickel, cobalt, and other minerals that can be sourced right here in the United States of America, in my home state of Minnesota. Issuing directives to pursue renewable energy development while at the same time denying access to the minerals needed to domestically manufacture the products simply does not make sense. The International Energy Agency estimates that achieving net zero by 2050 would require 6 times more mines than are currently operating today. And while the U.S. is blessed with an abundant mineral resources within our borders, domestic primary mine production of critical minerals, those defined by USGS as essential for our economic and national security, decreased by almost 25% from 2022 to 2023, forcing the U.S. to look elsewhere to source these materials. We cannot totally rely on our allies to access these vital resources. China currently dominates global production for over half of the materials on the critical minerals list. Biden's mining policy of anywhere but America, any worker but American, must be stopped. We can mine these minerals domestically under the best labor and environmental standards in the world. We know this all too well in northern Minnesota, where mining is our past, our present, and our future. If we get the politics out of the way, our mining future will be bright. Minnesotans know how to do it, and I urge adoption of this piece of legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to rescind Public Land Order 7917 to reinstate mineral leases and permits in the Superior National Forest to ensure timely review of mine plans of operations and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. McCollum of Minnesota moves to recommit the bill H.R. 3195 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentlelady request the yeas and nays?
Yes, I do.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A significant number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. We ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1173, I call up H.R. 764 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 167, H.R. 764, a bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to reissue regulations removing the gray wolf from the list of endangered and threatened wildlife under the Endangered Species Act of 1973.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designee. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 764.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 764, sponsored by my colleague, Congresswoman Boebert of Colorado. This bill instructs the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to reissue its 2020 final rule delisting the gray wolf from the endangered species list in the lower 48 states. Defining success under the Endangered Species Act is crucial not only for species but also for landowners. Understanding recovery goals and accurately measuring progress informs management actions needed to improve a species' health and habitat. When a species is recovered and is a candidate to be delisted, the achievement should be celebrated. Mr. Speaker, by every definition, the gray wolf is a recovered species and should be celebrated as an ESA success story. Gray wolf populations are healthy and thriving in every region where they are currently found. The Great Lakes region has the largest concentration of gray wolves in the lower 48 states, with approximately 4,200 wolves that inhabit the states of Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. The recovery plan and criteria for delisting the gray wolf in the Great Lakes is clear. The region must have a stable or increasing population of wolves in Minnesota and at least 200 wolves outside of the Minnesota population. According to the former wildlife biologist at the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, Nathan Roberts, these goals have been met since at least 1994. He went on to say, quote, "It is remarkable to note that given the natural lifespan of wolves, every wolf on the landscape in the Great Lakes region was born long after recovery goals were met," unquote. Backing up this record of success, in February, the service announced it had denied 2 petitions related to the gray wolf, one calling for wolves to be relisted in the northern Rocky Mountains ecosystem, and another calling for wolves to be relisted in the entire western United States. In denying these petitions, the service stated that wolves are, quote, not at risk of extinction in the western United States now or in the foreseeable future, unquote. The service also stated that wolf populations in the western United States had a healthy abundance, retained genetic diversity, had the ability to respond to high mortality events, and maintained adaptive capacity. This announcement, coupled with the fact that most wolves in the western United States are in states where they have already been delisted, shows that states are responsibly managing their wolf populations. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time the House of Representatives has debated wolf management. In 2011, Congress directed the service to reinstate a 2009 rule that delisted wolves in Idaho and Montana and prohibited judicial review. In fact, delisting the gray wolf in the lower 48 states has bipartisan support. In 2013, the Obama administration proposed delisting the gray wolf in the lower 48 states, and the Biden administration is currently appealing the federal court orders that are preventing the 2020 delisting rule from taking effect. This is a rare occurrence where the Biden administration is actually defending an action taken by the Trump administration. In 2018, the House of Representatives passed language similar to the bill before us today with the support of 9 Democrats, some of whom are still in Congress. Yet we are here again pursuing a delisting that should have been accomplished long ago. I urge my colleagues to celebrate the recovery of the gray wolf and support its delisting and the legislation that's before us today. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I turn to my own opening remarks, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to a gentleman from Virginia who is one of the most passionate and knowledgeable champions for wolf conservation in the Congress, Mr. Byer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Huffman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 764. Rather than celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Endangered Species Act and the many species our nation's most successful conservation legislation has saved, House Republicans have relentlessly targeted the ESA and the wildlife it has protected. As co-chair of the Congressional Endangered Species Caucus, I'm deeply concerned about how House Republicans have proposed to weaken this popular, bipartisan framework that preserves our nation's rich biodiversity. Today's scheme, a bill comically and ironically named Trust the Science Act, ignores what scientists are actually recommending to preserve the gray wolf iconic species and allow them to reach adequate recovery. The protections of the ESA have allowed gray wolf populations across the country to stabilize and regain strength. But if delisted nationally, gray wolves will once again be hunted and trapped to extinction. Some of the things that my friend has mentioned across the aisle, where they've been delisted in states, 90% of the wolves have been killed already. We've already seen proof of this in Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. Trophy hunting of these beautiful wolves has recently been reintroduced in Wisconsin, with states such as Michigan and Minnesota ready to follow suit. Just last week, the Washington Post reported that photos of muzzled, injured wolves have gone viral worldwide, inundating the Wisconsin Game and Fish Department with complaints. If we actually wanted to trust the science, we'd see the gray wolf has actually made progress in the recovery, but also that wolves in the northern Rocky Mountains are being killed in dramatic numbers, even the celebrated Yellowstone National Park's gray wolves. And why? To protect livestock? Wolves kill 9 out of every 100,000 cows in America. Wolves overwhelmingly feed on deer and elk, not farm animals, and prefer habitats with high forest coverage. Dogs kill twice as many cattle as wolves and 13 times more sheep. In Colorado, where wolves were recently reintroduced, so far they have killed 1 calf. Yet we don't say that all good dogs should go to the gravel pit when dogs kill twice as many cows as wolves. Premature listing not only hinders wolf research, but in this environment, it puts a nationwide target on gray wolf packs. I love my dog. I've seen the emotional complexity of canine consciousness, which they inherited from their ancestors. If you love your dog, thank a wolf. Wolf families are more like human families than almost any other species. They mate for life of their partner. They keep their children in the pack until they're old enough to look for a mate. Please read Farley Mowatt's Never Cry Wolf to see just how intelligent and charismatic these animals are. We're in the midst of a biodiversity crisis. Rather than weakening regulations that safeguard important carnivores who strengthen our ecosystems, we should supporting all current scientific efforts by fully funding the agencies that carry out ESA extinction preservation work. I know appropriation deadlines are quickly approaching. If you don't like species being delisted, I have a letter you can join. I urge my colleagues to reflect on the successes of the Endangered Species Act so far. A 99% success rate, one of the most effective pieces of legislation in our history, and why allocating adequate resources is essential to promoting species recovery and monitoring. Instead of mocking science, we should embrace it. So here's a scientific fact for the fearful among us. Not a single human being in the lower 48 states has been killed by a wolf in the last 100 years. I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 764, and I yield back.
And Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his eloquence and thoughtfulness, which stands in such contrast to the Kristi Noem School of Animal Welfare that we see reflected in the legislation before us. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out that although the accusations have been made that hunting would adversely affect the populations of wolves, that is contrary to proven data that we have from all species that are hunted. And in particular, in each state where wolves have been delisted, there is a state management plan in place that has been proven to be effective in managing wolf populations. Each state recovery plan calls for wolf populations to remain well above recovery goals, and science from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service proves that wolf populations remain healthy post-delisting. While states may vary on population size management, they all plan for and set policies to have a sustainable and secure population. And just to be clear, a reduction in population size is not the same as eliminating a population. Each state recovery plan calls for wolf populations to remain well above recovery goals. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, the sponsor of the legislation, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too stand here today celebrating the success story of the Endangered Species Act, seeing that the gray wolf has been fully recovered. I also stand today, Mr. Speaker, in defense of our farmers and our ranchers, just like the Farrell family in Grand County, Colorado, who has lost up to 5 of their cattle in a 10-day span in Colorado from wolves attacking their ranch in Grand County. In my home state of Colorado, out-of-touch Denver and Boulder leftists voted to reintroduce gray wolves. Since then, 10 wolves were reintroduced in December, and 8 have confirmed wolf livestock depredations and 6 separate incidents involving wolf attacks in Colorado just this month. My Trust the Science Act delists the gray wolf from the federal endangered species lists and returns the issue of the wolf management to states and tribal wildlife agencies. Again, a success story that we should be celebrating here today. Specifically, my bill requires the Secretary of Interior to reissue the 2022 Department of Interior final rule that delisted gray wolves in the lower 48 United States and ensures that the reassurance of the final rule will not be subject to judicial review. Gray wolves were first listed under the Endangered Species Preservation Act in 1967. That's 57 years ago. In 2009, the Obama administration upheld the decision to delist gray wolves when their Interior Secretary, Ken Salazar, a Democrat from Colorado, announced the decision at a press conference that the Fish and Wildlife Service decision to delist gray wolves was a, quote, a supportable one. Scientists have concluded that recovery has occurred, end quote. In 2011, Congress directed USFWS to reinstate a rule to delist the gray wolf in the Northern Rockies ecosystem. In 2013, the Obama administration proposed delisting gray wolves in the lower 48 states. In November of 2020, scientists and nonpartisan career employees at the Department of Interior once again found gray wolves were fully recovered and once again issued a rule that returned management of gray wolf populations to state and tribal wildlife agencies. Unfortunately, frivolous litigation was filed by the Defenders of Wildlife, Wild Earth Guardians, and other extremist groups, and an activist California judge subsequently pandered to these groups by vacating the 2020 rule and ultimately relisting the gray wolf by judicial fiat. In April of 2022, the Biden administration appealed the ruling of this California activist judge and supported the 2020 rule that delisted gray wolves in the lower 48 United States. In February of this year, the Biden administration announced a not warranted finding for 2 frivolous petitions that tried to list gray wolves under the ESA in the northern Rocky Mountains and in the western United States. In the 115th Congress, the House of Representatives passed similar legislation to my bill by a vote of 196 to 180, with 9 Democrats voting in favor of passage. State and tribal wildlife agencies have a proven record of successfully managing gray wolves. In fact, Montana's successful state management resulted in gray wolves being 500% above Fish and Wildlife Service recovery goals. Idaho's successful state management resulted in gray wolves being 700% above recovery goals. There are now, as estimated, up to 6,000 wolves in the lower 48. Furthermore, there are an estimated 7,000 to 11,000 gray wolves in Alaska, and there are an estimated 30,000 gray wolves in Canada. Again, an endangered species list success story. Let's do as my bill says, trust the bipartisan science, and pass this bill so we can finally delist the fully recovered gray wolf and focus scarce taxpayer funding on endangered species that actually need help being recovered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout this Congress, my Republican colleagues have tried at every turn to weaken our bedrock environmental laws, and the Endangered Species Act has, of course, been one of their favorites to attack. Once again, Republican leadership has taken an opportunity to vilify an endangered species today, here on this floor, to sacrifice it to their precious industry groups. Guns, oil, and polluters. That has come to be what the GOP stands for, at least in this Congress. Last summer, they rushed to the House floor with bills to increase the extinction risk of the lesser prairie chicken and the northern long-eared bat. Today, it is the iconic gray wolf. Do my Republican friends truly have nothing better to do with their time, with the time of this body? We should be working on issues that make a difference to everyday life in America. But this Congress has been mostly about Republicans fighting with each other in a circular firing squad, and the only time they seem to take a break from that is when they want to do something to enrich the wealthiest Americans, harm the environment, or now to kill wolves. This bill is falsely named. It's called the Trust the Science Act. And it would legislatively delist the gray wolf in the Endangered Species Act in the lower 48. That is not something that is done based on science. It is something this bill would do by political fiat. The gray wolf is one of America's most iconic species. And while it is making a comeback, the science and the facts on the ground tell us that it still needs help. This bill would make it so that not a single gray wolf in the United States, in the entire country, would be protected by the Endangered Species Act. Yes, it is true that the Yellowstone, the National Park wolf reintroduction, is one of the great success stories of the ESA. We saw that as apex predators, wolves help to rebalance and revitalize vibrant ecosystems, and flourishing wildlife populations in one of the crown jewels of our national park system. The ESA has kept the wolf from going extinct. We've gone from only several hundred wild wolves in America, and these were inhabiting northern parts of Michigan and Minnesota, to approximately 7,500 wolves today, with populations in at least 11 states. That is the ESA in action. It's a great success story, but that doesn't mean that we can just unfurl a banner and declare mission accomplished. And certainly not when folks who took wolves to the brink of extinction are ready to rev up the wolf killing machine once again and put us right back on that path to extinction. Wolf numbers have grown in the western United States, but the ESA rightly requires more than just population counts for delisting. Otherwise, we can quickly devolve right back to where we started. There are still a lot of factors that go into species recovery: habitat destruction, disease, the regulatory and recovery efforts by states that would have to take over management of the species if it is delisted, and a lot more. So the ESA requires that the Fish and Wildlife Service use the best available science to assess all of this, not just population numbers, before they make any delisting decisions. And importantly, the Fish and Wildlife Service must consult with tribes. Right now, the service is following these processes and developing a recovery plan. But if this bill was signed into law, all of that would be skipped. They would have to ignore any scientific evidence of remaining threats to the wolf. And this is the danger of legislatively delisting a species. While I believe my colleagues are capable of going onto Google and pulling up some population numbers on gray wolves, it is pretty brazen to suggest that they, as members of Congress, are more qualified than the scientists and experts with years of training to determine if a species is actually recovered. The ultimate goal of the ESA is to recover species and then set them up for success post-recovery. We need durable, not temporary outcomes. Passing this bill would simply call wolves recovered, but that does not make it so. The bill ignores science, and it sets a species back down the path to extinction by reinstating a Trump-era delisting rule that the courts have overturned because it violated the Endangered Species Act as well as the Administrative Procedure Act. This bill ignores the careful analysis of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service over the past year. It ignores the fact that although wolf populations are doing well in some places, they haven't met recovery goals in others. It does nothing to require federal consultation with tribes. And on top of that, there's nothing in the bill to push states to improve their conservation measures for wolves. When wolves were delisted in 2011 and 2021, some states raced to approve the killing of significant portions of their wolf populations, even using harvest quotas. States in the northern Rockies actually incentivized hunting. They paid hunters to kill wolves. Now, this does not demonstrate a commitment to conserving the species once it's delisted. All of these state policies would simply further villainize wolves and reward the type of killing that caused the population to crash in the first place. So no, a simple head count is not a scientifically sound basis for declaring open season on the gray wolf. My Republican colleagues know that what they're trying to do will never stand up to scrutiny in the courts. It would never stand up to consideration of the best available scientific and commercial data, and that's why this bill prohibits judicial review. And that really gives the game away. If you really trust the science, then you shouldn't be afraid of a little scrutiny. Based on the talking points that we've heard throughout this legislative process, this is all just so people can shoot more wolves. Why would Congress invest millions of taxpayer dollars in recovering this iconic species just to turn around and let states start killing them all over again? We'll hear a lot in debate today about how these apex predators, which are vital to our ecosystems, are scary, cold killers. That is ancient ignorance, not science. If we're lucky, we may even hear some of the wild conspiracy theories that we've heard in previous debates about larger, faster, more aggressive Canadian gray wolves. We've heard practically everything except the claim that these Canadian wolves have laser eyes. Look, Congress shouldn't be overriding conservation decisions made by scientists. Fortunately, we have this type of extreme, baseless language. We heard it a few years ago as dozens of Republicans made these claims during debate. I urge my colleagues and fellow conservationists to actually trust science, to vote no on this Trust the Ignorance Act. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the only rule that, or the only science that this bill would maybe not hold up to is the political science that's being pushed back and forth in this chamber today. If you look at the real wildlife management, we know that maintaining healthy populations of wolves also affects other species. And I would say if you could talk to an elk or a deer, you might ask them if a wolf is a violent killer, or talk to somebody's cattle, because they do kill. They are apex predators. We need them in the ecosystem, but we have to manage those numbers. And just because a species hasn't been recovered in its native range doesn't mean that that species should be on the endangered species list. If that were so, we would have black bear and elk on the endangered species list. The real science, the data shows that delisting the wolf and letting states manage the wolf population, we're not talking about wiping out the wolf population, we're talking about maintaining it at healthy levels. That is what would be best for the wolf and for all others concerned. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delisting the gray wolf does not mean we no longer monitor or manage the population. In fact, the exact opposite is true. But this bill allows state agencies who know their land and wildlife best, who already have management plans in place, to manage wolves in a way that protects life and property and allows all species in the ecosystem to thrive. Minnesota has the largest population of wolves in the lower 48. There's over 6,000 wolves in Minnesota, and they refer to the northern part of the state as the dead zone, because wolves have largely wiped out all other wildlife, the deer, the muskrats, the beavers, etc. It is our states, not the federal government, who supply the vast majority of time, money, and expertise to manage wildlife, and their record of success demonstrates clearly that species management is more effective when carried out by state and local agencies. It is state management agencies, not the federal government, that recovered and delisted the gray wolf in 2020, only to have radical enviro activists sued to keep them listed. For years, populations throughout the West have been well above the recovery thresholds prescribed in the Endangered Species Act. Yet officials in the Department of the Interior, being beholden to radical environmental NGOs, continually shift the recovery goalposts to keep species like the gray wolf and greater Yellowstone ecosystem grizzly bear listed as endangered, preserving their budget and control over Western lands. Instead of wasting taxpayer dollars on a recovered species, the Fish and Wildlife Service should focus its time and efforts on species that are actually at risk of becoming extinct. The science demonstrates how successful state management plans for the gray wolf have been. And the Fish and Wildlife Service's own research has stated that gray wolves are, quote, likely to retain a healthy level of abundance, end quote, and, quote, do not meet the definition of an endangered species or a threatened species, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is our state management officials, those who are on the ground and in the community, who are best equipped to manage our wildlife and conserve our environment, not unelected officials working from concrete buildings in Washington, D.C. Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho are classic examples of this fact. All three have maintained a recovered wolf population for well over 20 years. And contrary to what my colleague on the other side would say, that the plans that have been passed by the states would, quote, never pass judicial muster, the fact is just the opposite. In fact, it was the Circuit Court of Appeals right here in D.C. that ordered the Fish and Wildlife Service to delist the gray wolf in the state of Wyoming. I thank Ms. Boebert for introducing this common sense bill and encourage my colleagues to vote for its passage. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Lady yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when you call a bill the Trust the Science Act, you probably shouldn't rely so heavily on narratives that seem like a mix of Little Red Riding Hood and YouTube conspiracies about the chupacabra. You should actually listen to wildlife managers and scientists. And you should also be thoughtful about lessons that we have learned in the past. When federal delisting led to state management that adopted many of those stubborn anti-predator myths. We know what happens in many of these states when federal delisting occurs. In 2021, Idaho passed legislation allowing for 90% of their gray wolf population to be culled by nearly any means, including killing pups. And in Wisconsin, one hunting season alone wiped out over 30% of that state's gray wolf population. In Montana, they allowed increased bag limits, hunting of wolves just outside of national parks, a quota of 40% of the state's wolves. These states in the northern Rockies pay hunters up to $2,500 per gray wolf, and they've authorized expanding killing methods, including traps, snares, night vision equipment, bait, and motorized vehicles, using dogs to track and kill wolves. States have legalized the hunting of wolves under the guise of predator control, and with this designation, malice towards wolves is actually precluded from animal cruelty laws. And this has led to some disgusting acts of torture and abuse. Just last month, we saw that a man in Wyoming hunted down a wolf, struck the animal with a snow machine, and then muzzled the maimed wolf with duct tape, brought it in to show his buddies in a bar while it was suffering. This is the kind of tender mercy that apparently my colleagues across the aisle suggest for thoughtful management of the gray wolf. The punishment of this individual, by the way, a $250 fine. Not for the gruesome abuse of an animal, but for wrongful possession of live wildlife. If he'd simply killed it, there probably would have been no punishment at all. Wolves in Wyoming can be hunted year-round without a license. The identity of the hunter who kills the wolf is protected by state law. And hunting down the wolf and purposefully hitting it with a vehicle, that is also considered just hunting in Wyoming. House Republicans love to point to state management as the solution to our biodiversity crisis. And I think we all can agree that we should celebrate when species are successfully recovered and management is returned to states. However, this bill would turn over management to states that have proven an unwillingness, a stubborn unwillingness to conserve the species further, and that would put wolves at risk in the lower 48 states. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, running down any kind of animal and running over it with a vehicle is not considered hunting in any jurisdiction that I know of. That's illegal. It should not be tolerated, and it shouldn't be used as an example why wolves shouldn't be managed using traditional hunting methods and letting states manage those populations. So with that, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I want to just rebut my colleague from California. He put up a picture, a devastating picture, alleging that Republicans would do that to an animal. I utterly reject that type of behavior on the House floor, and he knows better. I thank my colleague from Colorado for bringing H.R. 764, the Trust the Science Act, to the House floor for consideration. This legislation would have an enormously positive impact on my state of Minnesota, where the gray wolf populations has more than recovered. The Minnesota Department of Natural Resources estimates Minnesota's gray wolf population to be roughly around 2,700, which greatly exceeds the Endangered Species Act recovery goal for the state. However, many experts, hunters and farmers with boots on the ground estimate the real number to be anywhere from 5,000 to 6,000. And the majority of Minnesota's gray wolf population resides in the district I represent in northern Minnesota, placing the burden directly on the people I represent. In the meetings I have held throughout my district, I am constantly hearing from my constituents who are fed up with the dramatic rise in the wolf population. Whether it's the hunters who have been reporting low deer numbers, farmers and ranchers who have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of livestock, or grief-stricken families whose pets have been killed by a gray wolf. The overall consensus is that something needs to change. Administration after administration have attempted to delist this species only to have well-funded activist groups come out of the woodwork to challenge these efforts with litigation. Most recently, activist judge in California, living hundreds of miles away from the gray wolf country, ordered the Biden administration to relist the gray wolf. The Trust the Science Act would delist the gray wolf in the lower 48 and ensure this action is not subject to judicial review, eliminating the constant back and forth that we have seen play out in the courts over the years. And contrary to what some may argue, this bill does not throw out protections for the gray wolf. It simply turns management of the species over to wildlife managers in each of the individual states. States then will be able to enact fit-for-purpose protections for the specific needs of the species in each respective state. As the title of this bill appropriately conveys, we need to trust the best available science, which considers the gray wolf to be an Endangered Species Act success story. We cannot continue to allow activist judges and radical environmentalists to weaponize the Endangered Species Act at the expense of other species and the communities we represent. Mr. Speaker, Minnesotans treasure wildlife. While we celebrate the recovery of the gray wolf, we also believe it should be our right to responsibly manage our state's population. It's time to remove the gray wolf from the endangered species list once and for all. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Trust the Science Act so we can get federal bureaucracy out of the way and finally allow state agencies to create wolf management plans that meet the unique circumstances and conditions in each state. The people we represent think that we should also do that. Mr. Chair, I yield back. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentlelady from Colorado brought up tribes in her opening remarks, and I'm glad because we should be talking about and thinking about tribes on this subject. Tribes are not interested in scaring people into killing wolves. For many tribes, wolves are sacred. They're an integral part of the land-based identity that shapes their communities, beliefs, and customs. Like bears, wolves are considered closely related to humans by many North American tribes. And the origin stories of some Northwest coastal tribes tell of their first ancestors being transformed from wolves into men. In Shoshone mythology, the wolf plays the role of the noble creator god, while in Anishinaabe mythology, a wolf character is the brother and true best friend of the culture hero. Among the Pueblo tribes, wolves are considered one of the 6 directional guardians associated with the East and the color white, and associated with protection, ascribing to them both healing and hunting powers. Wolves are also one of the most common clan animals in Native American cultures. Tribes with wolf clans include the Creek, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Chippewa, Algonquin, along with the Shawnee and the Menominee, Iroquois tribes, Plains tribes like the Caddo and Osage, the Pueblo tribes of New Mexico, and Northwest coastal tribes. It's essential that the United States government uphold its trust responsibilities to engage in meaningful, good faith consultation with all affected Indian tribes. Unfortunately, but not surprisingly, tribes were not consulted as the treaty and trust responsibilities require when the Trump administration delisted the gray wolf. That's unacceptable. Ignoring tribal voices erodes tribal sovereignty. Now, after the wolf was delisted, tribes sued the state of Wisconsin for violating tribal treaty rights by authorizing the hunting of hundreds of wolves in 2021. No wonder this bill attempts to bar judicial review. Tribes should be allowed to lead in identifying conservation measures for the wolf population that are culturally sensitive. If this legislation is enacted, tribes will have been left out of the process yet again, and they will face further violations of their treaty rights by state actions. During the hearing on this bill, the Fish and Wildlife Service reaffirmed its commitment to consulting with tribes during its species status review, and I was glad to hear this commitment. I believe the United States government's relationship with tribes and the conservation of wolves will both be better for it. This bill, which reinstates the Trump rule, which tribes opposed and were not consulted on, would further erode our government's trust responsibilities to tribes while putting the gray wolf at risk. We should reject this political attempt to sidestep science and federal trust responsibilities and instead let the Fish and Wildlife Service do its job. Go through a species status review in meaningful consultation with tribes and follow the best available science. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the Chairman of the Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Chair Westerman. You know, I don't think I've encountered such an amazing display of ignorance regarding the nature of a wolf until this afternoon. A wolf is not a pet dog. It's not some schnauzer or golden retriever or a dachshund. It is the truth of the matter, a natural-born killer. That's what it does for a living. That's how it stays alive. It kills things. It eats them. And it does not kill them in a kind and humane fashion. It's a wolf. We would be led otherwise to believe by what we've been hearing from the other side of the aisle. It's obvious to me that those who have suggested that ranchers are apparently not to be concerned about haven't grown up on a ranch, as did I. They don't have a clue about what it's like to have to get up in the middle of the night to try to go out and protect your livelihood from nocturnal killers like wolves. They don't get it, they don't want to get it, they don't want to understand it because they don't have to. The people I represent do have to deal with wolves back in Oregon, and in some of the most awkward situations. Highway 395 cuts my district basically in half. My district, by the way, CD2 in Oregon, is bigger than the state of Washington. It is bisected by this highway, and on one side the wolves are listed, on the other they are not. In some places, this highway runs right through the middle of a single ownership ranch. So you can imagine, the wolf kills an animal on one side where it's protected and runs to the other, it's not. Or vice versa. Hardly a situation that benefits folks trying to make a living. To suggest that there's a balance in Yellowstone, you haven't read the most recent report about Yellowstone, apparently. You should. There's some argument that the wolf brought some sort of natural balance back to Yellowstone. Not true. Read the report. Mr. Speaker, I have a question. How many wolves is enough? We have about 250, something like that, wolves in Oregon, 25 packs. That's been determined to be adequate for the survival of the wolf. That's enough under the ESA. But we have 2,500 to 3,500 in Minnesota. That's a few more than I think is necessary, don't you, Mr. Speaker? We have 60,000 wolves in Canada. 60,000, and the number is growing because it's almost impossible to slow the growth down. We have 5,000 to 6,000 wolves in Alaska. So, Mr. Speaker, how many wolves is enough? That's really the question we should be asking, because the Endangered Species Act doesn't require an abundance of these natural-born killers. It requires enough that we still have them around. No one's disputing that. And to suggest that 90% of the wolves were killed in Idaho, not true. There are over 1,000 wolves still in Idaho to this day. The exact count's difficult. Wolves are smart. They're intelligent creatures. They learn, and so it becomes more and more and more difficult to control them. The reason they need to be delisted is so that we have some means of controlling an apex predator. An apex predator, one of these things that once you have them, they're very hard to control. Being listed makes it almost impossible. It's odd when we have language in the report from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that states unequivocally, I'll read you page 15 of the report dated February 1st of 2024. Specifically, now and until the foreseeable future, wolves are likely to retain a healthy level of abundance. Given the assumption in our model, our analysis projections indicate there is no risk of quasi-extinction in the next 100 years on any of our future scenarios. Under any, this is U.S. Fish and Wildlife talking, more specifically according to the population projections for forecasting model, which incorporates Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, minimum management commitments from delisting, we project there would be at least 739 wolves throughout Idaho, Montana, Oregon, Washington, Wyoming for the next 100 years. Mr. Speaker, Of course we need the delisting. It's the way that we are going to be able to protect, if at all, and control the number of wolves that now inhabit the United States. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friends across the aisle have a pretty selective interest in numbers. They seem to want to take a single aggregate number for the wolf population in the United States and legislatively delist that population in a way that contravenes science, contravenes the way the Endangered Species Act is supposed to work, but they ignore a lot of other numbers. So let's talk about some numbers. First of all, when we try to scare people about wolves, we should probably acknowledge that you are far more likely to die falling out of bed than from a gray wolf attack. My colleague, Mr. Beyer, explained that not once in the last 100 years has someone died from a wolf attack in the United States. Wolves rarely attack people, and in the majority of documented cases, which are very few, humans ended up provoking the wolf or feeding it to cause that encounter. Further, wolves are a minimal threat to livestock, despite the hue and cry that we hear about this. Wolves are responsible for the loss of fewer than 0.02% of livestock every year. Dogs and coyotes are responsible for far greater numbers of livestock losses, and even those losses fall well behind losses due to illness or weather. While there is inherent risk in raising livestock in wolf habitat, the losses are small. And importantly, ranchers are compensated for any financial loss due to wolf predation. And we need to base listing, delisting, and all other wildlife management decisions on science, not conspiracy theories, not unfounded fears, not myths, not political whims. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, what a success we're celebrating here today, the Endangered Species Act, and it worked with the wolf. It worked. It's recovered. We should be celebrating that here today. And don't take our word for it. Take these 26 scientists' names right behind me. So we've heard repeatedly today about how we should be trusting science. Scientists are not saying that. I will put these scientists, these wildlife biologists, up against any scientists here in America that are in the upper Great Lakes states. They sent a letter to the Fish and Wildlife Service 10 years ago saying, delist the wolf. It is recovered, and you're going to endanger the Endangered Species Act if you don't delist a recovered species. So the fine state of Wisconsin, in which I represent the 7th Congressional District, was impugned. In particular, the hunters of the state of Wisconsin. We've had 3 successful wolf hunts, 2011, 12, and 13, and then once again in 2021. Each time, the numbers rebounded right back to where they were before, or even grew even more. That's a sign of having a successful hunt, that you're managing the population in an appropriate manner. One of the most eminent predator biologists appeared before our committee last year and spoke about that, how up to 30%, 29% being the exact number, but up to about 30% of take can happen of a particular species, and it still will recover. That is peer-reviewed science, and that's why you see these 26 eminent wildlife biologists saying that the wolf should be delisted. I want to talk a little bit about dead animals and killing cattle. It's not the cattle that they kill that causes the harm to a rancher or a farmer. It's the reduction in production. It is the reduction in the amount of milk that a dairy cow produces when they're stirred up by wolves tracking them. It's the reduced rate of gain for a beef farmer. That's what puts farmers out of business in wolf country, not the actual killing of the animal. So you can cite these arcane statistics like this. That does not get at the heart of the harm that it does to farmers. It's time to let the states manage the wolf population Because there are other species, as was said in our hearing, that perhaps we should be dedicating time to. So if you have a recovered species, and additional time is being put, additional time and effort by, like the Fish and Wildlife Service, into a species that's already recovered, like the wolf, we aren't able to deal with other species. May I? So it requires additional resources for species that may be headed in that direction. As these 26 wildlife biologists said in their letter that they sent 10 years ago, the ultimate danger in not delisting the wolf, a recovered species, is that you're going to endanger the Endangered Species Act and diminish its value. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The legislation before us would take a significant step backward in protecting gray wolves from extinction by legislatively delisting the species across its entire range without any scientific analysis. As I said before, every one of us in this room probably has an opinion on whether wolves should be delisted, but in many ways, that shouldn't matter. Congress has no business listing and delisting species. We aren't scientific experts tasked with assessing population numbers, recovery goals, and continued threats to those species. Unfortunately, if Congress delists the species, states that have so far demonstrated a stubborn unwillingness to conserve the species will be left responsible for leading recovery and management efforts. The gray wolf was nearly eliminated from the landscape because these types of anti-predator laws decimated the population, leading to the listing of the species under the ESA in the 1970s. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill to provide a necessary backstop if Congress legislatively delists the gray wolf. At the very least, the infrastructure needs to be in place to stop excessive killings or any other threats to wolves if they start decimating the population and sending it back toward extinction. So my language would create that backstop. It's simple. If the population declines too much, then emergency list the species, providing 240 days of protection while the service conducts a status review. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
We'll close.
Gentleman reserves.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
From California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to reject H.R. 764. As we've heard today, this is a bill based on fear, ignorance, and conspiracy theories. It condones the inhumane killing of wolves. Our Republican colleagues have made it clear that they intend to convince the nation that wolves are just cold killers. Well, maybe that's good politics in some places, to vilify wolves, to stoke the inhumane killing of wolves, running them over with snowmobiles and trucks, trapping, torturing, finally shooting them, maybe after you put duct tape around their mouth and brought them in as a trophy to show your buddies at a bar. All of that might work in some places, but most Americans understand the value of wolves. They understand that these creatures are foundational to ecosystem functions. They keep prey in check. Most Americans admire the intricate social structures of the wolf pack. They want to live in balance with nature, including predators. This bill ignores the science, turns a blind eye to tribal treaty rights, and removes judicial oversight of the delisting process to reinstate a faulty Trump-era rule. The gray wolf was listed as endangered because predator control methods of the past had nearly eliminated the wolf from the landscape. Reinstating the Trump-era delisting rule will bring those anti-predator laws and policies right back into action and put us right back on the path to extinction. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this sham legislation and yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. The gray wolf is a recovered species. The administration is ignoring the facts. They are derelict in their duties, and it's time for Congress to act. As we have heard from members today, the impacts of an unmanaged wolf population are growing and will continue to grow as long as the administration doesn't take action, and that is why Congress must take action. I want to emphasize that passing this bill does not declare open season on wolves, as some would have you to believe. Rather, it puts the management of wolves where it should be, with state game and fish departments. They are the ones that are best able to manage the wildlife in their states. My colleagues across the aisle talk a big game about supporting state fish and wildlife agencies, but as we see here today, when the rubber meets the road, really talk is all that it is. Today, by passing this bill, Congress would celebrate an ESA success story and confirm that what 3 successive presidential administrations of both political parties have tried to do. It is time for every member of this chamber to reject the political science, examine the facts, trust the facts, and delist the gray wolf. I want to thank Congresswoman Boebert for her leadership on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Issue regulations removing the gray wolf from the list of endangered and threatened wildlife under the Endangered Species Act of 1973.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Huffman of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 764 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1173, I call up H.R. 615 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
164 H.R. 615, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture from prohibiting the use of lead ammunition or tackle on certain federal land or water under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 615.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 615, sponsored by my colleague, Congressman Whitman of Virginia. This common sense bill protects hunters and anglers' ability to continue using cost-effective lead ammunition and fishing equipment in our National Wildlife Refuge System. At the same time, this legislation gives the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service the flexibility to make targeted decisions on lead use in refuges based on sound, site-specific science and in coordination with state fish and wildlife agencies. In the United States, sportsmen's and women's participation is crucial to the success of wildlife conservation. The North American model of wildlife conservation operates on 7 interdependent principles. Embedded in these principles are sound science, active management, and access to hunting and fishing. This model is a success story that is best characterized by the millions of dollars paid by hunters and anglers for wildlife conservation each year through excise taxes on the equipment that they use. In fiscal year 2024, the service apportioned nearly $1 billion in receipts from excise taxes on firearms manufacturers. Of that, $800 million was targeted to wildlife restoration. Similarly, $381 million was generated from excise taxes on fishing equipment for fish conservation. Last year, after significant pushback from stakeholders and members of Congress, the Fish and Wildlife Service denied a petition from far-left environmental groups to ban the use of lead ammunition and tackle throughout the system. However, the Fish and Wildlife Service is still pressing ahead with refuge-specific lead bans. In its 2023-2024 hunting and sport fishing regulations for the system, the service is banning the use of lead ammunition and tackle in 8 refuges. It tries to lessen the blow by expanding access for hunting and fishing in 3 other refuges, but this expansion also includes a lead ban. Why does this matter? It's about access and how the service's actions are limiting access. In 2021, the National Shooting Sports Foundation concluded that lead-free hunting ammunition is on average almost 25% more expensive than lead. Not only are alternative materials such as copper more expensive, but this administration also continues to push policies that prohibit mining such resources here in America. Their lead bans will result in decreased hunting and fishing participation for all but the wealthy and the reduction in wildlife conservation and restoration funding. Instead of regulating hunters and anglers off of our federal lands, the service should be working with state managers, conservation organizations, and sportsmen and women. Where lead is shown to cause harm to wildlife populations, it should be addressed accordingly. But a system-wide ban or refuge-by-refuge bans where no scientific link can be made is the wrong approach and ultimately undermines wildlife conservation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 615, a bill that incorrectly claims in its title that recreation access is threatened by efforts to protect wildlife from lead poisoning. Instead, this legislation could actually reduce the areas open to our sportsmen and women because it is a wrong-headed attempt to take away a common-sense tool for allowing sustainable hunting and fishing. Specifically, this bill would ban the Fish and Wildlife Service, the BLM, and the Forest Service from prohibiting or regulating the use of lead ammunition or tackle on federal lands that are made available for hunting and fishing. Now, lead regulations and bans actually make sense. When wildlife forage for food, they inadvertently consume spent shot or tackle that is left in the environment. This lead accumulates in animal tissue, where it causes neurological and immune system impairments and anemia, slowly poisoning these animals until they die. And when one animal dies of lead poisoning, the lead accumulated in its tissue then becomes a hazard to scavenging animals. And we see this in species like the bald eagle and the California condor. In fact, scientific evidence shows that over 130 animal species, including humans, have been exposed to or killed by lead shot or ammunition, whether directly or by ingesting prey poisoned with lead. 20 million birds and other animals die each year from lead poisoning. We know lead is a neurotoxin, and the science is clear that many species are negatively impacted. Now, in a study from the USGS, almost half of all examined bald eagles exhibited symptoms of lead toxicity. The California condor was nearly driven to extinction by lead poisoning, leading the Republican governor of my state, California, at the time, to implement lead ammunition restrictions in condor habitat. Now, some states, such as Maine, Vermont, and California, have instituted lead ammunition and fishing tackle restrictions. This bill could make it extremely difficult for federal land managers in those states to simply carry out those same logical beneficial restrictions on federal lands. Now, banning lead products when we know they pose harm is not a radical idea. We've banned lead in paint, pipes, and household items because we know lead poisoning is a serious problem, and scientists are continuing to discover further evidence of its harm to people and wildlife. Here's the thing. There are ample alternatives to lead-based tackle and ammo at virtually the same price. People already can and do use these alternatives in areas where lead is banned. No one is losing access due to lead bans, but our wildlife and habitats are safer because of them. It's a win-win. So why are Republicans pushing this bill? Well, I can't say for sure, but I can tell you that at the hearing on this bill, Republican members and witnesses didn't have much to say about lead bans causing problems for hunters and fishers. What they aired was their ideological opposition to anything that regulates firearms in any context for any reason, including ammunition. So let's not pretend that this bill is about solving a problem for sportsmen and women. This bill would likely result in closures of hunting and fishing areas. The National Wildlife Refuge System's mission is to conserve, manage, and restore wildlife and their habitats for future generations. In the face of a changing climate, habitat loss, disease, and other pressures, our wildlife increasingly relies on the protections and resources of the refuge network. And that's why, by law, refuges cannot be opened for hunting or fishing if doing so is incompatible with the purpose of the refuge. And many of these refuges were established to recover and conserve endangered species. Well, guess what happens if refuge managers can no longer restrict lead ammo and tackle? Well, they're going to face a dilemma. What happens when they are faced with a decision to opening an area to hunting and fishing or not opening it? If they're concerned that lead-based gear could jeopardize endangered or threatened species, then the most likely outcome will be to not allow any hunting. They'll have no choice but to close off these habitats to hunting and fishing. You have to think through the consequences of poorly written legislation like this. Now, committee Democrats have been pointing this out for months, but House Republicans are forging ahead full speed. Preventing the federal management of pollutants does nothing to protect or even maintain access, and it is in direct opposition to the conservation goals shared by sportsmen and women and federal land managers. The hearing on this bill shed a lot of light for me on the thinking behind it. When it comes to guns and now ammo, any type of restriction is too much for Republican ideology, even if it means closing off hunting areas for actual gun users. But that's where we are, and that's why they refuse to move forward on common sense gun safety regulations and assault weapon bans and other things the American people overwhelmingly support. And that's the problem. House Republicans need to listen to the people instead of pushing an ideological agenda that Americans are not asking for. The entire House schedule this week misses the mark. It elevates right-wing ideology over the actual needs of the American people. And it tells us once again what the GOP has devolved to. It stands, unfortunately, for guns, oil, and polluters. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The rule this administration put out has absolutely nothing to do with protecting wildlife, with wildlife conservation, or with protecting human health. And as the gentleman alluded to, I believe this bill probably is more aimed at restricting the sale of ammunition and any kind of attack they can take on our Second Amendment rights. This bill will hurt conservation. It's senseless. It's based on no facts. The Fish and Wildlife Service can't produce a document to show why they should ban lead ammunition or lead fishing tackle. It's simply another move by an administration that wants to write the law instead of letting Congress write the laws and them enforce the laws. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the sponsor of the legislation, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as a lifelong hunter and recreational fisherman in support of my bill, H.R. 615, the Protecting Access for Hunters and Anglers Act. You know, our hunters and anglers are really the backbone of this nation. They are the contributors that put a tremendous amount of resources into protecting the resources that we all enjoy. Why would we want to restrict their access? America is blessed with an abundance of natural resources. These refuges belong to the American people. Why wouldn't we want them to use them to the maximum utility for everybody, not just for a small group that decides that they want to go to court? The Trump administration opened up 2.3 million acres of the refuge system for the owners of the system. Gosh, that makes some sense, doesn't it? In response, anti-fishing and hunting groups sued, claiming lead ammunition and tackle would negatively impact endangered species on the National Wildlife Refuge System. And certainly there are limited instances where you can show an association there, but not carte blanche. You don't just say, hey, we're going to close the whole thing down because of some isolated incidents. In 2022, the Biden administration reached a settlement and pretty much said, hey, listen, we're going to go forward with the lead ban for fishing tackle and for ammunition. And for those that said, oh, it's not a big deal because you can substitute other materials and it's kind of the same price, or people have never gone to hunt and fish before, don't know what the heck they're talking about. If you take a lead sinker that you're now replace with tungsten, you have to know by common sense, tungsten is going to cost more than lead, significantly more. And when you have a family that's suffering through Bidenomics, suffering from higher fuel prices, when they go to the pump today and paying almost $4 a gallon, when they're paying more for a loaf of bread and a dozen eggs, and you say, by the way, we're going to have government charge you more in something that can be avoided, and then for them to say, oh, we're making it difficult for the feds to regulate. Isn't that our job? Shouldn't we make sure our federal government is doing its due diligence in regulating? But no, we want to have a side that says we want more cost in the American people. We don't even want them to enjoy their pastimes. We want them to suffer at the pump. We want them to suffer at the grocery store. And now we want to make them suffer by not being able to enjoy the lands that belong to them. How ironic is that? Add more suffering on more suffering on more suffering. We, Lord forbid, don't want to make it difficult for government to regulate. Where are we? This is an alternate universe. We want to make sure that we are ensuring that these lands are accessible to the people that own them. And these are sportsmen that put a tremendous amount of money into the system. The Duck Stamp Act, the Pittman-Robertson Act, the Dingell-Johnson Act put millions and millions of dollars into the system every year. Hunters and anglers help protect these assets. They protect the natural resources on these public lands. I want to make sure that we are able to support them, make sure that we don't add to the cost of them being able to enjoy those lands. This bill ensures that federal agencies have to do their due diligence. It doesn't stop them from limiting lead use on these properties, but it assures that they have to use the science. They have to demonstrate in these instances, in these specific situations, that they have the science behind limiting lead use, not just carte blanche bans.
I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
I want to make sure the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of the Agriculture have to do their due diligence to show that there is indeed a scientific purpose behind these lead restrictions. We want to make sure we are effectively managing our lands and our natural resources in ways that keep in mind the American citizen. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reality check. No one has lost hunting or angling access because of lead, ammunition, or tackle restrictions. That has not happened. But if you take away this management tool from fish and wildlife managers and you allow lead pollution and lead poisoning to continue to build up, you will start to see the loss of that access. This ready, shoot, aim approach to wildlife management is actually going to hurt the people that the gentleman says he wants to protect. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a proud member of the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus, in fact, a past co-chair, and I'm dedicated to protecting and expanding access to hunting and fishing opportunities throughout the United States. Sportsmen and women are some of the country's leading conservationists, and I applaud their work to protect lands and wildlife for current and future generations. However, this bill before us today is not a conservation bill, In fact, it drives a wedge in the deep partnerships between sportsmen and women and federal land managers who have worked together for decades to identify strategies to allow hunting and fishing in ethical ways that help fish and wildlife population thrive. Federal land managers have the authority and the mission to manage their lands in a way that contributes to the conservation of wildlife, and they must ensure that any actions that occur on the lands that they manage do not cause jeopardy to endangered or threatened species. This bill conflicts with the Endangered Species Act, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, the National Wildlife Refuge Administration Act, and other land management laws by prohibiting any regulation of lead, ammunition, or tackle, even when scientific analysis conducted under those laws determined that lead is causing a decline in a population of animals or is not compatible with the uses of the wildlife refuge. Particularly for the National Wildlife Refuges, this bill is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how hunting and fishing are managed on wildlife refuges. Under the National Wildlife Refuge Administration Act, the refuges are closed to hunting and fishing until they are opened by the annual hunt-fish regulations the Fish and Wildlife Service publishes. In those regulations, the Fish and Wildlife Service identified the places, the types of hunting and fishing available, the restrictions such as no hunting or fishing at night, no motorized boat, etc., and the times those opportunities are available. This regulation is published after careful analysis of whether such actions are compatible with the goals and the purposes of each refuge. And the Fish and Wildlife Service also assesses if the regulation has any impacts under the Endangered Species Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, and other laws. So if we play out this bill before us today, one can easily imagine scenarios where the best available science under the Endangered Species Act shows that hunting or fishing with lead, ammunition, or tackle will lead to a decline in the listed species. At that point, the Fish and Wildlife Service has a choice to make. Do they allow hunting or fishing with lead, ammunition, or tackle in violation of the Endangered Species Act, or do they close off that area to hunting and fishing? They've already been sued for allowing the use of lead in the violation of the ESA. They would simply avoid lawsuits by keeping that area closed to future hunting and fishing. This bill is going to be counterproductive to the goals of the sponsors. It is likely that it will result in less lands available for hunting and fishing, limiting access to sportsmen and women. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permit it, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. This amendment would ensure that sportsmen and women won't be harmed by reduced access to hunting and fishing if this bill is enacted, by tasking the Fish and Wildlife Service and its partners with analyzing the likely outcomes of this legislation and assessing whether they would have to close areas to hunting and fishing to comply with this bill and other laws, such as the Endangered Species Act and the National Wildlife Refuge Administration Act. It's common sense to assess the possible outcomes of legislation before it takes effect. And in this case, Democrats have been asking these difficult questions with little response from the Republicans. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. Thank you, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. Reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I serve as the co-chair of the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus, and I would like to point out that not only does the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation endorse this legislation, so do organizations such as the Mule Deer Foundation, the American Sport Fishing Association, Ducks Unlimited, Delta Waterfowl, the who's who of sportsmen and women's organizations support this legislation, and I ask unanimous consent to submit this list of endorsements.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of H.R. 615, the Protecting Access for Hunters and Anglers Act of 2023, led by my friend, Mr. Whitman of Virginia. In 2022, the National Fish and Wildlife Service proposed to ban lead ammunition and tackle in 7 national wildlife refuges by 2027. To put it plainly, this rule makes no sense whatsoever. It's simply another example of the Biden administration giving in to radical environmentalists who do not hunt nor fish in our national refuges. America's hunters and anglers contribute over $1 billion a year, $1 billion a year in conservation funding via taxes on outdoor equipment like ammunition and tackle. On top of that, lead products are significantly cheaper than their lead-free counterparts, often costing 25% more. Everything, thanks to Bidenomics, everything from gasoline to fishing tackle. Why is it that this administration tries to limit access to wildlife refuges and jeopardize critical wildlife funding dollars? Hunters and anglers are the original conservationists, and without regulation, based on science, this rule does nothing but hurt the environment it's attempting to protect. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Arkansas for yielding, and I thank my colleague from Virginia for introducing this bill, the Protecting Access for Hunters and Anglers Act of 2024. This is a poorly decided agreement on a court case when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as you just heard, was actually sued by the Center for Biological Diversity, sued the Department of Interior, and this agreement was, well, we'll just throw them 7 of our national wildlife refuges to get them to go away. That's not the best science. It's not based on science at all. And in fact, it's best regulated by the states. And our colleague across the aisle even said some states have actually shut down areas because of lead issues. That's what all of these states should be doing. Managing these resources themselves, not from some bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. trying to settle a lawsuit and throwing away people's rights to enjoy the land. Because millions of Americans, including myself, are avid outdoorsmen and women who greatly enjoy hunting and fishing, and we depend on reliable access to these public lands and waters. And that's why a ban on the cost-effective traditional lead ammo and tackle is so concerning. It will affect hunters, it will affect recreational and commercial anglers, and it will simply increase the cost, which will reduce the participation by those who enjoy these two American pastimes. And we will lose, as you heard earlier from my good friend from Georgia, it's a 25% higher cost for the non-lead ammo versus the traditional lead ammo. And when you start cutting that, you're going to cut the excise tax that actually provides money for wildlife conservation here in America. States already have the ability, as I mentioned earlier, to regulate lands for conservation purposes. Instead of these federal mandates, we should be leaning on the states that know an area's conservation needs better than anyone else. State-driven public-private partnerships are much better than top-down federal mandates that do not take into consideration site-specific science necessary to make these decisions. In fact, the Center for Biological Diversity, in their suit, they said that lead hunting and fishing on these lands might or could create lead issues. Could, might. There's no science there, Mr. Speaker. None. None. This is strictly a top-down land grab. So I want to urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill. We must protect our hunting and fishing and our national wildlife refuges. Let's leave it to the states and local authorities to decide what can and can't be used on public lands, and keep the Biden administration's Green New Deal agenda out of these great American pastimes. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman pointing out some important facts about how this rule came to be from this administration that's anything but transparent. It's an administration that rejects any kind of oversight. I couldn't even start to tell you how much information they're behind on sending to the committee that we've requested just so we can do oversight. But I can imagine how this meeting probably went down. You know, the radical environmental groups go over to the administration to have a meeting, and the administration says, well, there's no facts, no science, nothing that supports what you're wanting to do. But you know, wink, wink, if you were to sue us and we went to court, then we could settle that. And, you know, maybe we'll give you a half dozen to a dozen refuges that we will ban lead on, and that would make their friends happy. And I think that's exactly what happened. And that's why we're here today with a bill in Congress to say you can't do that. Enough is enough. Manage these lands for the public, not for your special interest radical environmental groups. And I think Congress has to take the lead on this. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I am continually puzzled by the things that my friends across the aisle embrace and seem to hold sacred, from toilets that require 5 gallons for every flush to inefficient incandescent light bulbs that even the market and consumers want nothing to do with. And of course, today we hear this love affair with lead. I think it is really important to remember that the science is really clear. Lead is harmful to both humans and wildlife. It causes neurological, behavioral, muscular, and cognitive impairment. The Center for Disease Control states there's no acceptable amount of lead exposure, none. In my home state of California and many other places, we have almost lost iconic species, the California condor in our case, because of lead ammunition and the way it bioaccumulates in the environment, especially for scavengers like the condor. We cannot save the condor, even though we've had a very successful reintroduction, even though there are signs that we could recover this species, but we can't do it if we have this stubborn rule that restrictions on lead ammunition are off the table because of Republican ideology. So look, we have hundreds of studies documenting that lead ammo and tackle cause both acute and chronic lead poisoning. Its impact on hundreds of species and millions of individuals is not even debatable. And yet this bill requires a completely unworkable standard for fish and wildlife managers to even consider restricting lead. It would require the Secretary to determine, quote, a decline in wildlife population at the specific unit of federal land or water. They would have to determine that lead is the primary cause of that decline, and they would have to use field data from that specific unit of federal land or water. This is a completely unworkable standard. That's why the National Wildlife Refuge Association has pointed out that it is functionally impossible. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I too am prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of points have been made about this bill, but I think the one that needs discussion in my closing remarks are the fact that this bill seems to have achieved the unthinkable. It is bad for literally everyone. It is bad for wildlife, as it restricts land managers' ability to limit harmful lead pollution in the environment. It conflicts with the Endangered Species Act, Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and land management laws such as the National Wildlife Refuge Administration Act. It's bad for states. It is unclear whether federal land managers could even carry out state laws that ban the use of certain types of lead ammunition or tackle on neighboring federal lands. And it's even bad for hunters and anglers who will be left with less land and water available for hunting and fishing because of this wrong-headed legislation. Now, you might think that this bill would be a boon for the gun industry, but even there, it's hard to see how less land available for hunting would somehow lead to greater gun and ammunition sales. Most hunters and anglers want to contribute to improving wildlife conservation in this country, but this bill makes their efforts more difficult. So at the end of the day, the only thing that this bill does is score a few cheap political points by yet again villainizing the big bad government for doing its job. In this case, for carrying out key wildlife conservation laws and keeping hunting areas open. I urge all my colleagues to reject H.R. 615 and yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, hunters and anglers are the backbone of American wildlife conservation efforts and are invested in the long-term health of wildlife. It is important that Congress comes to their defense against ideologically driven and unscientific decisions that limit access to our public lands. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the big bad government was really basing their actions on science, why did they randomly pick 7 wildlife refuges? Why didn't they propose this across the nation? Again, this is a classic sue and settle. They got sued by their friends in the radical environmental groups, and they decided to settle and give them a little consolation prize of a few wildlife refuges, thinking we might just turn our backs and say, oh, it's just a few refuges. They're just giving a little gift to their friends in the radical environmental movement. Let's go on and work on something else. But you have to stop these actions where they start. And to be clear, this bill doesn't prevent the federal government from banning the use of lead ammunition and tackle, but it does say that any ban must be supported by site-specific science showing that the use of lead is harming wildlife in that refuge. It also requires that states be properly consulted when the federal government proposes to ban the use of lead. If some of my colleagues have an issue with that, they must ask themselves if they consider states to be partners in conserving wildlife or stakeholders who they can ignore. I believe that a true partnership between states and federal government in wildlife conservation is the best path forward, and this bill is a step in that direction. I want to thank Congressman Whitman for his leadership on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Bill to prohibit the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture from prohibiting the use of lead ammunition or tackle on certain federal land or water under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Dingle of Michigan moves to recommit the bill H.R. 615 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. Though the question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1173, I call up H.R. 3397 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 309, H.R. 3397. A bill to require the Director of the Bureau of Land Management to withdraw a rule of the Bureau of Land Management relating to conservation and landscape health.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of the substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-32 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 3397.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Representative Curtis's bill, H.R. 3397, the Western Economic Security Today Act, or WEST Act of 2024. The WEST Act withdraws the flawed Illegal Conservation and Landscape Health Rule, which was finalized earlier this month by the Bureau of Land Management, or the BLM. You may be asking, why is a rule focused on conservation and landscape health so bad? Well, it wouldn't be bad if that's what it was really focused on, but the name is very misleading. This rule is a poorly concealed effort to lock up more lands to advance the Biden administration's radical 30 by 30 agenda. It has absolutely nothing to do with true conservation or improving the health of our landscapes. Responsible uses of BLM lands are central to the Western way of life. This rule would fundamentally upend more than 50 years of land management practices across the West that rural communities have relied on for their livelihoods. Under the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, or FLPMA, the BLM is mandated to manage lands in accordance with multiple use and sustained yield. If responsible use and development of public lands are prohibited, family and small businesses, multi-generation ranches, local communities, and schools will suffer from a lack of economic development, access, and tax revenue. This is more than just a Western issue. If you ate a hamburger this week or filled your car with gas, this rule affects you. This rule will severely impact the lives and wallets of every single American. Haven't we had enough of that already? Haven't we had enough of inflation and rising prices? The finalized rule will broadly allow the BLM to lease lands under new and vaguely defined, quote, restoration and mitigation leases, and change standards around land use decisions. The rule will elevate conservation as a use of our public lands. This is clearly contradictory with both the plain reading of FLPMA and Congress's intent. Congress very clearly defined the principal or major uses of BLM lands to include and be limited to domestic livestock grazing, fish and wildlife development and utilization, mineral exploration and production, rights of way, outdoor recreation, and timber production. Nowhere in the Act do the words conservation, restoration, or mitigation appear as a use. And conservation is not a use. It's a value and an outcome that can be generated by the uses that I just mentioned. If the administration determines that uses such as grazing, timber production, energy production, mining, or recreation are incompatible with a lease, they would not be allowed and could be prohibited indefinitely from those lands. At best, the rule is duplicative, unnecessary, and burdensome. Meaningful conservation work is already being done on the 245 million acres of BLM land with multiple stakeholders. Often uses overlap on BLM land and coexist with each other. Meaningful conservation occurs simultaneously with and often for the mutual benefit of other uses like grazing and recreation. At worst, restoration and mitigation leases are a guise to restrict any meaningful activity on federal land, including energy and mineral production and timber management. The final rule allows the BLM to issue mitigation leases indefinitely and waives fees on restoration leases. That would take land that could otherwise be creating a return for the American taxpayer and give it away for free to environmental extremists. But what will this rule look like on the ground and mean for Westerners? Specifically, the Biden administration can kick off the multi-generational rancher who has been grazing on the land since before the Bureau of Land Management existed. They can restrict the mining of minerals we need for phones, computers, cars, and batteries to sustain life. They can limit oil and gas development, creating dependence on hostile foreign nations and threatening our economic prosperity. In addition to this new convoluted leasing system, the rule would also expedite the designation of areas of critical environmental concern by removing public comment periods and allowing the BLM to, quote, temporarily restrict land use without public input. This provides the BLM with virtually unlimited authority to lock up millions of acres without any input from the public or support. The rule sorely favors types of energy development the administration likes and hurts other responsible energy development they've deemed unworthy. The rule chooses winners and losers, wealthy elites who want to protect views from their mansions or extreme environmental groups who want to kick locals off of public lands. They are the winners. Guides and outfitters who bring young and old alike to our public lands, or the ranching family who works every day to put food on the millions of American tables. They are the losers. In finalizing this rule, the Biden administration has jeopardized the activities and land use to feed and fuel our country. Make no mistake, this affects every American. This impacts every acre, every user, every lease, and every American. The finalized rule comes after a year-long effort by Western governors, communities, stakeholders, and members of Congress calling for the abandonment of this flawed rule. The concerns fell on deaf ears within the Biden administration. This prompted us to bring this bill to the floor this week, forcing the withdrawal of the rule. I again want to thank Representative Curtis for his work on the bill, and I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3397, the West Act of 2024. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill, the so-called West Act. Mr. Speaker, I have great respect for the chairman and the member who has authored this particular piece of legislation, but we strongly disagree about this particular bill, and I want to tell you why. First and foremost, just by way of context, we have been on the House floor all day today, better part of a few hours, debating proposals that the majority has submitted that would roll back environmental protections. House Republicans want to remove protections for pristine Boundary Waters watershed in Minnesota. They want to eliminate protections for endangered species. As we heard during the last debate, apparently now increase the use of poisonous lead ammunition. This is not what this august body should be spending its time focused on. Unfortunately, H.R. 3397 is just more of the same. Now, I heard during the presentation by my colleague, my distinguished colleague on the other side of the aisle, reference to hamburgers, to the cost of gasoline, to mansions, I believe, none of which have anything to do with this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. I want to try to explain to the American people what this bill is all about. The Biden administration, in short, has taken steps to enhance public land stewardship. House Republicans are standing in the way. What do I mean by that? 2 weeks ago, on April 18th, the Biden administration released the Bureau of Land Management's Conservation and Landscape Health Final Rule, or what has been referred to as the Public Lands Rule. The rule is a necessary and long overdue update to the agency's framework for public lands management. In particular, the rule will protect clean water, clean air, and wildlife habitat. It'll promote the restoration of degraded landscapes. It'll ensure that decisions are based on the best available science and collaboration with tribal, local, and rural communities. That, Mr. Speaker, is progress. But here is what the bill does not do. It does not disallow or preclude any one of the multiple uses that the chairman referenced during the opening of this particular debate. Look, either the rule, as my colleagues on the other side have described, I think I heard the word duplicative. It's either duplicative or, in the view of the majority, as they've said, it ends all uses of all land in all of the country. It can't be both. Clearly, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle take issue with this particular rule and its protection of wildlife and its inclusion of conservation. I understand that disagreement, but the American people do not agree with that position. The Bureau of Land Management, just by way of background, or the BLM, manages more than 245 million acres of federal public land, which is roughly 1/10 of America's land base. In my home state of Colorado, the BLM manages more than 8.3 million acres of land. Many of those acres are in my district. Just by way of example, the Yampa Valley Trail in Routt County. This includes, by the way, national conservation lands, a collection of revered, treasured landscapes, recreation destinations, other special places that are managed to protect resources to us as Americans. These lands stretch across the Rocky Mountain West. Our citizens, our constituents, rely on these lands, and that is why this rule is such a critical development. It's also why this rule is so popular. Over 90%, Mr. Speaker, 90% of the comments received during the extensive public comment period were positive. Those comments came from local community leaders, outdoor recreation industry, scientists, small businesses, tribal communities, many others. Citizens in my state and states across the West. They want to see our public lands managed in a balanced and sustainable manner that will promote access and resilience. And that's exactly what the Biden administration has achieved with this new rule and why I am proud to support it. Now, again, I don't want to belabor this point, but it bears repeating. Despite the claims from my Republican colleagues, the plain language of this rule does not prioritize one use over another. Does not do that. I encourage any American who wishes to learn more to look at the plain language of the rule. It simply puts conservation on equal footing with livestock grazing, with mining, oil and gas development. It doesn't block or stifle development. It achieves a critical balance. And that balance is important. A reasonable balance, a prudent balance. I support this rule because it will enable us to make science-based and informed decisions about the management of our nation's public lands. And I would encourage all of my colleagues to support the rule for the same reason. And if they do, I'd encourage my colleagues to oppose this bill, which seeks to undermine those efforts, and would urge my colleagues to oppose the legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was listening to my friend from Colorado's comments, I was reminded of a saying that a graduate school professor who taught statistics used to say. He said, if you It said numbers and people are a lot alike. If you torture them long enough, they'll tell you anything you want to know. And this study that my colleagues talk about it references a cherry-picked 10,000 comments that were analyzed, and according to the BLM, just over 8,000 were actually unique comments. That means that 2,000 of the comments were identical comments. These are comments that get submitted when you put clickbait out there and say, send this comment in, and you just hit the button from your favorite radical environmental group, and it goes into to the BLM or to the other federal agency. But also, I would expect the results to actually be even higher, because it's kind of like asking, do you like ice cream? And I think, or do you like chocolate? Do you like candy? And when you say, are you for conservation and protecting the land, most people I think are for that. But when you look at what this bill does, it's anything but that. It locks up land and takes it away from the multiple uses that Congress has designated that this BLM land is for. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the sponsor of the legislation, Mr. Curtis.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the Western Economic Security Today Act of 2023, or the WEST Act. My bill, as has been discussed, would require the Bureau of Land Management to withdraw their proposal regulating conservation and landscape health. Utah's farmers and ranchers for generations have worked on this land, leaving it better than they found it. They understand how to live in a way that strengthens the landscape, but allows them to provide for their family and their community. I like to tease them that they're the original environmentalists. They don't always like that term. Ironically, this rule also undermines the work of these individuals who keep the land in good health and help prevent for the risk of wildfires, to instead lock the public out of Utah's lands. Let me be clear. I have immense respect for Utah's local land managers who do their best with the resources they have. I appreciate their commitment to integrating into each unique community and working hard to find consensus. They are not the problem. The problem is Washington politicians who think they know better than the generations of families who actually live in Utah. The question isn't whether or not we want to protect these lands, but who gets to make the decisions. Since coming to Congress, one of my favorite experiences has been connecting with Utah's rural communities. They give so much and ask for so little. They work hard to feed our families, protect American energy, and lead in manufacturing. We should be making it easier for them. Instead, the Biden administration is pushing this rule to allow environmental groups funded by Swiss billionaires who pretend to be representing Utahs to lock up public lands. This is completely backwards. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 stories about how this foreign dark money is funding environmental groups in Utah.
Without objection.
The Biden administration didn't even pretend to care what rural Utahns thought about this rule. I sent a letter nearly a year ago with my natural resource colleagues asking the agency to hold more public listening sessions on this rule, including a session in Utah. Instead, the agency ignored this request and finalized the rule. Over 60% of Utah's land is federally managed. I have counties with 90%, and yet no public listening session was held in Utah. This rule has an oversized impact on our state. That is why the WEST Act must pass today. We must fight to stop this rule and then immediately repeal it under the next administration. It is critical that Utah's lands remain under the stewardship of those who have tended it for generations. There's a lot of hyperbole in Washington, and I'm genuine when I say this is one of the most offensive attacks on rural Utah I have seen in my career. I will continue to work tirelessly to repeal this disastrous effort. My bill, the WEST Act, is pushing against this flawed rule. We should be empowering local communities, not punishing them. I yield my time.
The gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to also respectfully oppose H.R. 3397, or what my colleagues across the aisle are calling the West Act. I, too, have great respect for the chair and for the sponsor of this bill, and especially for the farmers and ranchers and land stewards who were just referenced. But I vehemently disagree with the premise of what this bill and the underlying rule does and how it was characterized. This bill would overturn a long overdue administrative action to protect our public lands, wildlife, and cultural sites and access to the outdoors, with the intent of tipping the scales back to a time when extractive industries, oil and gas companies, multinational mining corporations, and developers had the upper hand in dictating the uses of our public lands. Like so many efforts by the GOP, unfortunately, this Congress, to chip away at our rights, this bill seeks to undermine and strip away the Bureau of Land Management's recently released final public lands rule, which establishes a framework to protect our nation's public lands and ensure healthy ecosystems, waters, and wildlife, and a historic effort to protect the special places and cultural sites that are so important to our communities, their identities, and who they are, especially for our tribal communities. And unlike the disinformation that has been offered up here today, this rule will not stop other productive uses on public lands, but will ensure that they are informed by the best available science, protect our ecosystems, and provide for climate resilience, and to ensure that we're not developing on sensitive and sacred sites. And in fact, in New Mexico, when we implemented a similar rule on our state lands, not only did it not end resource development, but the state saw historic revenues from these activities on state lands while we managed to protect the special places that make us who we are. So I say to my friends out there across the West, don't buy into the political hype and disinformation. This actually is about protecting our public lands and is what our public lands management is supposed to look like. And that is why it was supported by more than 90% of the comments that were submitted, because the vast majority of Americans, in fact, over 80% across the political spectrum, support protecting public lands. And that is why I strongly stand with the President, Secretary Haaland, and the good people of BLM who are working every day to preserve our lands, waters, and cultural sites. Under the same rubric of protecting our public lands and waters, I also stand to oppose H.R. 3195, which would similarly withdraw a Department of the Interior effort to protect 225,000 acres in the boundary waters from mineral leasing. This bill would rescind DOI's public land order and would put America's most visited wilderness at risk of sulfide or copper mining by a large multinational corporation based out of South America. In spite of over...
Speaker, I yield an additional minute and 30 seconds to the gentleman from New Mexico.
In spite of over $1 million that this corporation has spent lobbying the U.S. government, the people have spoken and submitted over 675,000 public comments to protect the boundary waters. That is why I support the protection of this pristine, interconnected waterway, forest ecosystems, and the homelands of the Anishinaabe people who have lived here since time immemorial. One mining accident could irrevocably destroy these lands and waters forever, and New Mexico knows this history all too well, which is why I strongly oppose H.R. 3195 and support the administration's actions in protecting boundary waters. And with that, I yield back and reserve.
Gentlelady yields. Reserve.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, the chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus, Mr. Newhouse.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Mr. Westerman, the chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3397, the Western Economic Security Today Act. Since day one in office, President Biden has consistently attacked our Western way of life. His administration's latest effort is one of the most egregious examples of federal overreach against our public lands in decades. 2 weeks ago, the Bureau of Land Management finalized their conservation and landscape health rule, in spite of staunch opposition to the proposal. This rule illegally elevates conservation under the Federal Land Policy and Management Act's multiple use mandate for public lands, contrary to congressional intent, and means that America's lands could be locked up from their intended purposes. The rule threatens production of America's abundant natural resources, grazing, and recreational access to our public lands, all for the sake of a political handout to climate alarmists and activists. As chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus, I have been fighting against this rule because prosperity in rural Western America is under attack. I am proud to join my friend from Utah in support of this legislation to overturn this rule and protect our Western way of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Westerman, for bringing this important bill to the floor today. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3397, the Western Economic Security Today Act, led by my friend and colleague from Utah, Mr. Curtis. So this bill will stop the latest Biden administration's attack on the Western way of life. Last week, I attended a natural resource field hearing in Hurricane, Utah, and heard firsthand how destructive the BLM's conservation and landscape health rule will be to communities. By allowing arbitrary standards and vaguely defined leases,
my constituents support this rule, as do the vast majority of folks out west. Now, there have been these repeated references very productive and robust relationship with our BLM partners in Colorado, including the Western headquarters, which is based in Grand Junction, Colorado. One of the reasons, by the way, that one of the comment sessions, forums, hosted by the BLM with respect to the rulemaking on this particular rule was held in Colorado. The agency is listening to the folks on the ground, listening to citizens, to folks in rural America, to folks in the Rocky Mountain West, listening to hunters and anglers who, by the way, also support this rule. There have been multiple references to this notion that somehow now by the BLM promulgating this rule that enables multiple use and does not put one use ahead of another, that would somehow negatively implicate hunters or anglers. Not true. How do we know it's not true? Because the backcountry hunters and anglers sent a letter yesterday to the Speaker of the House. I'll read from it. We strongly urge the House of Representatives to vote no on these bills, and bills that they are referencing include, among others, the West Act. In particular, I'll just, again, read from, this is their letter, not my words. H.R. 3397, that's the West Act, would prohibit the implementation of the recently finalized BLM public lands rule. Hunters and anglers widely supported this forward-looking, comprehensive rule that will have a meaningful impact on fish and wildlife habitat by prioritizing conservation and restoration alongside other types of land use, the hunters and anglers. This is a reasonable rule. It's a prudent rule that unfortunately is being threatened by this extreme bill that I don't think the majority of the American people will support. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't just a minor rule. This is a major rule that the BLM is pushing out. And when they held their listening sessions, they were located in places that were inconvenient for communities and stakeholders who were most affected by the rule to actually participate in. Only 3 of the listening sessions held by the BLM were in person, and they were all 3 in major cities. They were in Albuquerque, Denver, and Reno. 2 of the 5 listening sessions were held virtually, affecting rural communities who have limited access to internet. The BLM refused to hold listening sessions in the following western states: Alaska, Arizona, California, Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, Oregon, South Dakota, Utah, Wyoming, and Washington. You would think if they really cared about what the local stakeholders thought, they would have went out to them and had listening sessions where people could have participated. Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries, Mr. Bentz.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chair Westerman, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in favor of this important bill. This bill would reverse a rule that essentially destroys multiple use on federal lands. But to put this in perspective, we should call out how much land we're actually talking about. Looking at the Bureau of Land Management's webpage, the Bureau of Land Management administers more surface land, 245 million acres, or 1/10 of America's land base, and more subsurface mineral estates, 700 million acres, than any other agency in the United States. The BLM's mission, which is principally defined by the Federal Land Policy Management Act, FLPMA, directs the agency to carry out a dual mandate, that of managing public land for multiple uses, while conserving natural, historical, and cultural resources. Mr. Speaker, this is incredibly important because what the rule does is to prioritize conservation. And contrary to what we've heard repeatedly from the other side of the aisle, there is a prioritization. Let me read from the rule itself. Page 19583 of the Federal Register, which says, the Bureau of Land Management proposes a new regulation that, pursuant to the Federal Land Policy Management Act, as amended, and other relevant authorities, would advance the BLM's mission to manage the public lands for multiple use and sustained yield, quote, by prioritizing the health and resilience of ecosystems. Now, one could argue, I suppose, that means it just brings it level, but I would suggest it makes it much more important than the other uses. It certainly can be read that way. The proposed rule provides that the BLM will protect intact landscapes, will protect, doesn't say might, restore degraded habitat, and make wise management decisions based on science and data to support these activities. The proposed rule would apply land health standards to all BLM managed lands and uses, and clarify that conservation is a use. Well, what they're trying to do is say it's no higher on the scale than any of the other uses, when in point of fact, in the same paragraph they suggest, and I think direct otherwise. It astounds me that the colleagues from across the aisle, actually I wrote down shocks, I think it's the better word, that they would want to increase our reliance on China for rare earth minerals, which this bill would do by making it possible to stop mining, to continue to turn a blind eye toward the children and others laboring in slave labor conditions in the Congo, to continue to export our needs for rare earth minerals to other countries where damage to the environment is extraordinarily greater than would be the case here in America. Why we persist in trying to export these horrific activities and try to pretend they're not happening is beyond me. And this rule that our bill would reverse gives us an opportunity to perhaps at least start doing our part of shoring up the minerals necessary for all of the so-called green bad deal. I think it's referred to as the Green New Deal on the other side of the aisle, or the Green Deal. The point is this bill would make it that much more difficult to obtain the minerals necessary in this country. This truly overreach by the BLM and something that needs to be reversed. I want to say that to suggest that this has not been prioritized is incorrect at several levels, one of which I already called out, but the other, you can go to page 19588 of the Register, and it calls out what conservation means. It says, within the framework of the proposed rule, protection and restoration together constitute conservation. Protection and restoration, those words sound so great, but what it amounts to is a barrier to our entry upon some of those millions upon millions of acres of public land. Another barrier, as if we didn't have enough. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from California.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose H.R. 3397, legislation that would require the Bureau of Land Management to withdraw a finalized Biden administration rule that expands conservation on federal land. The rhetoric surrounding the BLM final rule has claimed it is nothing more than a mere land grab by the federal government, which could not be further from the truth. The final rule is an avenue to conserving not only our public lands, but also tribal sacred sites and cultural resources. The final rule allows sacred sites and cultural resources to be placed under conservation leases for preservation and protection. It is a step in the right direction to strengthen cultural preservation. The United States has a shameful history of dispossession of land through federal policy, statutes, and cultural and physical violence inflicted upon indigenous peoples, such as the Indian Removal Act and the dissolution of tribal governments and reservations under the termination era. Our government's past actions were not only a land grab from indigenous peoples, but left a lasting impact on the generations to come. These policies have led to many tribal communities losing access to sacred sites, traditional foods, medicine, and resources, and they have led to intergenerational trauma. As members of Congress, we have an obligation to uphold the trust and treaty responsibility. While we have legislation such as the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act and the National Historic Preservation Act, they are not implemented to the full degree of their intent. BLM's final rule is an opportunity to strengthen existing protections for tribal sacred sites and cultural resources. We must ensure that all legislation passed through this chamber strengthens tribal sovereignty and cultural preservation. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would simply ensure that tribal sacred sites and cultural resources would not be adversely impacted before the enactment of the legislation. And I hope my colleagues agree that we should ensure all legislation passed does not further contribute to cultural loss and destruction of sacred sites. Instead, the legislation we pass should bring together federal land managers and tribal nations to develop land management policies that integrate traditional ecological knowledge and protections for sacred sites and cultural resources when proposed projects could impact tribal nations and their citizens. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlelady's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker, I would just simply add, and then I know we'll continue with this debate, but echoing the sentiments of my colleague from California, there have been repeated, in my view, misstatements about the full ambit of the BLM rule. So to be crystal clear, this is from the executive summary of the rule. Quote, to support efforts to protect and restore public lands, the proposed rule clarifies that conservation is a use on par with other uses of the public lands under FLPMA's multiple use and sustained yield framework. This is later in the same summary. The proposed rule does not prioritize conservation above other uses. It puts conservation on an equal footing with other uses consistent with the plain language of FLPMA. That's from the rule. So context matters, and I think it's an important clarification. Lastly, I would say, Mr. Speaker, there was some commentary with respect to the full spectrum of engagement by the BLM with citizens across the country as it was promulgating this rule, and reference made to the locations where these forums were held. I trust that the chairman, my good friend from Arkansas, has been to the communities that he listed. I certainly have, to Reno, to Albuquerque, and to Denver. And I can tell him that every one of those municipalities is nestled within 10, 15, 20, 25 miles of extensive lands that are managed both by the BLM and the Forest Service. How do I know? Because I live in Colorado and I happen to represent many acres of land managed by the BLM. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Mr. Bentz, read from the Federal Register, and then my friend from Colorado read from the rule, the summary of the rule. I thought, it would be more intellectually honest if that summary said the proposed law, because this goes way beyond a rule. And I also thought, who wrote this? And the answer is, I don't know. It's some nondescript bureaucrat over at the administration that wrote this law. He's rewriting law. And as Congress, we have to stand up to the administration and say, Congress writes the laws, the administration enforces the law, and we have to put a stop to this administrative state that writes laws and have just as much effect as if Congress had passed a law. If Congress wanted to add conservation, restoration, or mitigation to a multiple use, then Congress should do that. But right now, the law says the multiple use is domestic livestock grazing, fish and wildlife development and utilization, mineral exploration and production, rights of way, outdoor recreation, and timber production. That is the law. And it's time that we put a stop to bureaucrats writing law that are not held responsible by anybody. With that, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, the chair of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3397, the West Act, offered by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Curtis. Only Congress has the authority over lands and territories of the United States and has already spoken out on the BLM 2.0 rule that mimics, and we have defeated it. Unfortunately, the Bureau of Land Management continues to sidestep congressional authority and has finalized a new rule to further restrict federal lands for multiple use, including outdoor recreation, ranching, mineral development, and energy production. Since his first day in office, Joe Biden has abused his authority to add large swaths of acreage to the federal estate while ignoring the concerns of local communities and stakeholders, even to the point that last year they were caught trying to amateurize our public lands on the New York Stock Exchange. Arizonans don't want another rule that blocks access to public lands. This new rule represents the latest rush to lock the gates on federal lands by the Biden administration and directly threatens every aspect of American life. I urge my colleagues to support the West Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes. To the distinguished gentlewoman from Colorado.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. Our nation is home to some of the most beautiful landscapes in the world. These public lands promote biodiversity, they support local economies through tourism and recreational opportunities, and really they truly showcase what we mean when we sing America the Beautiful. I've been working my entire time in Congress to pass meaningful legislation that would conserve public lands in Colorado and beyond. My home state of Colorado has more than 8.3 million acres of public lands, and the entire West has tens of millions of acres more. Enjoying these public lands is intrinsic to the cultural idea of the American West, and protecting them helps communities who are powered by outdoor recreation tourism. These public lands are also vital in mitigating the impact of climate change and in improving the health of our planet. Restoring and protecting ecosystems throughout the land supports the biodiversity of plants and animals, and it leads to a healthier balance for all of those who rely on these protections. Last year, along with Senator Martin Heinrich from New Mexico and Congressman Jared Huffman from California, I called on the Department of Interior to finalize the Conservation and Landscape Health Rule because BLM-managed lands are often overlooked in conversations about addressing biodiversity and climate change, even though these areas are some of the most unique and special public areas that we have throughout this country. I was excited when the Biden administration finally announced the rule earlier this month because I knew it would build on the administration's work to protect states like mine and to support a healthier and cleaner environment for all. The rule is a major victory for preserving and protecting those landscapes and enhances our ability to ensure that future generations can enjoy them for years to come. Just last week, I met in Denver, which, by the way, is just within a few miles of many of these lands that will be protected, with the Bureau of Land Management Colorado State Director Doug Vilsack to discuss the importance of this rule, of BLM's work in Colorado, and how we can protect additional lands throughout our country. Our home state, Congressman Negus's and my home state of Colorado, is ground zero for the important work that BLM is doing. And I support their efforts here in Congress because I know defending public lands is good public policy. Attacking our hard-working agency is not. The bill we're considering today is a waste of our time, and it only serves one purpose, and that is to undermine the important public land goals of the Biden administration. By gutting this rule, congressional Republicans would open the beautiful lands for exploitation and would prevent any administration from implementing any other rule that would further protect public lands. They're putting the mining and drilling lobby over the American people, millions of whom enjoy these lands every day. This bill would also harm the local communities whose lifeblood is these important public lands. Western states, who are home to the overwhelming majority of BLM managed lands, would be significantly impacted, and not in a good way, by this bill. These efforts are misguided, and they further reinforce that the majority is not focused on the issues that matter to our constituents. I will continue to work to protect public lands, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the motion to recommit and no on this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend from Arkansas for his work on this issue, also from Utah for the sponsor. Mr. Speaker, the Bureau of Land Management's recently finalized public lands rule would fundamentally destroy the multiple use land management policy Americans have relied on for decades. And I want to reinforce something my friend from Arkansas pointed out earlier. This is an administrative rule. This is not congressional action, but yet it has the same force and effect of law. But this is a rule BLM has put forth. This policy is not just an addition of unnecessary bureaucratic red tape. It would effectively lock up 1 out of every 10 acres of land in the United States, and thereby shatter the way of life for many families and businesses across the West. In my home state of Idaho, citizens have enjoyed the vast natural resources the state has had to offer for decades. And considering the BLM is responsible for managing about 12 million acres of federal land in our state, this rule change will have drastic impacts on the future of recreation, grazing, and natural resource production. Now, as a fourth-generation Idahoan, I'm a proud supporter of the West Act, as it defends the way of life for Americans across the West and empowers local voices. By protecting the land used to feed and fuel our country, H.R. 3397 would safeguard some $201 billion in economic output and protect some 783,000 jobs in rural communities. Now, on a related note, thanks to this administration's open border policy, our national security has pretty much been obliterated. Well, that makes our enemies happy, especially considering that we're also dependent on those same enemies for natural resources. Well, this legislation actually reduces our reliance on foreign adversaries by maintaining domestic access. That's so important. Domestic access to energy and mineral resources across the West. The West Act will protect public land management as we know it and safeguard the future of our nation. I urge passage, and I thank the Speaker and the Chairman once again. I yield back.
Yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Chairman Westerman. Westerman and Congressman Curtis for leading the charge on stopping this disastrous Biden administration rule. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of the West Act. This legislation will prohibit the BLM's conservation and landscape health rule from going into effect. Our past speaker just described very well the difference between rule and law. The BLM proposed rule will lock up large swaths of public land across the country for federal conservation leases that would limit recreational activities, timber production, and animal grazing, and important energy development on public lands. The rule is unconstitutional, it is unpopular, and will devastate rural communities. Article 1, Section 1 of the United States Constitution makes it clear that Congress writes the law, not the executive branch. In 1934 and 1976, Congress passed the Taylor Grazing Act and the Federal Land Policy Management Act. Both require a multiple-use policy on public lands. This rule is unconstitutional because it circumvents both laws Congress passed to enforce an executive branch policy. When collecting limited public input on this rule over a limited 75-day period, the BLM only allowed 5 public forums in exclusively urban city centers. This deliberate dodging of stakeholders whose land they are attempting to commandeer shows how little this administration cares about their scathing disapproval in rural America. Lastly, this move will irreparably impede sustainable and productive grazing practices in Montana and devastate rural communities throughout the country by requiring ranchers to compete with coastal corporations for the limited number of available leases. I'm sick and tired of the American farmer who creates food security being trampled by radical environmentalists who think their soy burgers magically appear on grocery store shelves. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just simply say again, there have been a number of misstatements with respect to the constitutionality and the statutory authority of this particular rule that's been promulgated by the BLM. It is clearly constitutional. It is consistent with the statutory authority that Congress has ultimately conveyed to the BLM via FLPMA. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can read the statute. Section 302 very clearly states that the agency has the authority to ultimately, and I'll quote, ensure multiple use by, and this is where the quote begins, the management of the public lands and their various resource values so that they are utilized in the combination that will best meet the present and future needs of the American people, end quote. Now that phrase arguably could be nebulous to some. Well, the good news is that Congress did in fact clarify what those present and future needs of the American people happen to be. Again, I'll quote from the statute. Quote, the use of some land for less than all of the resources, a combination of balanced and diverse resource uses that takes into account the long-term needs of future generations for renewable and non-renewable resources, including, but not limited to, recreation, range, timber, minerals, watershed, wildlife, and fish, and natural, scenic, scientific, and historical values, and harmonious and coordinated management of the productivity of the land and the quality of the environment, with consideration being given to the relative value of the resources, and not necessarily to the combination of uses that will give the greatest economic return or the greatest unit output. End quote. That's the statute. You have the statutory authority supporting a rule that by its plain language simply puts conservation on par with other uses. This is not complicated. The American people support this rule. Hunters and anglers support this rule. Recreationists support this rule. Constituents in Colorado and states across the West support this rule. So should the Congress. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Utah, Ms. Malloy.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with everything my colleagues have said about this rule violating the intent of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, FLTMA of 1976. I intended to spend most of my time talking about that. It's been pretty well covered. But this is an inappropriate use of an administrative action to change the intent of a legislative action. And as a member of Congress, I rise to support everything they've said about why that's wrong. But I also want to talk about what role BLM lands play in Utah. I represent Utah, so does John Curtis, my colleague who introduced this bill. And the reason this is so important to those of us in Utah is that the federal government manages most of the land in our state. There are counties in my district that are more than 90% managed by the federal government. A lot of that is BLM land. And we have a lot of experience with multiple use, with grazing, logging, ranching, recreation, fishing, all of the things we've just talked about coexisting in the same BLM tracts in Utah. And the reason this rule is deeply, deeply unpopular in my state is that it comes in and makes one use trump all of the other uses on what should be multiple use land managed for sustained yield. The role that BLM lands play in our economy and our culture cannot be overstated. We have, in some of the counties I represent, the majority of the families get at least part of their livelihood from grazing on public land. And if those livelihoods go away, it has a big impact on our economy. It also has a big impact on the lifestyle, our culture. And that's why changes like this should be made by Congress. They should be debated by people who represent the people in Utah or in other Western states who are facing the same drastic cultural livelihood changes from this kind of a rule, instead of this coming from an administration where it's written by bureaucrats who, like the chairman, I can't identify. I don't know who wrote the rule. I don't know what input they took from people in my district, but I know that I hear from people in my district and I represent them. So I ask all of my colleagues to support this rule or this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close as well. I've participated in a lot of debates during my time in Congress. This has got to be one of the most confounding for me, because repeatedly, unfortunately, I have colleagues, friends on the other side of the aisle making statements about what this rule does when the plain language of the rule says the exact opposite. There are folks here in the gallery, I suspect, who are just as confused as I am. One need look no further than the plain language of the rule. The rule says that it's putting conservation on par with these other uses. Grazing is allowed under the rule. Oil and gas development is allowed under the rule. Conservation is allowed under the rule. If my colleagues don't want conservation considered by the BLM with respect to how these lands are managed, which is clearly what they believe, then they should just say so. Just be candid with the American people that they don't think these lands should be managed with conservation in mind at all. I disagree with that view. The American people disagree with that view. But that is an intellectually honest position. But don't mischaracterize the rule that the agency ultimately promulgated, because the American people can see it for themselves. They can read the same plain language that I've read repeatedly on the House floor over the course of the last hour of debate. Mr. Speaker, Congress charged the Bureau of Land Management with seeking balance. Statutorily, that is the word we used in the statute giving BLM its authority, so that they are utilized in a combination that will best meet the present and future needs of the American people. That is what the Biden administration has done with respect to the development of this rule. Now, when we had the hearing on this bill in the Natural Resources Committee, a constituent of mine testified in support of the bill. Eagle County Commissioner Kathy Chandler Henry. She made the trip to Washington to be here to support this particular rule. And I think her testimony said it best. So I will quote her here. Quote, "I support the BLM's proposed public lands rule. It will empower the agency to deliver on its multiple use mandate by placing conservation values on equal footing with other uses on our public lands." That's it. People in Colorado, in my state, in my district, and throughout the West rely on our public lands for a wide variety of uses and benefits. And I speak with some authority on this particular subject because I represent a congressional district that's larger than 8 states in the Union, that includes over 40% of it being public lands managed by the BLM and by the Forest Service. So when I talk about the need to prioritize resilience and balance, I speak about it on behalf of those communities that I'm so honored to represent. I appreciate the dialogue that we've had with my colleague from Utah and, of course, with my friend, the chairman from Arkansas. But I respectfully disagree with respect to this bill. I hope perhaps my colleagues will see the light and vote against H.R. 399-7. I certainly will be, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair would remind members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we really must pass Representative Curtis's West Act. This burdensome and unnecessary law that's being disguised as a rule is not only a threat to the West, it's a threat to our national security, to American energy dominance, to our food security, to the environment, and to the separation of powers that are established in our Constitution. Passing the West Act and withdrawing this rule will restore Congress's intent over the multiple uses of BLM land and protect the over 700,000 jobs across the West that rely on access to our public lands. We can't allow the Biden administration to single-handedly upend 50 years of congressionally mandated land use policies to the whim of environmental extremists and coastal elites. We can't allow an unelected, an unaccountable, an unnamed bureaucrat to write law. I would like to thank Representative Curtis for his strong leadership on this issue. I know that he has heard many concerns about the rule from his constituents, including as recently as last week at a federal Mineral Land Subcommittee hearing in southern Utah. I urge adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to require the Director of the Bureau of Land Management to withdraw a rule of the Bureau of Land Management relating to conservation and landscape health.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit to the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Kamlager Dove of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 3397 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote. Votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of H.R. 3397 if ordered, the motion to recommit H.R. 615, passage of H.R. 615 if ordered, the motion to recommit H.R. 764, the passage of H.R. 764 if ordered, the motion to recommit H.R. 3195, and the passage On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 210. The motion is not adopted. Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose? For what purposes, gentlemen from Idaho seek recognition?
Get a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 202. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 615, offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 615, offered by Mrs. Dingell of Michigan.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 211. The motion is not adopted. Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 201. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 764, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, on which the yeas and nays will order. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 764, offered by Mr. Huffman of California.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 210. The motion is not adopted. Question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Request the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 205. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit from H.R. 3195, offered by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 3195, offered by Ms. McCollum of Minnesota.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 210. The motion is not adopted. The question is on adoption of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 203. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Order. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, in a horrific act of violence, 4 law enforcement officers were killed in Charlotte, and 4 more were injured as the U.S. Marshal Regional Fugitive Task Force sought to serve a warrant on a very dangerous person. I rise today on behalf of Representative Adams, who is back in her district standing with the community following this tragic event. I ask my colleagues to join us in a moment of silence to honor the 4 law enforcement officers who gave the ultimate sacrifice to keep our community safe, to support the 4 officers who were injured, and to recognize the courage of all the first responders who answered the call on that day. I yield back.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks. And the House is not in order.
The House will come to order. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of James Ernest Stewart, Jr. A lifelong resident of Waycross, Georgia, Jim graduated from Waycross High School and later pursued a finance degree at the University of Georgia. After graduating, Jim served the nation in the Army Intelligence Division in Europe and later took up his father's family business, Stewart Candy Company, where he served as chairman of the board for over 65 years. In addition to the family business, Jim took on many leadership positions in his community. He serves as chairman of the Board of Commercial Bank of Waycross. He also was the founding chairman of the Board of Waycross Bank and Trust, WB&T Bank Shares, and Southwood School. For his achievements and community involvement, Jim was selected for the Heron Business and the Community Service Award for the Childers YMCA. He was even granted an award in his honor, the James E. Stewart Jr. Award, for the service he lent to the community. Jim's community involvement will forever be remembered by friends, family, and all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in eastern North Carolina, there's a growing need for employment opportunities that can provide young people with careers. To address this, I recently facilitated a meeting at our Greenville office between representatives from the Newport News Shipyard, community colleges, and workforce development officials from across the region. The objective was to explore ways of collaborating to create more job opportunities in our part of the state. Given the increasing demand for naval ships and submarines, everyone left optimistic about the potential for future collaboration. The meeting was productive and full of promise and hope. Currently, more than 1,100 North Carolinians are employed at the shipyard. By working together, we can ensure that even more people from our region have access to good-paying jobs and can live the American dream right in eastern North Carolina. We're taking positive steps towards creating a brighter future in the East. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize my dear friend Lauren Click for all of her hard work and dedication at Henry's Deli in Carrington, Tennessee. Lauren first started working at Henry's Deli through a program at Gibbs High School where she got on-the-job training. After she graduated, she walked back into Henry's and asked for a full-time job. She's been working there with Betty and Austin for 17 years now, and she is Henry's longest-standing employee. She takes care of stocking their chips, drinks, and paper towels, and occasionally greeting me. She absolutely loves her job, and she knows everyone coming in and out of the deli. Everyone knows her, too. I'd bring groups in the deli back when I was county mayor, where I would see Lauren working there, and she and I got to be friends then. I still go in there, and she always has a big smile for me and a big hug whenever I walk in. On February 5th, she turned 39 years old, and I was disappointed I had to be up here with you all. And I couldn't go to the deli and wish her a happy birthday because I was stuck up here with you all, as I stated once before. I'll say it now here on the House floor, a very late and a very happy birthday to you, Lauren. You bring a lot of joy to the folks at Henry's Deli, and I'm glad that you and I are good friends. And I just want to say a special thanks to the folks at Henry's for helping Lauren find a great place in life, because she is wonderful, and she is one of God's creatures, and she is perfect. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Manufacturing USA, the network of research institutes that develop manufacturing technologies through public-private partnerships. 10 years since the creation of Manufacturing USA through the American Manufacturing and Innovation Act, or the RAMI Act. And we are seeing firsthand these institutes and why funding them is so critical to our country. This was an initiative that started under President Obama, has carried forward through 2 presidential administrations since. From MXD's ability to push the bounds of digital tools in manufacturing, to ARM's ability to revolutionize the sector with robotics, to all the amazing biomanufacturing institutes furthering material science and biotechnology applications, to Remade's work of creating a circular economy, to Power America and its forthcoming sibling, to ensure American leadership in the semiconductor industry, to, of course, my hometown hero, Lyft, creating technologies needed for an electric future. My friends, this is Manufacturing USA. This is workforce development in action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize someone who is undoubtedly one of the greatest public servants in my state that they've ever known, Janice K. Brewer. Jan Brewer served Arizona for decades, starting in the State House of Representatives and then in the State Senate, where she was Majority Whip. She also served on the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and then as Arizona Secretary of State. After a gubernatorial vacancy, Jan became Arizona's 22nd governor and was overwhelmingly reelected for a second term. Governor Brewer is someone I have admired for her independence and convictions. She dedicated her time in office to leave our state
Handel. His tragic passing in a farm accident last weekend has left an immense void in our community, touching the hearts of Lebanon County and beyond. Brian was a proud dairy farmer, and he was known as the heart of Villa Dale Farm, a legacy spanning 3 generations. Through his life came to an end far too early, Brian's memory lives on in the hearts of those who knew him. He cherished his role as a devoted husband to Alyssa and as a father of 2 sons. Farmers like Brian are essential to keeping food on every American's table. It is important to recognize the risks farmers face in their profession, and we should all be thankful for the hard work of the men and women who feed our nation. In echoing the sentiments of countless others, Brian will surely be very well missed. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Earlier this month, our community lost a giant with the passing of Anthony Corey, longtime deacon of Our Lady of Lebanon Maronite Catholic Church in Easton, Pennsylvania. For more than 60 years, he served Our Lady of Lebanon as an altar server, lector, bingo worker, cantor, volunteer, and deacon. He also spent more than 40 years at Notre Dame High School in Bethlehem, working as a teacher, coach, and athletic director. Deacon Corey lived a life of total service to his family, to his church, and to his surrounding community. He will be greatly missed, and I am so thankful for his work as a champion of our Lebanese community. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize April as National Welding Month. Welding careers are fundamental to safety and advancing the quality of life worldwide. In this month, we raise awareness about the welding industry and its career paths. The welding industry is a foundation of manufacturing, and to broaden the reach of welding community, skilled welders not only keep products rolling off an assembly line and buildings rising into the skyline, but they also keep the economy booming. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus, recognizing National Welding Month is especially important. Welding is a trade-based education, and students who choose to enter a career in welding can graduate high school with a diploma and certifications in one hand and multiple job offers in the other. Mr. Speaker, a great example are the 12 high school students from Venango County who recently received their welding certificates through the Community College of Allegheny County at Venango Technology Center. Students in the program are all juniors and seniors from Titusville, Cranberry, Oil City, or Franklin high schools. Upon graduating from high school, the students will also have earned 18 full credits through CCAC for their work. Mr. Speaker, this is what a career in technical education provides. Learners of all ages skills to help them succeed in the workforce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Parkinson's Awareness Month. Parkinson's disease is a neurological disorder that makes it a challenge to move, speak, and perform everyday tasks we often take for granted. Parkinson's slowly robs people of their independence and mobility. Nearly 1 million people in the U.S. live with this heartbreaking disease, and my father was one of them. I watched him battle Parkinson's for the last 10 years of his life. I also want to recognize our colleague Jennifer Wexton, who shared last year that she was diagnosed with the form of atypical Parkinsonian, PSP. She has shared her story and been a strong advocate of the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act, which passed the House as the first ever legislation solely dedicated to ending Parkinson's. The House has done its job. I call on the Senate to pass this bipartisan bill. Together, let's honor our caregivers, advocate for research and better treatments, and create a future where Parkinson's is overcome. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize a patriot and true American hero, Mike Zadarecki of Parma, Ohio, who just celebrated his 106th birthday. A 1937 graduate of the now-closed Slavic Village South High School, Mike attended Kent State University before being drafted into the Army. As a private first class in the 8th Infantry Division, 45th Field Artillery Battalion, Mike served in World War II's European theater, patrolling the beaches at Normandy, shortly after the landings. In 1945, Mike returned home to Ohio. Mike continued to selflessly serve his community as a Parma City Councilman and as a city heating inspector. After retiring, Mike couldn't help but continue his service, working another 28 years as a bailiff. Known as Uncle Mikey in the court, he ran a tight ship, keeping both unruly lawyers and equally unruly youngsters in check. At a time when membership in veterans organizations is in decline, Mike is a faithful member of American Legion Post 572, a true inspiration for young service members returning to civilian life. I want to thank Mr. Zadarecki for his selfless service and wish him a very happy birthday. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, extend my remarks.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I represent the district with Columbia University's Houston, and as protests have continued to escalate, I've had the opportunity to meet with many Jewish students at the Columbia campus. I strongly believe that the ability to peaceful protest is a fundamental American value, and I support a student's ability to free expression. However, instances of anti-Semitic hate speech have left these students feeling scared and alone. I want to tell them tonight, you're not alone. However, vandalism, breaking the law, and anti-Semitism aren't part of peaceful protesting. And as the recent escalation has disrupted campus life and placed students in harm's way, the university must immediately prioritize providing safety and order for all students on campus. And as members of Congress, we have a duty to pass meaningful legislation to protect students and all Americans against anti-Semitism and other forms of hate. And we will do that. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to acknowledge the remarkable contributions of Dr. Devin Stevenson to Northwest Florida. He currently serves as president of Northwest Florida State College, but will be leaving our community to take a post as the head of Florida Polytechnic. But during his time at Northwest Florida State, Dr. Stevenson began an aviation institute that's become a center of excellence. He's revolutionized the way our state colleges administer nursing education with some of the best technology in that field in the world, and the dual enrollment charter school at Northwest Florida State has maintained its position as #1 in Florida. He has done so many things for so many thousands of people. We will miss him greatly as he heads on to his pursuits, and we wish him well at Florida Polytechnic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherphyllis McCormick, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of the special order hour today.
Without objection.
It is with great honor that I rise today to anchor this joint CBC Special Order Hour along with my distinguished colleague, Assistant Leader Joe Neguse. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have an opportunity to honor the life of our late Congressman, Donald Payne, a leader of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents we represent, and all of America. Now I would like to yield to Assistant Leader Joe Neguse.
I want to thank my colleague from Florida, Ms. Sherphyllis McCormick, for her leadership, and also want to thank the chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, Chairman Horsford, and all my colleagues today gathered to honor a great man, a kind man, a good man, our beloved colleague, Congressman Donald Payne, Jr. With incredible style and a bone-deep optimism that was truly contagious, Don was a kind, gentle giant in the people's house. And his dedication to the people of New Jersey was inspiring. His good-natured spirit, his humor, was a comfort to us all. He used his voice, often standing in this very chamber, delivering more speeches in the People's House in this Congress than any other member of this august body, to elevate the issues that mattered to his community, to the people of New Jersey, and to the American people. And his impact has been felt and will be felt by countless folks across the state of New Jersey and across our great country, including those who benefited from his efforts to expand access to safe drinking water, to implement better pay, safer working conditions, and so much more. Above all else, he was a kind, good, decent man. I was proud to call him a friend, as we all were, and as we prepare to lay him to rest, our hearts go out to his wife, Beatrice, and their triplets. May they find comfort in their loving memories of a good, kind, and decent man. I yield back to the distinguished gentlewoman.
Thank you so much, Assistant Leader. I would like to now yield to the Speaker Emeritus, Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Congressman Phyllis McCormick, for bringing us together to honor this great person. Anyone who ever watches the House of Representatives knew that Mr. Payne was first row, first seat. Any president or head of state who came into this body had to pass him by and pay their respects as he paid his respects in return. And every day, practically every day, he did a special order on a priority. So whether it was in command of the discussion or what happens in the distinguished visitors chair, Donald Payne was to be reckoned with. It's with immense sadness that I rise today to honor our dear colleague. As you see the flowers and the black crepe, we're all mourning him deeply. Donald Payne came from a tradition of leadership and patriotism and effectiveness and excellence. The public service was in his DNA. Many of us served with his father, Donald Payne Sr., who was globally recognized as a great leader. And long before Donald Payne Jr. was here, his father sang his praises, and one day he would replace him. During his nearly 12 years here in the House, he strengthened our legislative efforts, especially in infrastructure. At the helm of the Subcommittee of Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Material and the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, he led a fight to secure clean drinking water for every child. Indeed, even in what would be his final remarks on the floor, we heard him just a matter of weeks, he made the case for lowering housing costs and expanding supply, demonstrating his total commitment to working families in the Garden State of New Jersey and beyond. In our caucus in the Congress, Congressman Payne was beloved, truly beloved. Indeed, all of us who served with him have been blessed by his personal kindness, his sense of humor, his devotion to finding common ground. And again, he was respectful of this institution by treating it with great dignity. The dapperness of his apparel was always a source of joy to us, to brighten our days. And again, I hope it is a comfort to his wife Beatrice and their triplets, Donald III, Jack, and Yvonne, and the entire Payne family, that so many people mourn their loss and are praying for them at this sad time. With special thank you to them for sharing Donald Payne with us in the Congress, honored to call him colleague, and with the American people who benefit from his leadership and service. With that, I yield back with gratitude to the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Speaker Emeritus. I would like to now yield to the Chairman of the CBC, Stephen Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague, Representative Phyllis McCormick, thank you for leading this very important special order hour. To all of my colleagues who are here, to the Assistant Democratic Leader, Mr. Neguse, as well. I rise tonight, as our dear colleague would say to his constituents, I rise, Mr. Speaker, with my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus and in fact the entire House of Representatives, to remember a man of the people. The loss we all feel for our dear friend and colleague, Congressman Donald M. Payne Jr., is immeasurable. Words really cannot express how deeply he will be missed by our caucus, but we want to express our heartfelt condolences, our prayers to the Payne family and to his staff, to anyone and everyone who knew him. You are forever in our hearts, and we are so sorry for your loss. As chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, it is an honor to work with my colleagues each and every day for the betterment of our constituents, this body, and our country. And it was an honor to work with a man of such good character, passion, and deep commitment to serving his community and our country as Donald M. Payne Jr. He was a kind and thoughtful person, a person who always had a good spirit despite some of the most difficult health conditions that anyone could experience. He always had a laughter and a humor about him, and an optimism that it was truly contagious. To our caucus, Donald Payne was prolific, literally prolific, on this floor. He came to this floor to speak for the people. He had a goal of being, quote, the Michael Jordan of 1 minute. And he would go on to win that award, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but the 5th award in a row. Now, for those who may not know, a 1 minute is when you come to this body and you bring attention to an issue that is important to the constituents that you represent. Despite sometimes not being up to the best of health, he found the time, every opportunity, to speak to his constituents and to speak on behalf of them. And that's how many of us will remember him. We'll remember him with a smile, that he was always dressed to impress, heading to the House floor to speak to the country on behalf of the people and the community that he loved the most. He was a man of purpose, a man of humility, and he was a public servant through and through. This House has been made better for his leadership. Congressman Payne Jr. will always be a part of the history that we've made here on behalf of the American people. And I want to join my colleagues in honoring his memory and his legacy and his life by continuing the work to fight for the people on the issues that matter to them most. May God bless your soul, Congressman Donald Payne. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to know you, to be friends with you, to serve with you, and your legacy will live on. May God bless you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the Congresswoman from California, Maxine Waters.
Mr. Speaker and members, it is difficult for me to stand here this evening as I mourn the loss of my dear friend, Donald Payne Jr. And in my own way, I adopted Donald Jr., and he accepted me as his other mother. I loved him because he was a fighter, experiencing his own health problems, but he worked hard to address the health problems in our society and to educate and legislate to get health care and support for others. He was a gentleman who all of the members loved, supported, and respected him. All of the members of Congress loved him because of his spirit. I loved his support for all others when he was having his own problems. I also enjoyed loving his dress. You know, he had those beautiful bow ties, and he wore those fabulous suits and shoes and all of his colors that he coordinated. And so I would compliment him, and we would laugh and joke about the fabulous eyeglasses that he had, and on and on and on. He was a man of style and fashion. I'm going to miss him, and I'm going to miss inquiring about his wonderful children, his triplets, and about what they were doing. And I'm going to just plain be overcome with grief and try to get some relief in the fact that I knew him, and may he rest in peace.
I'd now like to yield to Representative Sanford Bishop from Georgia.
I thank you for this time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a remarkable man, my colleague and dear friend, Donald Payne, Jr. Donald was a kind-hearted public servant who dutifully served New Jersey's 10th Congressional District. For Donald, like his father, whom he succeeded, representing his district was heartfelt and personal. From the district of that district, he provided invaluable insight to the most profound issues facing our country, from our national security and the major infrastructure needs that keep the American people and commerce flowing, to the more personal challenges that we face, like the unique challenges of men's health care and overall health policy, and the path our country could chart to address injustice and create equitable opportunities for the country's underserved communities. He was a vibrant voice in this chamber every day, a sharply dressed messenger helping to educate us all, communicating the everyday lived experiences of Americans to help craft more compassionate policy, improve the quality of life for all, and help create a more perfect union. He was beloved on both sides of the aisle, and of course by his family and the people he served. Though he has transitioned from this life, it is my hope that his spirit remains alive in all of us, in all that we do. To God be the glory for the life and the legacy of Congressman Donald Payne, Jr. With that, I yield back.
I'll now like to yield to Representative Benny Thompson from Mississippi.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that young lady from Florida giving me the time. Mr. Speaker, today we mourn the loss of Congressman Donald Payne, Jr., a thoughtful leader, a dear friend, a son of Newark, who never forgot where he came from or who he served, a legislator whose kindness brought us together, even during the most divisive political times. I had the privilege of serving alongside both Donald Paynes. But Donald Payne Jr. served with me on the Homeland Security Committee during his entire tenure in Congress, and he achieved great things. When he came to the committee in 2013, the world had just come crashing down for parents in Newtown, Connecticut, whose children were gunned down at an elementary school. Donald Payne Jr., a father of school-age triplets, vowed to make schools safer in this country. It is because of him, because of his relentless advocacy, that the Department of Homeland Security is reporting to Congress on school security. And it's because of Donald Payne Jr., who wrote the Homeland Security for Children's Act, that the Department of Homeland Security now must plan for children's unique needs during disasters. Donald Payne Jr.'s legacy is making children safer. As we mourn together, let us celebrate together. Every goal, every accomplishment, every move Donald Payne Jr. made here in the halls of Congress was in the service to his wife, Bee, his children, Donald, Jack, and Yvonne, the city of Newark, and the people of New Jersey's 10th Congressional District. And Donald Payne Jr. leaves a legacy that we all can be proud of. We know how Congressman Payne was a snazzy dresser. I couldn't touch him, but in his memory, I'm putting on some of his favorite shades for this evening. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to yield to Frank Pallone from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to have an opportunity to highlight the legacy of our colleague and my friend, Donald Payne Jr. Last week, New Jersey lost a great public servant far too soon. Many knew Don for his trademark bow tie, big smile, and friendly demeanor. So let me tell you a bit more about his life and journey. Don's mother died when he was just 5 years old, and after his mother's passing, Don and his siblings were raised by his father. I think many know his father, Donald Sr., also my colleague, was the first black member of Congress from New Jersey. He was also a Congressional Black Caucus chairman. But Don Jr. tended to the trail blazed by his father by fighting for health care for all, delivering federal funding to the largest and most important transportation project in American history, and replacing lead drinking water pipes that made kids in his district sick. In honor of his father, he led bipartisan efforts to research, prevent, and treat colorectal cancer. Don was a powerful politician in New Jersey as both a county commissioner and Newark City councilman. New Jersey allowed you to hold both offices at the same time. And many felt it was a step down for him to come to Congress, but he felt it was an obligation and duty to follow his father's footsteps and was determined to make the best of it. Now, Don was always struggling with health issues from the very first day that he came here, but it didn't stop him from his work, from voting, from doing more special orders than any other member, as was mentioned by my colleagues tonight. And in a town known for sharp elbows, Don always showed kindness. He always took the time to ask how you were doing. He made sure you knew that you had a friend who had your back no matter what. And Don Payne can serve as an example for all of us. He didn't care if you were black or white, Christian or Jewish, rich or poor. We were all in this effort together to get things done that would make a difference in our quality of life. Don didn't worry about himself. He was funny and self-deprecating. If there was anything he didn't like, it was conceit or thinking that you were better than other people. And Don's goal was always to help others. And that's what he would ask of us. Work every day to make a better life for your community, your state, and your country. So this week, the American flag flies at half-mast at the Capitol in his honor. We join his wife Beatrice and his children, the triplets, Donald III, Jack, and Yvonne, in mourning his passing. But Donald Payne Jr. made his family and constituents proud. His work is done, but it won't be forgotten. I yield back.
I'd like to yield to the gentlelady from California, Rep. Barbara Lee, for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding and for bringing us together tonight. Boy, it's hard to stand here and look over here. Where's Don? Every night, here he was, speaking truth to power. And so tonight I rise with my colleagues in remembrance of our beloved friend and colleague, Congressman Donald Payne Jr. Now, I got to know and love Don before I actually met him. His proud father, our beloved Donald Payne Sr., made sure of that. The entire Payne family was committed to service, extending to the next generation. Don Jr.'s son was an incredible intern in my office. He was brilliant, he was passionate. He was his father a few years younger. His son, I tell you, made a major contribution to my office, and we became a better office because of Don Jr. Don Sr. and Don Jr. both But Don Jr. was passionate. He was kind, he was gentle, and a brilliant man who was determined to not let his health challenges stop him from his visionary and his bold work. I remember traveling abroad with him. He would always take time, yes, for his medical treatments, and be right back in our meetings, providing his insight on global affairs. He showed us how to live a full life regardless of its difficulties. His loss will be immensely felt in New Jersey's 10th Congressional District, where he worked tirelessly to rebuild our nation's infrastructure, provide clean drinking water for disadvantaged communities, invest in minority-owned businesses, and bring awareness to colorectal cancer in the Black community. And we talked a lot about a variety of treatments for diabetes. As a member of the Appropriations Committee, which funds NIH, he was very instrumental and insightful in helping me with my work with regard to diabetes and cancer. My condolences go to his family and his loved one, including his wife, Beatrice, and their 3 children. I hope that they find strength in their memories and love for this great man who fought the good fight, and he fought a good fight until the end. May he rest in eternal peace and power. I yield back, and thank you again for giving us a chance to speak this evening on behalf of our beloved Congressman Donald Payne, Jr.
Thank you. I would like to yield to our Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries.
Thank the distinguished gentlelady for yielding, and it's with great sadness that we gather here today to honor the life and the leadership and legacy of Don Payne Jr., but also celebrate that life, that leadership, and that legacy of our dear brother, who was a gentle giant, a kind, compassionate man, powerhouse in terms of his legislative capacity, though he didn't spend a lot of time promoting his accomplishments. He just let the work be done and speak for itself. But that's work that was transformational. He stood up for the people that he represented in his beloved brick city of Newark, his beloved state of New Jersey, and for people all across the country, particularly underrepresented communities in the area of healthcare. He was a champion in providing access and information and affordability to Black men and to other historically underrepresented communities suffering from disproportionate high rates of ailments. And that's a legacy that will be with us in this Congress, in this country, and indeed throughout the world for years and decades to come. It was my honor, along with Joyce Beatty and Robin Kelly and Stephen Horsford and Mark Vesey, to come in to Congress together with Donald Payne Jr. He often made reference to the fact that he arrived a few months before us in a special election, so we affectionately called him the Dean of the class of 2012. And what a great dean he was. What a great man he was, what a great colleague and friend he was, and may he forever rest in power.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I would like to now inquire on how much time is remaining.
"34 minutes remaining."
Thank you. At this time, I would like to yield to Representative Yvette Clarke from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Florida for yielding. I rise today on behalf of the people of the 9th District of New York, the Clarke family, and myself to remember a true gentleman from New Jersey, the Honorable and Incomparable Congressman Donald M. Payne Jr. Just about everyone who knew Donald was blessed by my dear friend will remember a man with unwavering principles guided by his belief that every American deserves an advocate willing to fight for their best possible future, not to mention his incomparable sense of style. Those bow ties were just classic. When I think back on my time serving alongside Donald throughout his 6 terms in the House of Representatives and the precious time we shared, we both served on the Committee on Homeland Security together. One of the memories I have is of him deep into the early morning in a defense of Secretary Mayorkas during the sham impeachment proceedings as he admonished those who chose to laugh at the depiction of an officer. And as they continue to move different issues forward that were certainly not truthful. And for those who chose to laugh at a depiction of an officer on horseback who was using a whip at human beings on the border. The second instance is of his righteous anger at the existence of a challenge coin commemorating the abuses of Black and brown migrants that they faced at our southern border. Each of these stories exemplify the singular commitment to justice and moral courage which defined Donald's tenure here in Congress. We supported one another in our districts, and we would move back and forth, him coming to Brooklyn, New York, and me going to Newark, New Jersey to be of support to one another. We shared so much in common. Our sense of humor, our sense of fashion, and our genres of music. We often talked about the fact that when we were young ones or younger ones, we would frequent the same nightclubs right there in Newark, New Jersey. And that was one of our bonding moments. I can say with confidence that all of Congress will miss Congressman Payne's leadership, kind spirit, and unparalleled dedication to making progress dearly. So to Beatrice and the triplets, to his loved ones, friends, and staff, I send you love and light and extend my heartfelt condolences during this season of your bereavement. And I will miss my brother, my dear friend. Rest in peace, Donald Payne Jr. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I would like to yield 1 minute to Representative Stacey Plaskett, representing Virgin Islands.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from Florida. Thank you for anchoring this time. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that we've been gathered here for this evening to celebrate the life and the legacy of our dear friend and colleague, Congressman Donald Payne Jr. When I came to Congress, I knew of his father, Donald Payne Sr. I'd gone to Georgetown's Foreign Service School, and all of us Black students knew of the work of his father in elevating Africa. But I came to learn of his son, Donald Payne Jr., and understood that he was just as passionate as his father, that he, in fact, elevated the legacy of his father by forging his own trail in the issues that were important to him. We've lost a great man in the House, but Newark, New Jersey, the state, his staff, and especially his family have lost a dear loved one who can never be replaced. We must keep his legacy going. Impeccably fashioned sense, kind of heart, warmth, and a very wry sense of humor. Very quiet, but it was there. It was very edgy at times. Donald Payne was, above all, a gentleman. He was a leader in healthcare, and especially with screening for colorectal cancer, Black men's health, and ensuring affordability. He had many initiatives for supporting initiatives for disadvantaged communities. I was proud to co-sponsor H.R. 3382, the Colorectal Cancer Payment Fairness Act, and H.R. 1765, the SNAP Benefits Fairness Act, alongside with him. Mr. Payne was an advocate for minority and low-income communities and a voice of support for my home, the Virgin Islands. He was there with us after the hurricanes in 2017 of Irma and Maria. He was a man who always dealt in common sense, in kindness, in what is right. A man that put people over politics, and our friend. He will be dearly missed. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire on how much time we have left.
27 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I would like to now yield to Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman from New Jersey.
First, let me thank the Congresswoman for affording me this opportunity, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am heartbroken by the passing of my dear friend, Donald Payne Jr. Like myself, Don came from a family legacy of public service, and we bonded over discussions of our trailblazing fathers and the work that they did together in New Jersey. I cherish the 10 years that I had the honor of working with Don on issues that were important to us, such as access to child care, improved transportation, and of course, fighting cancer. I will especially remember our time on the Homeland Security Committee, where we both chaired subcommittees dedicated to protecting vital infrastructure. I loved him like a brother, and he would often call me his sister mother, depending upon whether or not I was giving him a hard time about his health or some other issue. Donald was a dapper dresser, always with matching glasses, matching bow tie, and matching suit. He's a true gentleman, a loyal friend, a great representative, and my husband and I will pray for his soul and pray for the comfort of Beatrice and their children and family. We loved him dearly. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to yield to Representative Sheila Jackson Lee from Texas. I'll yield to Representative Gottheimer from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for convening tonight's session. I rise tonight to honor the life and legacy of our very dear friend and colleague, Congressman Donald Payne. Donald, as everyone knows, was larger than life. I love that picture of him, and if you could see it in color, it'd be even better, because he brought so much color everywhere he went. His suits, his personality. You couldn't but have you in a room with Don, he lit it up. And not only was he just a great friend, but a great father and husband and an incredible advocate for his beloved city, Newark, and Jersey overall, and all of the hardworking men and women he represented. He spent his entire career serving Jersey, including as a distinguished local official of the city of Newark and of Essex County. It was such an honor to serve here with Don. When I was first elected, Donald was there for me. He showed me the ropes and shared his wisdom, was never shy to rib me a little bit in the Jersey way with his humor and his kindness, and of course his signature bow tie. His legacy will live on through his advocacy and his tireless championing of issues facing so many Americans. Health issues and issues of clean drinking water for families and reliable transportation and great infrastructure. The mark he left is everywhere. In New Jersey, and more than his personality, it's the policies he left behind, and he will be missed but never forgotten. His legacy will live on in a big way in the great state of New Jersey. So my prayers are with his wife and his 3 wonderful children, and I hope they can find great solace in the work he left behind and the positive impact he had on millions, not just in Jersey, but across our great country. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'd like to now yield to Representative Sheila Jackson Lee from Texas.
I thank the gentlelady from Florida for yielding to me what I hope would be 25 minutes. I thought I heard that correctly. But what a privilege to know Donald Payne Sr. and to know Donald Payne Jr. And I sat here tonight listening to my colleagues struggle with how they would describe this wonderful giant of a man. Each came with their own excellent presentation. And what should we say about our dynamic duo of dad and son? And I thought again how privileged I was and am to have traveled with Donald Payne Sr., the dad, and to as well sat next to Donald Payne Jr., the son, during the course of Homeland Security and a number of other committees. Let me tell you a thing or two. Both of them knew how to make you laugh. Both of them had a sense of joy and love for people other than themselves. And to his wonderful bride and his wonderful twins that I would ask about in their early years, let me tell you that he never forgot you and always loved you dearly. What I loved most about Donald Payne Jr. was that he took life's journey and he turned it into making life better for others. He was not so much worried about himself, but in Newark's journey, he wanted to turn the disease that black men would always be impacted by into the corner that would help black men have better health. He would confront this idea of cancer that was so devastating to black men, to be able to encourage them to learn about their own lives and to say, we're going to fight this thing and we're going to beat it. That was the way Donald Payne led his life, that the cancer that he had to fight was going to be a cancer that he was going to win. He believed in encouraging black men to look at their own health, look at yourself in the mirror, black men, and stand up and be a man and live long a life and live the life that we can live together. Let's not shrink away from the challenges that confront our community. Let us talk about that life and let you have the best life you can possibly have. So, for the life dealing with health care and cancer and black men, he wanted them to be able to confront it head on, and we did that. Isn't it interesting that I remember him garnering $900 million for a transportation project, the same $900 million that I got for a transportation project. We're excited that we could take our love of transportation and bring those dollars home to Houston and to New Jersey. So I just want to say there is much and more that one can say, but I wanted to bring home the bacon, if you will, and no, it will not be that. It will simply be the love we have for our fellow human being, our neighbors. That's what we both hope that we taught to each other and to our neighbors. And I hope that in spirit, he will rest in power and rest in peace. But let me remind you, Newark, New Jersey, and to his family, whatever he had in life, he was willing to give to others. That's what he will leave us. Whatever he had, he wanted to give to someone else. Let us shout and celebrate his life and his legacy. I see you. Rest in power and rest in peace. God bless.
Thank you. Now I'd like to yield 1 minute to Representative Ilhan Omar from Minnesota.
Thank you so much. It is an honor to join my colleagues to honor the life and legacy of the late Congressman Donald Payne Jr. Donald was one of the first people to say hello to me. I recognized his name as soon as he introduced himself. I had met his father as a young girl in a refugee camp in Kenya. We talked a lot about his father's love and wishing the best for those of us who were born on the continent, and how much he desired to carry on some of that work. I got to see him almost every single day getting ready to do his 1 minute, and would get an opportunity to check in with him. He not only showed up for every 1 minute, every time it was scheduled, but he showed up and fought for his beloved community every day he was in office. His dedication to following his father's legacy by serving others, his deep human decency, his commitment to the people of New Jersey will have a lasting impact for generations to come. I will miss our chit-chats. I will miss seeing his beautiful smile. And I will miss knowing that he was here to cheer me up. I am sending love and light to his family, to his staff, and to all the people who loved him. May he rest in power.
Thank you. I would like to now yield to Representative Ayanna Pressley from Massachusetts.
Donald M. Payne Jr. of New Jersey's 10th District. Born into a legacy of service, but forged his own path. He was warm, witty, and a warrior. A happy one, but a warrior. A warrior for transportation justice, for workers' rights, for health care, for gun safety, for clean water. He never wavered in his exuberance for life or for this work. He was a prolific orator, especially on the House floor. I'll always remember him smiling, Natalie attired, wearing a colorful suit, bow tie, glasses, and sometimes a fedora that I would ask him to loan me. I remember him heading to the House floor with purpose to speak on behalf of the people and the community that he loved. Mr. Speaker, Black men deserve to grow old. I'm heartbroken as I consider consecutively and collectively the loss of Elijah, John, Elsie, Donald McEachin, and now our beloved Donald M. Payne Jr. It breaks my heart that we are losing yet another member of our historic Congressional Black Caucus. He was an exemplary member of Congress and an even better man. Job well done, Congressman Payne. Rest in peace and power. Your legacy will live on. Our deepest condolences to Beatrice, to Donald, to Jack, Yvonne, all of your family by blood and by bond, including your staff.
Minute to Representative Mickey Sherrill from New Jersey.
Thank you. I rise today to remember our dear friend and colleague, Donald Payne Jr. He was a model public servant, a man who represented the best our state had to offer. From a very young age, he strove to make New Jersey a better place for everyone. He brought his personal experiences to the halls of Congress, fighting to expand access to health care, which, no question, changed people's lives. He was an expert when it came to modernizing our nation's infrastructure and a partner I turned to as we fought together to make the Gateway Tunnel a reality. But as you've heard, Donald was so much more than just an expert policymaker or a thoughtful legislator. He was a kind, kind man. I remember when he said to me one day, you know, Congress can be a lonely place. If you knew Donald Payne, it was never a lonely place because he was always looking out for you. He was always bringing a smile to so many faces, even though he was going through such difficult health struggles. He always made time to ask how you were doing. He always had his bow tie, his sharp suits on, and he'd always take a minute to smile when you complimented him and to say how great it was to see you. He's going to be missed. He's a presence here that will be sorely missed by all of us. It was an honor to call him a friend. It was an honor for many years to call him my congressman. And it's an honor to speak of him today. May he rest in peace. Thank you, and I yield back.
I would like to yield to Rep. Andy Kim from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of my colleague and my friend, Congressman Donald Payne Jr. It's difficult standing in this chamber knowing that we'll never see Donald walk in here and sit with us again. I remember the first time that I sat with him here in these chairs. I was a brand new member of Congress, and he was willing to share a quiet moment with me as I was unsure of myself in this extraordinary yet overwhelming place. When I sought his advice, he told me there's no single way to be a member of Congress, but he suggested I focus on, well, all of us focus on being ourselves and delivering for our state and our constituents. In some ways, with so much going on, it helped give some clarity and elegant simplicity to this intimidating yet complicated work that we do. I will remember Donald for his kindness, as many have talked about today. I will remember Donald for the pride he took in his community and his state. And I will remember Donald for his incredible dedication. These are the things we would all be proud to be remembered by. The things we carry with us as we pick up his work to move it forward. He loved his job. It was an honor he never took for granted, and you could see it in everything he did. My thoughts are with his family and his community. Donald, we'll miss you. I yield back.
I'd like to yield now to Representative Troy Carter from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my dear friend and colleague, Congresswoman Shifless McCormick. We're here to honor the memory of a dear friend and colleague, Congressman Donald Payne Jr., a remarkable public servant and a true champion of justice, equality, and progress. I was honored to serve alongside him on the Committee of Homeland Security and Transportation and Infrastructure Committees. Donald Payne was not just a public servant. He was a force for change, a voice for the voiceless, a beacon of hope for the people of New Jersey and all Americans. He dedicated his career to fighting for racial justice and equal rights. He believed in a future where education was accessible to all, championing free college tuition and sustainable infrastructure that would benefit everyone. In Congress, he demonstrated the exceptional leadership, serving as the ranking member and chairman of the critical subcommittees focused on transportation, infrastructure, and emergency preparedness. His commitment to improving public transportation, expanding voting rights, and addressing the urgent threat of climate change earned him respect and admiration from colleagues on both sides of the aisle. But beyond his legislative achievements, Congressman Payne was known for his unwavering dedication to the well-being of working families and those most vulnerable among us. He understood that progress is measured not only by the laws we pass, but by the lives we touch and uplift. As we honor Congressman Donald Payne Jr.'s legacy today, let's commit ourselves to renewing the values he held dear. The Congressional Black Caucus will continue to fight for justice, equality, and opportunity. May we always remember the unwavering belief that our nation's greatest lies in our ability to lift each other up and build a better future together. Rest in power, Congressman Payne. Your legacy will continue to inspire and guide us in the noble work of serving the American people. You will be sorely missed, my dear friend, but never, ever forgotten. I yield back.
I would like to yield now to Representative Rob Mendez from New Jersey.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleague for yielding. I rise today to pay tribute to the life and legacy of my friend and colleague, Congressman Donald Payne Jr. Congressman Payne was a fierce advocate and a dedicated public servant who fought tirelessly throughout his distinguished career for the city, county, state, and country that he loved. He wasn't just a member of Congress, he was a pillar of hope and strength for the community he served and the people who he represented and who he loved. He was a mentor and a role model to many, myself included, always willing to lend a helping hand and offer words of encouragement. This institution can be intimidating, but having a big brother here made it home. His passing leaves a profound void in our delegation and in this institution. The halls of Congress will be a little less bright and a lot less stylish without him. And I will miss the looks he'd give me when we were getting into some good trouble in committee or on the House floor. It was a privilege to serve alongside him. As we remember our friend, let's recommit to the ideals he lived by: justice, equality, and the pursuit of a better tomorrow for all. In doing so, we can honor an incredible congressman and a man whose life exemplified the best of what it means to serve others. Thank you for everything, Don, and we'll carry you with us. I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to yield as much time as I may consume. It is an honor to stand before you today and express my deepest appreciation for Congressman Donald Payne Jr.'s outstanding dedication and remarkable achievements. As we gather here tonight, I'm reminded of his immense impact that one individual can have, not just on their district, but on the entire nation. His dedication to addressing critical issues facing our society, from healthcare to gun violence prevention, economic equality to social justice, is a legacy that will endure for generations to come. Furthermore, Congressman Payne Jr.'s leadership on international issues has been nothing short of exemplary. As a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, I've had the privilege of working with him on various issues. Let us continue to support and honor his legacy by working together to build a more inclusive future for all Americans. Thank you, Congressman Donald Payne, for your friendship, dedication, leadership, and service. The 10th Congressional District of New Jersey was truly fortunate to have you as their voice in Congress. May you rest in power. Congressman Donald Payne would always be here for every special order hour. We can all rely on him to be here with his smile, with his encouragement. I remember the first days when I first started in Congress, he was always supportive. He stood with me on issues that affected Haiti and the Caribbean and Black issues. He stood with us when we had to do special order hour and came here. He always had a speech for everyone. He always had a mission to make sure that his district and the communities he served had a place in Congress, but more than that, had a voice in Congress. Donald Payne will be missed as a great friend to the Congress, as a great friend to me, as a great friend to everyone in Congress who we knew. We will think of him every single day, his smile, his laugh, his joy. So as we remember him today, it is a sad time for us, but we find joy in knowing that he's in a better place. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire how much time we have left.
Approximately four. The gentlelady has about 4 minutes remaining.
I would like to enter the comments of Representative Joyce Beatty to the record.
Without objection. It will also be covered by general leave.
That concludes our joint CBC and Assistant Leader Joe Negus's special order hour. I would like to yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to yield as much time as you may consume the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Arizona for yielding me a few minutes. Yesterday, we were joined in this Capitol with Colonel Ralph Puckett and his family. Colonel Puckett passed away at the age of 97, and in just a minute, I would like to read to you the official citation of his Medal of Honor. But before I read the Medal of Honor citation, I want you to recognize this man, outside of being a warrior's warrior, was one of the most wonderful people that I ever had the privilege to meet. Now, that warrior's warrior, though, had the Distinguished Service Cross, 2 Silver Stars, 2 Bronze Star medals with Combat V, and 5 Purple Hearts, as well as many other awards. What a blessing it was that we as the United States of America got to know Colonel Ralph Puckett. Mr. Speaker, the official citation, the President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress, March 3rd, 1863, has awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to First Lieutenant Ralph Puckett, Jr., United States Army, for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty. First Lieutenant Ralph Puckett, Jr. distinguished himself by acts of gallantry and intrepidity above and beyond the call of duty while serving as the commander of the 8th U.S. Army Ranger Company during the period of 25 November 1950 through 26 November 1950 in Korea. As his unit commenced a daylight attack on Hill 205, the enemy directed mortar, machine gun, and small arms fire against the advancing force. To obtain fire, First Lieutenant Puckett mounted the closest tank, exposing himself to the deadly enemy fire. Leaping from the tank, he shouted words of encouragement to his men and began to lead the Rangers in the attack. Almost immediately, enemy fire threatened the success of the attack by pinning down one platoon, leaving the safety of his position. With full knowledge of the danger, First Lieutenant Puckett intentionally ran across an open area 3 times to draw enemy fire, thereby allowing the Rangers to locate and destroy the enemy positions and to seize the Hill 205. During the night, the enemy launched a counterattack that lasted 4 hours. Over the course of the counterattack, the Rangers were inspired and motivated by the extraordinary leadership and courageous example exhibited by First Lieutenant Puckett. As a result, 5 human wave attacks by battalion-strength enemy element were repulsed. During the first attack, First Lieutenant Puckett was wounded by grenade fragments but refused evacuation, and continually directed artillery support that decimated attacking enemy formations. He repeatedly abandoned positions of relative safety to make his way from foxhole to foxhole to check the company's perimeter and to distribute ammunition among the Rangers. When the enemy launched a 6th attack, it became clear to First Lieutenant Puckett that the position was untenable due to the unavailability of supporting artillery fire. During this attack, 2 enemy mortar rounds landed in his foxhole, inflicting grievous wounds which limited his mobility. Knowing his men were in a precarious situation, First Lieutenant Puckett commanded the Rangers to leave him behind and evacuate the area. Feeling a sense of duty to aid him, the Rangers refused the order and staged an effort to retrieve him from the foxhole while still under fire from the enemy. Ultimately, the Rangers succeeded in retrieving First Lieutenant Puckett, and they moved to the bottom of the hill where First Lieutenant Puckett called for devastating artillery fire on the top of the enemy-controlled hill. First Lieutenant Puckett's extraordinary heroism and selflessness above and beyond the call of duty were in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit, and the United States Army. Mr. Speaker, may Ralph Puckett, Jr. lie in peace. And Lord, thank you for allowing us the privilege of this man.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to try to do something tonight, and I'm going to try to explain something. I've come behind this mic a number of times, and I've had a little trouble. Apparently, I'm not communicating well. So I'm going to try a slightly different way. So let's back up a bit. I think I was behind this mic 2 weeks ago, and then the week before that, and probably the week before that. And one of my comments was, I can't figure out how the United States can have a 2.7, 2.8, 2.9 at one point GDP growth and still be borrowing at the rate we're borrowing. Remember, what was a week or so ago, we had 3 days during that week where we went over $100,000 a second borrowing. And, you know, we see tax receipts up 7+%, and yet we're still burning through cash at an incredible rate and having to borrow and borrow. Well, it turns out last Friday we got the punchline. We were wrong. GDP Now from the Atlanta Fed and others had their math wrong. We got an update. We were all thinking that GDP, Atlanta Fed, had been estimating the first quarter of this calendar year, not fiscal year, calendar year, sitting at about 2.7%. They came in and said, no, we're wrong. It looks like we're about 1.6%. That's a big deal, and it helps explain why we were having such difficulty getting the math to line up. Now, why is this a big deal? The other concept I've been trying to sell and trying to sink into our skulls here is the bankers, the people that buy U.S. sovereign debt. When you have to borrow $2-3 trillion a year, when you have to refinance several trillion a year, don't make the bond markets upset with you. As of today, the 2-year note went over 5.05%. So we're not there yet, but we're almost to last year's highs. It's the highest this calendar year, but we're back to really expensive debt. And I have some data here that says we're still not back to the historic average of where U.S. debt should be. So if I came to you right now and said, one of the reasons members of Congress need to act like adults, besides our obligation to govern, do you really want to make your bankers nervous? Now think about this. If little bits of interest, we were playing around with some math the other day, and it's hard math to do because you got to figure out how much comes to market in U.S. sovereigns that have to be refinanced, how much are virgin issues, saying this is our excess spending this year. But we were playing with numbers that saying a 1 basis point, remember 1 point of interest has 100 basis points in it. So 1 basis point, 1/100% of interest in this calendar year, or in a 365-day calendar year, would be about maybe $800 million. So think of some of the things we fight over here, and sometimes words we say on this floor, you can actually watch bond markets go, well, these people aren't serious about ever paying us back. The second concept here as we walk through this, remember, when we fixate on the Federal Reserve does the short end of interest rates, the 2 years, that's where they have influence. When you start to look at 10 years and 20 years and 30 years, that's the debt market saying, do we get paid back? What will U.S. inflation be? What's governance going to be? Are they going to play some games with how they pay? Are they going to raise taxes dramatically? So we're going to be fixed in this instrument, and then U.S. taxes go up here, and so our actual rate of return crashes. For my brothers and sisters here on the left and the right, be careful when you want to engage in, the sort of the nihilism, burn the place down, and you think it's sort of fun. One of these days, the bond market's going to look at us, and this happened in the 90s. We've already had a couple bond auctions in the last 12 months that were undersubscribed the way we thought they would be. You're actually now seeing articles saying American bonds are getting harder to sell. And I think that's from the Wall Street Journal this last week. You gotta understand, you're playing games with fire. Interest this year, if today's interest rates hold, you're approaching 1.2 trillion this calendar year, this fiscal year. That means Social Security is $1.45 trillion. Interest, $1.2 trillion. Medicare underneath that, and defense is number 4. But one of the punchlines I wanted to bring, just so you can see it, is we threw together a little chart. United States, so remember, these are just 12 countries and then the United States, so we're number 13 on there. The markets price U.S. debt higher, meaning they consider it more risky. And risk comes in many forms when you start to look at debt markets from, what's the inflation? What's my likelihood to be paid back? Will they do other, are there going to be other risk profiles? What's happening to the country demographically? When you start to realize the United States right now pays higher interest rates on a 10-year bond than Greece. We pay higher than United Kingdom, Canada, Republic of Korea, Greece, Spain, France, Germany, Japan, and Switzerland. They're down here at the bottom. But understand, you take these industrialized countries, we're functioning number 14 on the price. King dollar, the currency that's used all over the world for exchanges, it's most transactions in the world, we represent about, I think 46, 48% of all transactions. So we dominate that as a reserve currency. Yet, because of how our inflation runs, because of how our governance has been running, because of our demographics, because of what we're talking about in taxes and plans to grow the economy, and the stunning amount of debt we're borrowing. We have 13 countries in the industrialized world that have cheaper 10-year bonds than we do. I've been trying to find some way to help this body sort of understand that now you have the responsibility. You're going to come and argue saying, I want to cut this spending. Great, God bless you. Do it. But if you're going to come behind these mics and say you want to burn the place down, you may make markets here and around the world just nervous enough that a few ticks, you just cost billions and billions. Because remember, we're borrowing about $8.5 billion a day. So think of some of the debates we have here. We're knifing each other for fractions of that because we're not willing to tell the truth. And the hardest truth I say over and over, and maybe I'm the idiot for doing it, from today through the next 30 years. And remember, I used to come here with a chart that says 30-year debt from now is 116 trillion. And then I brought one, it's 130 trillion. And then CBO, what was it, about 3 weeks ago, said, nah, Schweiker, you're wrong. It's going to be 141 trillion 30 years from now. 100% of that borrowing, interest, healthcare, almost all Medicare, and then if 8-9 years from now, when the Social Security Trust Fund has been emptied out and seniors are about to take a 25% cut and we are about to double senior poverty, do we make a political decision to reach into the general fund and make up that difference? If you do those three things, or 100% of that increase in debt over the next 30 years. The rest of the budget is pretty much flat. And that's hard for us to process because we don't want to tell each other the truth. The earned benefits, Medicare, Social Security, and then our obligation to pay the interest on the money we've borrowed is the primary driver of our debt. But we're going to do clown show here and say, we don't tax rich people enough. And then I show up with the reports that basically, when you go over the numbers, and I've done entire floor speeches just on this report, when you did every bit of taxes on the $400,000 and up, you maximize their capital gains tax, maximize their income tax, maximize their estate tax, maximize everything, and then you adjust for its effect in the economy, you get about 1.5, 1.6% of GDP. Last 366 days, remember it's a leap year, we've borrowed over 9% of GDP. The running average, I think, for this fiscal year, remember fiscal year is different than a calendar year, I think we're in the mid-4s, 4% of GDP. So the entire tax scheme, well, except for unrealized capital gains, which is a bizarre idea that the Democrats have, is, hey, you have a house or you have a piece of real estate, you're over 400, we want a tax gain you haven't recognized yet, though most of that gain is probably inflation. But work with me here. The Democrats' tax scheme of taxing the rich, if you do tax maximization, the concept of I maximize your income tax before the number rolls over. We've maximized your estate tax before you start getting rid of assets or not building them. Or we've maximized your capital gains before you say, we're never selling this. You get about 1.5% of GDP when you do the economic effects. Last 366 days, we were borrowing about 9%. And for those of us who want to cut things, if you start to look at the chart, remember, the blue is what we get to vote on. Everything in the red is, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, interest. Well, now interest is much higher. Other mandatory programs. We only get to vote on about 25, 26% of the budget. And if you split out defense, out of that $7 trillion spending of your U.S. government, we get to vote on about $965 billion. So less than 1/7 is non-defense discretionary. And that's where all the cuts, no, I can cut it dramatically. We could get rid of all of it. You get rid of all $965 billion in non-defense discretionary. So there's no Park Service, no FBI, there's none of this, it's all gone. Well, we're heading towards borrowing about $2.8 trillion. You don't get anywhere close to balancing the budget. And that's getting rid of almost everything you think of as government. There seems to be this unwillingness to understand the scale of the borrowing. We may come back to that chart. So once again, I also need to help folks sort of understand the voracious appetite we're bringing to market on debt. And there was a bizarre article I was looking at just before coming to the floor. Some economist who I've never heard of trying to argue, it must have been some left-wing radical, saying, don't worry, debt is fine. The treasury markets aren't that, of course he sort of missed the numbers. I've noticed it was one of those classic articles of lots of feelings explaining, but no actual math in it. This may be a little hard to see. You see this spike here? That's the peak of the spending during the pandemic. Here we are today. Don't know if you can see it on this chart because these little bars are really small. Our borrowing is higher during the peak than the peak of the pandemic. If someone out there has a more brilliant way to try to explain, we are making ourselves fragile to interest rate exposure to the markets. The bond market very soon will run this government. Think about that. And I think it's Carville, which had I think it's in a book, he commented that his next life he wants to come back as the U.S. bond market, because this actually happened in the 90s, where the bond market was a little cranky about something, and he makes the point, the next day he had Speaker Gingrich and President Clinton working it out and making the bond markets calm. And today's debt to GDP is dramatically higher than it was back then. Have you ever thought, does anyone actually think at all, what would happen if we had a failed bond auction in the United States? Now, I actually believe Treasury is doing a fairly competent job of trying to smooth out. They're trying to give lots of visibility. We're going to be borrowing, except how many of you watched what happened yesterday? They put out their refunding notice saying, hey, turns out, this quarter we're going to have to borrow about $41 billion more than we expected. And the next moment, you have a two-year note. There's different definitions when it's 2 years, shorter, paper is shorter. A two-year note, and it went over 5%, and it's remained there today. This stuff gets expensive when you're borrowing trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions. And I'm trying to help our brothers and sisters understand, those of you who think that we're going to go back to normal, the last 10 years wasn't normal. There's already books out on what an interesting experiment the previous decade was with artificially low interest rates, except now we spent the last 3 years with inflation sort of paying for it. Here was the last functionally 10 years, 2.2 as an average on U.S. sovereigns. Here's where we are right now, and this is low. We did this, I think 6 weeks ago. We had 3.3. I think it's substantially higher right now. But if you go back from 1975 to 2001, the average on U.S. sovereign debt was 7.5%. Even when we strip out the early 1980s, the Volcker years when they were trying to crush inflation, you get a number that actually is still in the mid to high sixes. What happens if we go back to that? If that's normal, if that's nominal, how many of your businesses, how many of your lives, but how much of this U.S. debt when we have to refinance? So this year, a little under $10 trillion will come to market. That's the stuff we have to refinance. And remember, part of that refinancing is when you stay very short on what they call the curve, which is the fancy way of saying we're going to borrow some 30 days and 1 year and 2 years and 5 years and 10 years. But the short stuff here, you got to refinance over and over and over. When interest rates are this high on U.S. sovereign debt, and you have 10 trillion coming to market, maybe 2-3 of that is new debt, the rest is refinance. What would happen if you had a spike back to normal? Remember, we're already modeling right now approaching 1.2 trillion in interest this fiscal year, becoming the second biggest expense in U.S. government. And look, I had this chart and I didn't have time. I was going to cross it out again. But I do need to explain one thing because I want to be technically accurate. We're trying to figure out, you'll actually see U.S. debt referred to as publicly held total debt. Publicly held is what goes to auction. That's what you're often worried about because that has the interest rate fragility. That goes out and people bid on it. It might be your pension plan. It might be your savings. It might be some nice family on the other side of the world that walks into their neighborhood bank and says, we want something safe we can get some interest on, and they pull that money and come out and buy a U.S. bond. Then over here is the big number. That's where the 1.2, or my 1.2 number is. So the Treasury, I think a month ago, came out and said their number then was $1,143.6 billion. And with the higher interest rates, I'm just doing a back of the envelope calculation that it's higher than that. That's total borrowing. That's when they reach over and borrow the cash out of Social Security. They reach in and borrow the cash out of Medicare Part A. They borrow the cash out of the transportation fund, the railroad retirement fund, all these trust funds out there. Except they got to pay interest on that, and eventually they got to pay it back. And we're actually looking at some weird numbers right now, because remember, these trust funds, every month, Social Security has to take all the tax receipts and reach in and grab a little bit of the trust fund money, because the tax receipts, because we have the growth of, as we've gotten older, the growth of those who are in their earned benefit years, and the number of workers, even though employment and labor force participation is excellent right now, we still have to reach into the Social Security Trust Fund. Gives you a sense of how tough the U.S. demographics are. And I've come behind the mic multiple times and pointed out, 15 years, the United States is probably going to have more deaths than births. We didn't make a chart on it, we should have. How many of you also saw last Friday the estimate for last year's fertility rates? There's some jerk out there that was going at me because I was using a number of 1.63. Turns out he's right, I was wrong. The number was 1.62. It was even worse. United States now has lower births, fertility rates, than much of Western Europe. Why that's important? If you have sort of pay-as-you-go systems, where today's workers are contributing into pools that help pay for today's retirees, and your number of workers is going to be shrinking in the coming decades. Besides the dislocation that's going to be happening, your local elementary school may wake up and all of a sudden start to have fewer kindergartners coming in, and then fewer second graders and third graders and fourth, so on. We're already seeing that in some of the school districts in Arizona, and we're a growth state. So the point I'm trying to nail down is our bond rates are higher than 13 other industrialized countries. Should that tell you what the bond markets think about us? And this is actually a more recent phenomena, seeing this differential with this many. What does that tell you about what the world thinks about our controlling inflation, about our governance, our demographics, our tax policy? And when you saw last week the IMF, when the IMF is putting in their international report on debt and taking a swipe at the United States, saying two things that were fascinating. They're worried about us and our scale of borrowing, and the fact that the United States and China are the two big economies sopping up much of the world credit, that we're actually crushing much of the developing world because we're consuming all the money that would be helping them build up their economies. There's some ugly stuff in here. So for all my Democrat colleagues who run around and talk about the morality of helping the developing world, turns out our voracious appetite to spend and spend and spend and spend and spend and not tell the truth, interest in healthcare, are our primary drivers. What are you willing to do to help us change the price of healthcare, not the financing of it? Obamacare was a financing bill. Medicare for All is a financing bill. They don't actually change the cost by using technology to make people healthier and crash the price of healthcare. But even when the IMF is going at us, maybe we should think about, that's sort of embarrassing. When you actually have people that, I've never met him, I know he's a controversial, I don't think he's any Republican. When Larry Fink in his shareholder newsletter is actually putting out information saying he's worried about U.S. borrowing and the scale of it. When you all saw Jamie Dimon in his comments, he's worried about it. Don't listen to me. But maybe some of the people that have armies of economists that work for them, maybe they're worth actually giving some mind to instead of some idiot on social media who's making crap up. You've got to understand, as if you have someone also do this, David, we're just going to grow ourselves out of the debt. Okay. Showed you a chart a moment ago that last Friday they put out the official calculation. It may get updated one or two more times, but the first quarter fell down to 1.6. But here's how you got to understand this. Here's functionally our borrowing. This is publicly held debt. This is the GDP growth from 2023. Okay. Until this growth is actually beyond the borrowing, because you go out and borrow $1 trillion, we had to pay interest on $1 trillion, right? GDP, the size of our economy, grows $1 trillion. We only get 17, 18% of that in tax receipts. Okay, are you with me? So when someone says, well, we're going to borrow $1 trillion, but we'll grow the economy $1 trillion, the math doesn't work that way. And I've shown you these charts before of when we've had very high marginal tax rates, we get about 18% of GDP. When we've had very low marginal tax rates, we get about 18% of GDP in taxes to the U.S. government. And there's a whole formula why that works that way. You need the growth. You desperately have to have the growth. I can't make the math work without really good growth, but it doesn't come anywhere close. It doesn't come anywhere mathematically close to closing the gap of our borrowing. And you got to understand how dystopian this future looks. This chart is already getting a little out of date, but we see deficits reaching 14% of GDP in 30 years. Well, we seem to be racing pretty hard to get there. You see this gap? So this is the history of tax receipts. When we've had high tax, marginal tax rates, low marginal tax rates, our average is actually, and they had the model actually going up to 17.9 near the end of the next 30 years. But we also have our spending at 31.9. What's the chance we get anywhere near the end of this without this economy collapsing, without the people we need to borrow money from saying, yeah, we're not loaning to the United States government anymore? What happens when we have to make the decision, we're just going to inflate the debt, we're going to wipe out your savings, we're going to set off inflation, we're going to have to lower your COLAs so we make everyone poor in America, but we're going to use that as the hidden tax? Because understand, one of the biggest taxes in modern history, actually the biggest tax in modern history, have been the last 3 years of inflation. If you live in the Phoenix area, and I'm going to say this multiple times before I finish this presentation, my district, the Phoenix-Scottsdale area, if you don't make, I think it is 23.6% more than I believe the day President Biden took office, you're poorer today. Think that could explain why some people are cranky? So let's walk through this. I was trying to explain this a moment ago. Last 366 days, we're borrowing, and the number is actually slightly over 9% of GDP. If you go from the fiscal year, so October 1st, we're already borrowing over 4.2% of the economy. And this is what I was just trying to share. If you go back January 17th, and remember, we didn't do tax reform until December 2017. To January 21st, right about before the pandemic, if you were a production and non-supervisory employee, your income went up 9.8%. Yay! But today, since January 2021, when Biden took office, you're 2.7% poor. If you want to understand why people feel stress, so much of our society is poor today because of that hidden tax called inflation. And one more time, remember when we tell you we're going to cut our way to prosperity or we're going to tax our way to prosperity? That's just stupid. That's not how the math works. You see this chart next to me? We only get to vote on that blue portion. and half that blue portion is defense. How much of that do you want cut? So this is what you're playing with. And that's why we need to create a revolution of technology to change the cost of the services we provide. Now, let's talk a little bit about hope, something I don't do enough of because there's so much crappy news around here. So let's do, there are some really, really helpful things around in technology. And I have stacks of these things because I sit in an airplane 10 hours a week when I go back and forth from DC here back home to Arizona. There's some amazing things happen. About 3 weeks ago, a month ago, we had the first new drug that was developed completely by artificial intelligence. We now have some papers coming out of cervical cancer screening that's done with AI that has remarkable accuracy. AI for skin cancer detection, where it's able just to look and it's do remarkable high quality detection. Another way to a stethoscope that uses AI in the background to identify whether there's going to be heart failure. Remarkable. There's these amazing things happening. We now know how to cure sickle cell anemia, which is the first genetic altering drug, and now we know how to do it. You're going to see all sorts of other things. If you're a geek watching this, look up inverse vaccine and read about the hope of the things that might do. But there's also other crazy things that are outside healthcare. Here's one where it's a robot that goes out and fixes potholes, and it dramatically cuts the cost of road maintenance. Here's actually one that's fascinating. They actually sort of came up with this crazy idea of how to get hydrogen to businesses. You know, we've been talking about how we want to have hydrogen as one of our additional energy sources. And hydrogen is fairly efficiently made with natural gas and electrolysis. Well, instead of building a big electrolysis center, their model is you already have a gas line to your business. We'll just build a piece of equipment right there where you can convert it right there and burn the hydrogen in your facility. There's brilliant disruptions coming that will grow this economy, that will actually help us make government smaller. So we have a piece of legislation, and I don't know if I'll ever get a hearing on it around here, but we should. The Pentagon the GAO just announced, what, a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, 8th year in a row, the Pentagon is unauditable. Okay. They can't audit it. They have no idea what the inventories are, all the things we should know in an audit. Why do we tolerate that? Why isn't this body losing its mind over something like that? Just from a national security standpoint, how do you know maybe they need more, maybe they need less, maybe you have too much of something? We don't know. But you walk around campus here, and there's all sorts of people in uniforms and all sorts of people from defense contractors saying, we need more of this. How do we know? We can't audit you. Turns out that a couple of the biggest and a couple of small ones, audit companies, CPA companies, compliance companies, have come up with audit AI, artificial intelligence that crawls through the books, crawls through the inventories, crawls through the asset lists. You could use AI to audit the Pentagon. And if that works, you could use AI to look for fraud in Medicare, Medicaid, and other programs. How about durable equipment fraud that you read about so often? You could use AI for that. Right now there's been an experiment, and I haven't gotten the final report how well it worked, but when you called the IRS during this tax season, there's a very good chance the individual you were talking to was a chat GPT, a chat computer. And my understanding is the satisfaction was higher with talking to the AI because it stayed on the phone with you longer and would work through helping you fill out your form. Those are ways to use technology to make this government smaller. I've already done whole presentations on the morality of this government using its resources to cure diseases because it turns out it's really good economics. It's moral. The knockoff effects, what they call the second degree, third degree, fourth degree, there's a whole series of these things you calculate. Family formation. Less people dying. Remember, we're about to have, I believe we're having the 5th year in a row where prime age males' life expectancy is shorter. But this body will knife each other when we're just trying to add technology to telehealth, because it will force someone out there to change their business model and maybe also find a better, faster, cheaper way to do it because they have to compete against technology. I will argue disruption and adopting the technology is the only path I can mathematically come up to crash this debt or stabilize it. Because we just need to stabilize it so the debt doesn't grow faster than the economy. But to do that, you're going to disrupt bureaucracies, you're going to disrupt incumbent business models, and that's the way America's supposed to work. There's a reason you didn't go to Blockbuster Video last weekend. The technology changed. You don't stand in line for your little silver disc anymore. You go home and hit a button, and now you have how many streaming services? If they had hired enough lobbyists, if Blockbuster Video hired enough lobbyists, this place probably would have slowed down the internet for them. And that's mean, but I'm trying to get people to think, we got to get ourselves to push. We got to be willing to disrupt, because I will argue we're Americans. We're supposed to do things better every day. And the cures, the changing the way government works, making our economy constantly evolve, become better, faster, cheaper, more affordable, more part of the American. It basically comes down to a single line. Prosperity is moral. And if you looked at the inflation data, the new GDP data that came out on Friday, we're on the cusp of going back to something horrible from almost 40 years ago called stagflation. That's immoral. This body can make that not happen, and we can make this a prosperous future. I believe we only have 3 to 5 years to embrace the disruption, but if we don't do it, we've engaged in a really immoral act here. And with that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.